patiently waiting for. Today's Opie and Anthony Show starts now.
City, 6 a.m. An out-of-control satellite radio show is being broadcasted to millions of Americans. At the controls, Greg Hughes, a father.
I am amazed it lasted this long.
Anthony Cumia, an alcoholic.
Holy mother of God.
And Jim Norton, a comedian.
There's no positives out of this thing, except for everybody's blood.
The three men make up the Opie and Anthony Show, a popular radio program known for its cringe style of entertainment and having very few limits.
Oh, my God.
Okay, no, this is getting really intense now.
It starts funny and then gets very uncomfortable.
In the past, they have been accused of multiple FCC violations and have even gotten their show suspended from satellite radio.
You couldn't have picked a fucking more self-destructive show.
Yeah, crazier the better, yeah.
When you're 19?
I'm 19.
Delicious.
You made Springer uncomfortable. Do you know how hard that is to do?
Thank God this show's on radio.
Everything you are about to hear is real. Real people, real excitement.
Hey, let's go fucking have a good time. What the fuck?
Get ready to experience the thrill of a lifetime. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
What? What is that?
Hi, everybody.
What's that? What?
I don't know.
Hello? Hi, everybody?
Oh.
What?
Good morning. Good morning. Friday morning. Good morning. People are typing down here. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Friday morning.
Friday morning. Good morning.
I got a Friday morning.
Friday morning.
Friday morning.
Well, speaking of our greeter, you know how Walmart has their greeters? We have a greeter in the morning. You goddamn greeter. Yeah, it's our good morning guy. Well, this morning I had to kind of covertly record him after I got off the elevator.
Oh, you got him?
Yeah, I absolutely got him because I don't think people believe that he actually does this. Check. Be checking my mic.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome aboard.
Friday morning.
Friday morning. Have a good weekend as well.
That's him.
Wow, I feel like I just met a celebrity.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you hear him? Good morning.
Good
Good morning.
Welcome
Friday
aboard.
morning. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Friday morning. Friday morning. It's him.
That's great.
Yeah, listen up. Listen.
Isn't this great?
It's great. Check.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome aboard.
Friday morning.
Friday morning. Have a good weekend as well.
Have a good week.
That's great.
Have a good weekend as well.
Wow, that's
Friday
a new
morning.
one. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, I never got to have a good weekend.
Hey.
I assumed by good morning, Friday morning, that I was to have a good weekend.
Sure. Can't use the instant feedback because everyone is saying their online feed is broken again.
Is this a best of?
Every single instant feedback spot is filled with the online feed is looping again.
Oh, boy. It never fails. Why?
Huh?
Why?
I don't know. But maybe not on the iPhone. Now they're saying droids. It's the Android app is broken again, keeps looping. What do you got, Mars? We good?
Yeah, it's not.
What?
Seems to be looping.
Well, let's hear it. This is what
Looper
SiriusXM
Project.
subscribers are hearing right now if they're trying to listen to the Opie and Anthony show online.
How it affects you, right? Yep. Maybe. But you would probably have a fine line. Like, if you're straight, you're probably shaky.
This is Tom Papa.
Tom Papa.
He was on 2 days ago.
Somewhere that, like,
This is what they're hearing right now, right?
If Mars stands there like this, can we just go home?
Yeah.
Horrid. Whoa, good, bad, horrid.
Who's that guy? He's hilarious. I like that guy. He's my favorite.
10 minutes. Unbelievable. He's the king. Unfucking believable.
That's what they're hearing right now instead of another live show. Jesus. Seriously, we've been at this for a long time at this point.
It's not like it happens a lot, though. Come on.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, really? Oh.
Did
well, I
anyone
forgot
get back to you guys
every
about
day.
the online feed yesterday when we brought it up?
Yeah, they went ahead and called that company Quick Play, and at 7 o'clock it fixes itself. I don't know for some reason, but they didn't give us a reason.
Oh, it fixed itself at 7.
We got some that's...
Oh, that's good. At least. What does that even mean? How does that happen?
I don't know. There's so many people that want to hear the live show, but they're stuck listening to some kind of loop right now.
Yes.
Again.
Yes.
Fuck you, Anthony.
And I can't even get a message to the people that this is happening to because they can't hear what we're doing right now.
Right.
My God. What?
I don't know. I was just reading, fuck you, Anthony, you wop cunt. Somebody wrote that on the instant feed. See, because I never see the instant feedback anymore.
Right.
And I guess Travis is looking at it here, and it's popped up in a screen in front of me.
Wow.
And,
This is what I do to that guy for you, sir. You just fucking knock him down like, is it whack or whack?
Oh, whack-a-mole.
Yeah, you just whack-a-mole these fuckers. They go away. eventually.
Whack-a-mole.
These obsessed weirdos.
Oh, my goodness.
We got obsessed weirdos that don't like the show anymore, but they're going to obsess about how much they hate it forever.
Instead of just moving on and going away, you're allowed to not like the show, believe me. Yeah. And you just go away.
The obsession part of it is
It's
what's
that
strange.
weird, like, yeah, fuck you, you suck, you stink, this,
Yep.
that. It's just odd, man.
Instead of dealing with those people, I'd rather worry about the online feed not working for the people that still enjoy the show.
Yeah.
God, what are they going to do? Like people are just not they're not paying their bills. They're like, fuck this, it's not working properly. I'm not paying extra money to try to listen to you guys online if I can't get a feed that works on a regular basis.
I've read the tweeters from people that have said that they're fed up with it.
Yeah,
that's good. That's a good strategy.
Oh my God, we're losing Geek Stuff OG today. He's pissed. Oh good, app feed is looping worst of again. Yeah, these guys are going to give up. Does the company understand this?
I don't think they do. No, they don't.
You know, I download podcasts.
It's easy, right?
I listen to other shit online. I never get a loop of something like this. I never get a loop.
Never.
I never get a loop.
You get what you tried to get, right?
They got the technology figured out.
And occasionally a page won't load, or you just you hit it again,
right?
Reload it. But this is just a bizarre thing.
Is that stupid ass Scott Greenstein on this?
Oh boy,
is he, or is he too busy just meeting celebrities in his office? There's real issues around here, idiot. We got an online feed that doesn't work. Has it hit your desk yet? Fuck. Let's go.
Oh, apparently Gary is, and this is in quotation marks, on it.
Oh, really?
On it.
Today?
Yeah. Danny Ross.
He's on it. Yeah. Was he on it 2 days ago?
Yes.
And he's on it again today?
Yes.
Was he on it last year? Because this has just been something that's been happening for years.
Yeah.
Literally years.
Is this the comedy one, Danny? The Romney thing?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Is it good?
Cool. What a tool.
All right, we're moving on. They'll figure out the app eventually.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I can't even tell the people that we're on it because they can't listen right now because their app is looping.
Right.
So maybe you guys could get the word out to those people that are stuck in loop land.
You know what the good part is, though? They'll hear it in 2 days.
Oh, that's true.
They'll be able to hear that everything will be okay soon.
That's true. We're broadcasting from the future.
Yes. Hello, the future. How are you?
You will get this future message.
Do you hear this loop? It's from the future.
This was 2 days ago.
Oh, wait, it's from the past.
I got it. Yeah, that guy, Kevin. You're right. The I got it guy doesn't get much.
He got it.
I can't trust him for shit. God, if I was the programmer of the entire company, I think I would be fucking crushing skulls at this point about the online feed.
Wrapping some heads.
Fuck yeah.
Banging some heads together.
That guy don't got shit. That's what I say today. Gary Carter. Fuck!
Oh, boy.
Dude, big Mets fan from back in the day, 1986. Let's talk about this. I tweeted Mets great Gary Carter, and then, of course, all the Canadians had to get involved because he was an expo for a while there,
yeah,
too.
But come on. Everybody remembers him as a Met.
And then people are asking me, Mets or Expos with Gary Carter? Mets, obviously.
Come on.
Has to be Mets. What did he do for the Expos? I don't even know.
Anyone that was wearing a Met uniform during the '86 World Series is a Met to me.
Yeah.
that's a Met.
Forever.
Exactly.
It's one of those things that's frozen in time. You're right. Sometimes an athlete he could be on a team for a year.
Right.
But if he's on the team for that special year, he's frozen in time as a member of that organization.
Yep.
And know what's weird about the '86 Mets? He's the first to go.
I know.
Hear how my voice went? Yeah. The '86 Mets had some fucking problems.
You would have thought like...
well, I don't even know if I want to mention names, but to think Gary Carter, the kid, was the first to go, that's just crazy.
It really is.
That's crazy. What did he do for the Expos, Travis? You know baseball.
He did a lot for the Expos. He's in the Hall of Fame as an Expo.
That's bullshit.
But it's like...
Did he win a World Series with them?
No, the Expos...
Of course not.
They made the playoffs once, and he was on that team.
This is how pathetic I am. I don't know anything about Gary Carter as an Expo.
Who does?
I couldn't tell you anything.
Canadians do.
Huh?
Canadians!
He was on a great Expos team with Andre Dawson.
Stop.
But they didn't win anything.
No.
Gary Carter won a World Series with the Mets.
Good for the Mets.
How many
You're
years
a Canadian cuck.
No, I'm not. I'm a baseball fan.
We are out of the loop for now, sir. We're out of the loop for now, sir.
Welcome back.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
morning.
Thank you
Good
very
morning.
much, sir.
Welcome aboard. Out of the loop. Good morning.
3 consecutive Golden Globe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome aboard.
Friday morning.
Friday, have a good weekend as well.
Come on, Friday morning.
What were you saying, Danny? I'm sorry.
Gary Carter on the Expos, 3 consecutive Golden Glove Awards. Not Globe, like I had previously
Golden
said.
Glove Awards.
I mean, the guy played 10 years for the Expos and what, 5 for the Mets?
Yeah, but the 5 with the Mets was way more important than the 10 with
Well,
the
he
Expos.
had one season where they
It's
won
the 86
Everyone
Mets, like Ann
remembers
said.
that. It doesn't matter.
It's the 86 Mets.
It could have just been shit for all the other years with the Mets, but that one fucking...
It's the Bill Buckner year.
Right.
Let's go.
I didn't even know. Let's check this out. In his first game as a Met on April 9 of '85, he hit a 10th inning walk-off home run to give the Mets a 6-5 opening day victory. That's awesome.
He was a great guy.
That was his first
that is
at-bat.
awesome.
First day as a Met.
First day.
walk-off homer.
It's a very rare case where he was kind of like the heart and soul of 2 franchises.
He was the heart and soul of the Mets.
The
I
Mets.
know, but I'm
you can
saying,
talk for
like,
another 10 minutes. I'm not going to listen.
Mets.
But
The M-E-T-S Mets.
if
Meet the Mets.
when Joe Montana
Greet
dies,
the Mets. Step right up and meet the Mets again.
I don't know, something. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
like when Joe Montana dies, Kansas City's not going to be in mourning, you know?
Yeah, but
Like they are in Montreal and in New York.
the Expos, they don't even have a baseball team anymore.
No, they sure don't.
That's how much they cared about Gary Carter.
Yeah,
they got rid of their
and
whole baseball team.
Right.
It's terrible.
It really is.
Awful stadium.
How do you lose your baseball team? I never understood that.
That's pretty tragic.
baseball.
There's too many.
I understand such colorful uniforms.
I understand how you can lose a basketball team in your city, but not baseball. How do you lose your baseball team?
A lot of teams should lose their baseball team
Why?
because people don't go to games
Why?
because they don't care.
They should just take sports out of Florida. It's too warm for people to sit there.
Yeah.
They just don't want to sit around when it's
Even when
really
Tampa
nice
Bay,
out.
even when they make the playoffs, they can't sell like early round playoff games.
Right.
They can't sell them out.
Yeah. By the way,
By the way,
a lot of you people need this. It's at SXM_help. So every time that fucking feed goes down, you tell them, because I don't know what else to do for you people.
SXM.
Yeah, at
help.
Yeah, on Twitter it's SXM_help. Okay,
Right.
write those fuckers, because I don't know what else to do.
right.
This Greenstein doesn't listen to shit.
Come on.
He's too busy saying I got it, but he never gets it. So Gary Carter dies of the cancer. We were just talking about this a mere few weeks ago. He had it bad, and the doctors were shutting down. They were basically saying, look, nothing else we could do. And, wow, that was a mere couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
He had his final public appearance at the college, I think.
Last week.
Was that only last
last
week we were
week,
talking
yeah.
about that? Wow.
Oh,
And
they-
it didn't even look like the Gary Carter we know.
He
and-
looked
and love.
terrible. They could have painted his head like a baseball and let him be Mr. Met for a day.
Horrible.
Because it was just all swolly.
And when the final game at Shea Stadium, that was only 2 years ago, right? Maybe 3 at this point.
Yeah, probably.
And he was totally fine still then.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he was only diagnosed last year.
The cancer got him quick. He got the bad cancer,
But Daryl Strawberry's
the real bad cancer.
Yeah, Daryl Strawberry is still there.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, my God.
There was a few of them.
Oh,
Lenny Dykstra.
God.
Lenny Dykstra, Nails, good old Nails.
Yeah.
But Gary Carter, the kid, has to go first. Really?
Good morning.
So a lot of people are really bummed out. I heard Bobo. Do we have the call?
What call?
No, it was
You didn't
Bobo.
hear?
That was Bobo?
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea.
Bobo
what you're
called, I don't think it was the Fan.
Oh, no.
There's a few sports.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on a minute. See, I can't get it because everyone is clogging the instant feedback with online problems.
Oh, great.
Just clogging it. But he called, I don't know. I think it was the MLB Network. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think it is. Something like that, right?
On radio? In New York?
Yeah.
And he had a rambling call about Gary Carter that went nowhere, and the host didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do.
That's hilarious.
And if someone could find this fucking call,
it was on
I
the-
would greatly appreciate
It was on the
it.
Fan or it was on?
I don't know. I thought someone said MLB,
MLB?
Network, if that's possible.
Well, I mean, that would be television.
So maybe he called into a.
I can't YouTube Bobo.
I know, I
Too much is
know.
gonna come
But
up.
maybe.
I wanted
just
to.
happened
I wanted to
it.
get him on the phone because he was a big Gary Carter fan. I wanted.
Well, we should. Today,
I Facebooked him.
yeah.
Today we really should get Bobo on because he's a massive Mets fan. He would have a lot to say about Gary Carter's passing.
Indeed.
I called into MLB Network Radio.
It was MLB
because I felt that was the station to call and take about my memory of Gary with 2 R's Carter.
What? Wait, read that again. This is his tweet.
I called into MLB Network Radio because I felt that was the station to call and take about my memory of Gary 2 R's Carter.
I need to hear that. I really want to hear that.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, my God.
All right.
I think they're on Sirius, right?
I tweeted Gary Carter's last hit.
Yeah.
Did you see that? His last hit in the majors?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was for the Expos, obviously.
Oh, yes, the Expos. Very important that he was with the Expos.
This one bums me out a little more than fucking Whitney Houston, I got to tell you.
Gary Carter was a good guy.
This one bums me out a bit more.
Yeah. Good guy.
This is one of those not fair situations. You know?
Yeah. And when I was a pool dude, I'll say it again, I installed his in-the-ground pool at his house when I was working for a pool company.
Yeah.
Yeah, up there in some hoity-toity area of Nassau County. Oh, well, that's right. Little did I know.
You would live there.
Ah.
How weird is that?
It's very weird. I was filthy digging holes and fucking gunite all over me. And it was Gary Carter. And Gary Carter came out and he was like, hey, hi, guys. Hey. And I'm like, holy shit, this is the fucking guy.
No one really had a bad thing to say about the guy.
No.
Only the good die young, Ant. Only the good die young.
Oh, yeah. Only the good die young.
Gary Carter is in the Hall of Fame as half an Expo and half a Met.
How does that happen?
Was Travis wrong?
How does the...
Travis is saying no. He's adamantly saying no.
Wrong?
Oh, man. Vehemently denying.
All right. Speaking of Whitney, we got... this just has to stop. It really just has to stop.
Oh, man.
Every fucking day we have another story. This has to stop. 2 fucking guys. I don't even know if they do a good radio show. I don't even give a fuck if they do a good radio show. I don't give a fuck if they're the cheesiest guys on radio.
Yeah.
But this shit has to stop. It has to stop with radio. It has to stop with Twitter. It just has to stop. Has to stop with the TV hosts. You should be able to say whatever the fuck you want.
Right. It's out of control.
Especially if there's no hate behind it.
There was nothing wrong with what these 2 guys said.
Right.
Nothing wrong with it.
Someone's tweeting going, well, they should have been suspended just because of the hack, thing they said on the air. I'm like, whatever.
I'm not talking about the bit itself.
L.A. radio host suspended for Houston comments.
When you did you get like a rush of adrenaline when you read that at first on the news or Twitter? Where did you first read that? I got like this whoosh.
Twitter.
Like, what did we do?
Where did I read it? Twitter. Twitter's way ahead of the news.
Yeah.
Way the fuck ahead.
But I got this feeling like it was us.
Oh,
Like
really?
I got like, wow, what did we do?
Well,
I thought we were fucked.
Well, even when people are just dumb, because even when I tweeted a couple little things about this, people thought we got suspended. So you're right.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, will you read this?
It's John and Ken. Hey, John and Ken.
Good old John and Ken.
I don't know. I don't even know if they sound like that. They probably do. Do they have radio voices? Hey, John and Ken.
They're AM guys.
Are they AM guys?
KFI out there in L.A.
We're going in the tunnel.
They should just get rid of the AM band.
What is it worth?
Give it to the foreigners.
Stop.
Let them fool around with it.
Yeah.
There's a trend in regular radio where, sports talk is going to the FMs.
Yeah.
And you know what the real reason is for that? That
so
the
they
new
could play
generation...
their intro music and make it sound good?
Huh?
So they could play their intro music and make it sound good?
Very good. No, the trend is simple. The new generation coming up, people obviously younger than us, they never grew up with AM radio.
No.
So that's why they don't listen to sports talk, because they're like, I'm not listening to this shit.
Amplitude modulation.
They just know how bad it sounds.
It's terrible.
And they're finding if they move the sports talk to the FMs, they're getting a much younger demo.
Yeah.
Isn't that strange?
I cannot fucking deal with any type of music on AM radio. Where not listening to music on it, but whenever a commercial comes on, like I listen to 1010 Wins on the way in, get my news and shit, get my news on. And then they play a commercial, and there's music in the background. It's so high-pitchy and fucking like it's literally chalk or nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah.
It's unlistenable. I curse and hit the button to get away from it.
Well, let me ask you this. With the internet and you're downloading, we're all downloading music or podcasts or whatnot.
Whatnot.
Why hasn't AM been able to figure out how to make their signal better? That's a technical question.
I think it.
I would assume they would have tried.
I don't think it can.
You just can't, right?
I think it's what it is.
Simple. It's just what it is. You can't tweak it at all, huh?
No, it's just the nature of amplitude modulation.
I think that's why they tried that HD radio thing, but it didn't really take off.
Failed
too much,
miserably.
They needed new hardware to get the signal.
Remember that shit?
It's terrible.
So, I don't know. LA radio host, here's the story. Suspended for Houston comments. And I'll defend these guys every single fucking time.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're a hack radio team, you're cheesy. I don't care if you're black. I don't care.
Yes.
You gotta support all these guys. A Los Angeles radio station has pulled 2 popular talk radio hosts off the air for comments they made about Whitney Houston. KFI AM 640 suspended John and Ken, the hosts of the John and Ken Show.
Yeah.
For making insensitive and inappropriate comments about the late Whitney Houston. It said in a statement Thursday.
Just when I start thinking, hey, terrestrial, you do get that big audience, and that's the gateway to, I don't know, syndication stuff like the old days when we used to do that.
What are you reading my mind? I've been taking a peek going, you know what? Fuck this satellite crap. I want a big audience again.
But then
these guys can't even figure out online listening. Why am I sitting around rotting here? I'll go rot somewhere else.
But then this happens, something like this happens, and you're like, you know what? How fucking long would we be on it anyway?
Who knows?
To be honest, we'd be thrown off in fucking days.
Management does not condone, support, or tolerate statements of this kind, the station said.
Of what kind? They didn't say anything bad at all.
They were just fucking riffing about stupid Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Everyone knew that stupid Whitney Houston was a fucking mess for close to 20 years.
A disaster.
And idiots out there, there's a difference between crack hoe and crack whore.
Right.
You guys made the rules, not me.
Yep.
You throw the hoe around like you throw the N-word around with the GGA at the end. It's different than the ER, right?
Right.
Same thing with hoe and whore. Yeah. If you call someone a crack whore, you're basically saying they're having sex for crack.
Yeah.
But when you say crack hoe, you're just talking about someone that's a fucking mess.
That's a chick that, is kind of fucked up on the drugs.
So to the idiots out there that were trying to beat me up on Twitter last night, there's a big fucking difference between the two.
That's a wacky picture of those two. Oh, boy.
Anthony, you got a picture like that.
I know. What am I going to do?
When you were young and stupid.
Oh, so impressionable.
Being a child of the 80s, you didn't know any better at the time.
I didn't know any better.
But we've moved on. See, they know better. That's the problem.
Exactly.
See, you guys could pull up dumb pictures of us from the past, but we learned.
You won't find a recent one.
No, you're not going to find a guy, a middle-aged man with a bullhorn.
You won't find
it's not going to happen.
Pick like that.
According to audio posted online at urbaninformer.com, the host called the late singer a crack hoe and said she was cracked out for 20 years. That, I would say, tomorrow on regular radio. No fucking problem.
I was listening to an interview on Fox News, and they had some woman that was, and they were discussing Whitney Houston, and they said that the perception of Whitney Houston, early on in her career, up until everyone started getting news that she was doing a lot of drugs and shit, the perception of her, because of her music, was this sweet girl, and with the angelic voice. And that perception lasted quite a while. But the truth of the matter was she wasn't that person. Mm-hmm. She was a very troubled person, dealt with a lot of anxiety issues and shit like that, and was doing drugs. Was doing drugs for fucking years. Doing drugs
before Bobby Brown had started to come out.
Yes,
because a lot of people like to blame Bobby Brown. I think Bobby Brown put in overdrive.
Yeah,
he said, "Let's see what this shit can do."
Yeah, he hit the gas on that one.
But she was already riding this shit.
Yeah, so to call her out and for these jocks to say that,
You could say cracked out for 20 years, and you could absolutely say crack hoe.
Crack hoe, you can
hoe
say
is absolutely different than whore if you really want to get into it.
It's not racist. It's not fucking. It's the truth.
Is this too close to?
Problem?
Is this too close to nappy-headed hoe, and that's why the management over there got panicky?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Well, they at least didn't.
Grandma hair Don Imus got in trouble for that, and
me and Aunt,
that's grandma hair.
You got to go to Fox Business. Me and Aunt were laughing at Imus's hair today.
It's not looking like General Custer. Sometimes he comes in with General Custer hair, which is his, his blonde locks, straight, like General Custer. Today, he absolutely has grandma hair.
A grandma perm.
It's like when grandma goes to the parlor to get her hair done, and if you feel it, it feels like a football helmet because they put so much of that Just Wonderful hairspray in.
Does it have a blue tint to it today?
A blue tint. He's got old Grammy hair.
It has that horrible old lady blonde in it.
Yeah.
You see those old ladies that have that hint of
yellow.
Yellow.
It's like fucking yellow.
You know what I love about...
He's got Maud hair. That one all the way to the right.
God
that's
damn,
great, but
right.
look at the one that was all the way to the
right. Oh, yeah, that's Imus.
Down, down one.
Well, that one's pretty good, too, though.
Right there.
Yeah, that's Imus.
There's Imus's hair today on fucking... on Maud.
By the way, we're going to do at least 20 visual jokes today.
Yeah.
And we're going to do 20 visual jokes every single day. And maybe, just maybe, if you wish upon a star, this company will realize that it's important to our show. I got it. You don't got shit.
Use your imagination.
But it looks like Fox Business told Imus not to wear the cowboy hat anymore.
Is that what happened?
He's been going sans.
You know, Don, it pretty much alienates
sans cowboy hat.
The portion of the audience.
Yeah.
That isn't a cowboy.
Mm-hmm. All right, so these guys out there in L.A. should have said this, right?
Yes.
Let's see. John said in a statement, he's John from John and Ken, obviously, said that he and Ken used language that was inappropriate, and they sincerely apologize to their listeners and to Houston's family. Fake apology to save their jobs.
Fake apology.
And we've been there, so we're not even mocking that. You know, they don't mean that whatsoever. That's why all this is horseshit. Because then the people that are offended go, oh, they apologize. No, why don't you take it a little further and realize they're doing a fake apology?
It's insincere.
The whole thing is bullshit.
They're saving their jobs, you know.
We made a mistake, and we accept the station's decision. The host who broadcasts the show weekday afternoons will return. So I think this is a Clear Channel station. I guess they panicked.
The lawyers wrote that, by the way. Clear Channel lawyers wrote that statement.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't even say that. They just read it.
Next time we get in trouble, I want to write my own fucking apology statement.
That'd be great.
And it's going to probably be 30 minutes long.
Yeah.
At least. Not some dumb, quick, short statement, and then you have to hear us angrily fucking crumple up the paper and throw it in the garbage.
Yes.
I'm not doing that shit anymore. So they're back on Monday. John and Ken often rail against taxes and illegal immigration.
Oh.
The National Hispanic Media Coalition, stop at the coalition.
Love a good coalition.
Said last year that it targeted the show's advertisers to urge them to stop backing the program. And, of course, it's Clear Channel's problem if they're listening to this coalition.
Coalition.
A temporary suspension is not enough, Alex Nogales, president and CEO of NHMC, said in a statement. How many times did John and Ken get to spew their hate, apologize, and then do it again after taking off a long weekend? KFI must permanently remove John and Ken from the air. Los Angeles deserves better. Shut the fuck up, Alex Nogales.
Does it deserve better? Is it bad? Why should they be silenced?
Right.
Boy, you just can't even say shit anymore. It's amazing.
You know, this got people talking on Twitter last night, and everyone says the same thing. They just don't listen to regular radio anymore because it's just robotic. You know you're not going to hear anyone's real opinion about anything.
It's frightening.
Boy, sometimes you might say something a little edgy and a little crazy.
Off the cuff. Something, that you might hear your friends actually say, and you might hear actual human beings say.
Right.
But no, they don't want that on radio. God forbid.
Why do we all want just really just boring fucking entertainment? This affects everybody. It even affects Alex Nogales, whatever he enjoys. Guess what? That's going to be watered down, too, if we continue down this road.
Oh, yeah.
You want to hear the John and Ken thing?
I certainly do.
We got the audio here.
I know. Cocaine, though, she didn't deny. Yeah. All right. So she's cracked out for 20 years. And
that is such a casual, so she's cracked out for 20 years.
So she's cracked out for 20 years. Yeah, okay. What's wrong with that?
What is wrong with that?
Nothing.
What is the problem? You're basically telling people she used to do crack?
I don't know what the problem is. There's no problem.
We've all said cracked out.
Of course.
Heard about how obnoxious she was at these parties, and she's doing handstands, and she's babbling like an idiot and running around. And
wet hair.
Yeah, she's a mess.
Mismatched clothes.
Yeah, it's bag lady time. Now, she's been doing this for 20 years. Blew through her money, ruined her voice.
I heard she blew through $100 million.
Oh yeah, she was for practical purposes broke. I'm sure there's always royalty money coming in, but
crack would have been cheaper.
So, how much of a pain in the ass do you think she was? Can you imagine you're Clive Davis, and she hasn't had her head screwed on right for 20 years, and at some point you're just sick of it all, and so is everybody else in the industry, all her friends and hangers-on, and just everybody who knew her had to deal with it. It's like, oh, Jesus.
But you wait to put the tuxedo on.
Here comes the crack hoe again. What's she going to do? Oh, look at that. She's doing handstands next to the pool. Very good, crack hoe. Nice. What? After a while, everybody's exhausted. And then you find out she's dead. It's like, really? Took this long?
I see absolutely nothing wrong with what they just did.
That was a very accurate depiction of what happened.
And it wasn't even cheesy, to be honest with you.
It wasn't cheesy.
It was just a good discussion about the situation.
Pretty good discussion. Yeah, the guy had the situation down right there in normal, this is the way people talk language.
Right. I'd get rid of that stupid hole, but besides that, it was a fine little break on Whitney Houston and what a loser she became for the last 20 years.
Hearing the brakes come on, like right when she fucking... And, Whitney Houston, she's around the pool when, jam on the brakes.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Why would these radio guys just accept the whole? They tried over the years. We said no.
No.
Remember?
I know.
They want to bounce that shit out. We're like, no, thank you.
Better enough having Dr. Gay come in here every so often.
It's the closest we'll get, right?
Exactly.
So, this is pretty much a non-story that's getting a lot of heat. Yeah. Sorry, Alex Nogales. You're not going to get your wish. They're not going to take these guys off the air. You asshole.
But
that's right. I'm calling you an asshole.
Do you think, what if the pressure continues when they return to their gig on Monday?
Let's think this over. Nah.
No?
Nah, because in the end, it wasn't that outrageous.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, I don't see a big outcry.
Nah.
Calling for their firing.
You know what? And, they got some publicity. I didn't know these guys until today.
Yeah,
so.
see? Look at that.
So, in a way, Alex isn't wrong when you suspend somebody. When me and Ant used to get suspended, and it's been way too long at this point.
Thank God.
We weren't bummed out. We're like, wait, you're giving us Friday?
Oh, you're
giving us Friday off?
As long as we weren't fired, right. I was like, nice. Yeah.
So, that's the only thing I agree with this dumb Alex Nogales. Yeah, you're right.
And every suspension we've ever had,
as long as you knew you were coming back, you didn't care.
And we never had an unpaid suspension.
All right.
Oh, please. It's ancient history now.
We were supposed to not get paid, remember?
Oh, I remember.
Bruce Mittman? Boys, we got to sit you out a few days. Let the heat come.
Yeah.
Boys. We're telling the press that we're not paying you, but of course you'll be getting your paychecks.
Even the homeless Charlie thing, we got paid for that motherfucker.
Yep. Whole, what was it, a month?
Yeah. And they
weren't
spun
taking
it
my
that
fucking money.
Yeah, they spun it that we weren't getting paid for that one. We got paid.
Yeah, we did. So he's right. Because a suspension means, oh, wait, you're not firing me?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go play golf for a few days.
Cool. Unless it's a suspension pending the investigation. That's bad. Because that means fired, so fired.
Of course.
Yeah.
But if they're saying, no, don't worry, we're going to have you back on Monday or in a week.
Then you pat each other on the back. You trade the phone calls. Yeah. Hey, man, did you see the news? And you start trading like fucking, hey, did you see that one?
Yeah.
Checking your Google alerts.
Think about it. This is what the company does. They take you off the air. You're getting a shitload of press because everyone's talking about it.
Yeah.
and they continue to pay you.
Yep.
And you get to do whatever the fuck you want.
Now you're off.
As this press is building.
Paid vacation, you come back to a lot of hoopla.
So, Alex Nogales, you're right, but tough shit. These guys will not be pulled from the airwaves. I guarantee it.
No.
This is a guarantee.
And they shouldn't be.
But, Clear Channel should just, not suspend them at all.
No. It's ridiculous.
Can we throw this shit away?
Yeah, put that in the shit.
Done with that.
There we go.
What happened to Bobo? He can't wait around. He's a big star now.
He was waiting all this time until you turned around and then he hung up.
That was it, right?
Yeah. We'll get him back on. Hold on.
Mr. Baloodigans was needed some food.
We got We got a black guy. Just I guess because it's important to the discussion. That's why. That's when I say this shit. Adrian in Brooklyn. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I was just calling to say, man, from African American perspective, man, calling Whitney Houston a crackhead, that's no big deal, man. But more to the point, though, Anthony, how long you been sucking cock for?
Let me think.
Black or white?
Ooh.
Obviously black.
You got a little.
That's why you hate black so much. You sound like a scorned black chick. That's why I'm saying why you hate black.
Really? I sound like a scorned black chick? Oh, yeah. Does that mean I get to emasculate you? Like black women do to black men? I get to emasculate you?
No.
Oh, what's the matter? What?
No, we dog them.
Oh, do ya? Do ya? Really? Do ya? Why don't you find yourself a fat-ass white woman and be the man in your neighborhood in Brooklyn?
Fat-ass white woman.
Yeah, go ahead. Find some big fat-ass bleach blonde white woman to go put on your arm as the prize in the community. The prize.
With Heidi Klum.
They the ones with white woman vagina juice all over their face.
The whole spiel. Okay, go through it.
What's wrong? What?
Go through it.
What's the matter? You don't like when I blurt the truth out? Is that a problem with you? It's not politically correct enough? You don't like looking in the mirror? What's the matter? Was it my tweet about First 48 being 98% black murders last night? Was that it? What got you? What got you? Dude, I'm trying to have a discussion with you. What got you?
But you didn't answer my question, though.
I've never sucked a cock. Okay, I'll answer. I've never sucked cock, black or white. There, the answer. Now you answer me. What got you?
What did he do to you?
What got you?
What did he do to you?
No one did anything to me. What got you?
What did he do to you?
I'm answering you.
Fucking cunt.
I'm answering you. What racist thing did I say that got to you, sir?
What racist thing?
Yeah, what racist thing did I say that got to you?
What racist thing? Let me count the ways.
Well, how about one? Give me one.
What racist thing?
Yeah.
What do you mean, what racist thing?
You're the one that says, I hate black people.
You do hate
I'm racist. Name something I said that got to you that I won't be able to. Okay.
That crime disproportionately happens in the black community.
And it does. Thank you.
No.
Yes, it does.
You dropped out of high school. Let me explain general math to you. There's
okay.
160, 170 million white people in America. There's
right.
30 to 40 million black people.
Okay.
So if 2 million black people commit a crime and 6 million white people commit a crime, disproportionately, the percentage is higher in the black community, but it doesn't mean that more black people are committing crimes.
I never said more black people. Yes, the number. No, it's a disproportionate. When I say disproportionate, it means percentage-wise, you dumb motherfucker.
Right, but it doesn't mean that more. No.
I didn't say more black people commit crimes than white people. I said percentage-wise, based on the percentage of population.
More white people are committing more crimes, though.
Of course, yes, I agree.
You say that.
I agree. But why then is 50% of the prison population black when only 10 to 12% of the population is black in the country?
Because the scales of justice are not equal.
Ah, so they're not really doing the crimes?
Because the scales of justice are not equal?
Why is the homicide rate...
because the scales of justice are not equal?
Really?
The scales of justice are not blind?
Really? The black president and the scales of justice aren't...
The justice system didn't elect Obama, you dummy.
No, what I'm saying is your argument sucks dick. Your argument sucks. You know, you sit there, blame the white man, fucking hang all your shit on racism and whitey, and get nowhere. Stay in Crooklyn, motherfucker. Yeah, good job.
First black cock.
Oh, here he goes again with the black cock. I said I haven't sucked any cock, white or black. I answer your questions. You don't answer mine. You're a fucking joke. You're a joke, motherfucker. You're a burden. You're a burden to your fucking people. You're a burden. Keep blaming white people. Keep blaming white people. Keep blaming white people and the criminal justice system. Take no responsibility. Take no responsibility for the fact that there's a problem in your community that needs to be addressed.
When did you suck your first black cock?
I never sucked black or white cock, sir. How many times do I have to tell you?
What about Asian?
How many times?
Asian. Okay, yeah, thanks, Opie. Asian.
Oh,
what about Asian? You didn't mention Asian.
Well, let me tell you about the one time I was at Hong Kong Gardens.
We believe you with the black and the white, but what about the Asian?
Suck cock. I just called to tell you, man, proportionally, percentage-wise, disproportionate numbers, percentage-wise, don't mean that blacks commit more crimes, man. That was the whole point of my call, man. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
The man did not understand anything I said about disproportionate. Disproportionate means proportional. That's the whole
saying. It doesn't mean
Oh, Christ. Oh, Jesus. But no, dude, you're not understanding me. You're not understanding me. I never said more black people commit crimes more than white people. No,
Adrian.
I didn't. The numbers don't figure. I would never say that.
No, I want you to listen, so maybe you guys could work this out. That's all.
I would never.
Maybe you can work this shit out.
I would never say that because it's not true, and I know that.
Okay, cool.
I know that. But I said percentage-wise. When you have a 50%...
Motherfucker won't let Opie speak.
No,
he wants me to talk.
Yeah, I wanted Ant just to explain what he said, and then maybe you guys could, work this shit out a little bit.
No, I know the percentages are disproportionate.
That's what I said.
That's what Ant's trying to claim he said, sir.
I've always said that.
Doesn't mean that more blacks are committing more crimes.
I've never said that, motherfucker. I've never said that.
Adrian, you got Anthony saying he never said that. That's a pretty good thing, okay?
Thanks, Opie and Anthony. Thanks, Opie.
All right.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
You got him to say that, to explain himself.
Good. Great.
Sometimes you got to listen.
Good.
Oh boy, a lot of people want to talk to the. No, we can't allow that. I'm sorry. No, we can't. No.
That was fucking ponderous.
Was it?
Yeah. I love when people call me out for being a racist. You know, we all have lots of fun jokes around here and everything. Right. But the truth of the matter is, I don't fucking blurt anything out that isn't backed up with facts and figures. Just stop already. You don't like what I'm fucking saying? Look it up, do some research, and see if it's the truth or not.
Are your
assholes?
Are your facts skewed a little bit, though?
No, they're not.
Okay.
People don't want to hear them, and it's not politically correct to blurt them out. But fuck, man.
All right, we're gonna break, and when we get back, Bobo is gonna talk about Gary Carter because he's a massive fucking Mets fan. It's a tough day for Bobo.
And then we get a moronic white guy on the phone. See? We're fair and balanced.
We are fair and balanced. Way more than fucking Fox News.
Well, speaking of that, I'm on Red Eye this evening, so tune in. Me and Joe DeRosa.
Damn, that's good.
I know. It'd be fun.
I've said no to those guys. Maybe I should say
You should go on. It's a pisser. It's a genuine pisser.
That's like getting an iPhone. I'm not going to do it.
Oh.
I'm not going to do it. Hey, can I make a plea to the Twitterverse, I guess it's called? Please stop sending me the Michael Jordan, Jeremy Lin picture.
Oh, God.
Please, I beg you. Please. And whoever came up with it, very clever, and I really laughed my balls off. Basically, I forgot the caption, but it's Michael Jordan pulling away his Jeremy Lin mask to say, gotcha. What?
I saw gotcha niggas.
Gotcha niggas.
Is that it? Yeah.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah, it's
but I've gotten it probably 100 times.
Yeah.
Please, I've seen it. Please, I beg you.
There are so many things they just think they're the first people that are showing this to you.
Well, you get excited, and I understand that. But,
yeah.
But I've seen it by now.
Yes, E-Rock?
I know you probably ignore these, but once in a while I reverse check your feeds. Oh. Do you know how many times you get that video of the guy in the O&A shirt on the tractor pulling the carts with beer?
Dude.
Yeah.
Did you see this fan?
Dude, I got that so many fucking times.
And we've talked about the guy on the show. It turns out the guy is a comic. He's a huge fan of the show, and it's a setup. He admitted it.
Yeah.
He does these things from time to time, and they look pretty real.
Yeah.
But it's not a real video, and the guy admitted to it to me. He wants to come on the show, matter of fact. Supposedly he has a few of them that are, have gone viral over the years.
Oh, God.
And it's hilarious. It's still really funny, but we've gotten that video, too.
Yes. Yeah, we've gotten it. Thank you very
much. We have
much.
talked about it on our show.
Thank you very much.
I haven't heard from that guy in a while, so maybe us talking about him today, he'll get a hold of me again, because I don't even know how to get a hold of him. Ready to eat?
Yeah!
I don't know. I want to talk about Romney a little bit. I know he worries you. I know he worries you.
Oh, yeah. He's an. I was saying he's an alien.
And to allow Santorum to be this close and in some polls ahead, shows that Romney's got big fucking problems to deal with. Because how do you get a Santorum this close to you?
It's crazy, man. Yeah, we could discuss.
And and it's an old clip, but I want to discuss because it came up again.
Yeah.
Romney talking about how he's a funny guy. His family members and his wife thinks he's a funny guy, and he enjoys comedy.
Of course he does.
So then I think it was Wolf Blitzer asked him who he likes in comedy, and his answer just says a lot, too.
These politicians, first of all, they can never think on their feet. Boy, when they're asked a question about their own real personality. Ask them about their policies and stuff. Well, I believe, and they go to political speech,
right,
where it's like blah 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 blah. Their fucking company line. Ask them about anything in their personal life. Favorite baseball team. What do you like to do on a weekend? Comedians, comedy. What type? They
Movies,
lose
whatever.
their fucking minds. They're deer in headlights. They can't be sincere for a second and just honestly tell you how they feel about something.
Because they're scared. Their answer might make people go, wait, that means you're more of a liberal than I thought.
It's going to alienate.
Or that means you're this. Yeah.
Oh, liberal or conservative, that would even be something they might want to go, that's why I'm not answering it.
Right.
But they're worried like, we can't have this baseball team's fans not vote for me.
Oh, yeah, true.
Or it's like, people might not like that type of movie.
I ask you this, how pathetic do you have to be a politician? Where you have to, give these weird answers that no one gets pissed off about, and you never express your real opinion on anything.
It's just all vagueness.
We go back to Hillary Clinton, remember? All of a sudden she was a Yankees fan, but then she was wearing the Cubs hat. And I think at one point she was wearing a Mets hat because the Mets and the Yankees were in the World Series. It's like, just pick a fucking team, you idiot.
She didn't want to alienate anybody, that's for sure.
That's I think that is pathetic. I think that's a pathetic way to go through life, especially public office.
Yeah.
Pathetic. You need to be a politician that bad?
Yes, they do.
You can't answer basic questions?
Oh, there
you go.
Is.
Yankee hat and a Cubs hat. Split screen. And I know she went Mets for a minute there, too. Is that the Mets hat?
No, that's her
okay.
Cubs hat.
That was still the Cubs hat from a distance.
She's a fucking mess, too. God damn. I saw her with everything that's going on. Remember our Secretary of States that we've had in the past? Whenever there was crises in the world, you always saw them in the news. Like America always took kind of this leadership role in, and I don't mean, world police or going out bombing shit or anything, but just a leadership role in negotiations and talking and, diplomacy, foreign diplomacy. Kissinger is a prime example. That guy was all over the place doing shit. Hillary was at what was it? Don't cut off women's clit fucking shit yesterday.
I don't know.
She was at a meeting of people that don't want women's clits cut off in various countries.
That's not a joke?
No, for real.
That's where she was.
That's where she was. And meanwhile, the Middle East is ready to explode with Syria and fucking Iran. Israel's ready to bomb them. Egypt's holding American hostages and still getting billions of dollars in aid from us. And she's at some fucking please don't chop off African clit meetings.
Because that's easy.
Right.
Politicians always take the easy way out. They go after the soft targets always. The famous, we'll say it again, the violent video game bullshit instead of real issues that affect, their constituents.
She is an invisible Secretary of State. She's fucking invisible.
I like her with the long hair, though.
Yeah, are you digging that?
Oh, yeah.
Gruesome.
People, man.
She is gruesome.
What do you think? Iran's going to fucking cause some major issues, huh? Holy fuck. That's going down.
I'm really seeing Israel bombing them.
Yeah, that's going down.
And that's going to cause some major shit.
That's going fucking down.
Yeah, Israel will be dropping some bombs on Iran. And if you don't think we're going to be involved in some way, shape, or form, you don't think a few of our AWACS are going to be high above that fucking scene.
We gots to.
Yeah.
We gots to.
That shit is going to happen sooner than later, I believe.
Thank God we got Obama, because he could deal with foreign affairs, right?
Oh,
Ed?
yeah, he's going to be great. He's going to be bowing left, bowing right, bowing behind him. What do I do? What do I...
He's done all right on that front.
Nah. Well, you can send in a predator strike on somebody. He's good at that. I like that.
All right. We got anything cool to play to break? So
yes, we do.
What do you got?
It's a little, based on that caller, a little bowling for behave.
Ah, one of my favorites.
We got another black guy that wants that ant, too.
Oh, really?
Ooh. You want to rest, or you want to go for round 2?
I don't mind.
Right now?
Yeah, pop on. We'll do a quickie.
Oh, boy.
We'll do a quick. I'm not going to, I've already gave my point. I'm not going to do it again. I just want to hear from this.
Hey, Craig. What's up, buddy? Brooklyn.
Hey, what's up? Hey, guys.
What's up?
I've been listening to you since I've been in high school.
How old are you now? How old are you now?
I'm 27.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you guys
I was hoping
old.
21.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, you guys are old.
Yeah.
So, I've been listening since I'm a kid, and Anthony's racism has been like, it used to be cute and funny, but now it's to the point where it's just like, Jesus, David Duke, take it easy. But I want to give Anthony a little quick history lesson.
All right.
So you remember when black people were slaves for the past 400 years and we weren't allowed education?
For the past 400 years? Really? Up until today? What happened?
Well, not
past 400 years. Don't make it sound like it was fucking like from 400 years ago until yesterday, okay?
Well, Anthony, you do realize my great-great-grandfather was a slave, so that's not that far.
But he died a businessman.
Yeah, no, he died a slave.
Okay.
But, slavery is not that long ago. I mean, let's face it, what was the civil rights movement about? It was because white people refused to give black people their rights, and we were going to tear the country apart.
Right.
So we like to pretend that racism is not this real thing, but, Europeans have had their foot up our asses, forever.
Yeah.
We weren't allowed anything, so, all right, and then when they freed the slaves, they didn't really free us, they let us loose. They said, okay, we're not going to make you work for us for free, but you can work for us, but if you want to keep your place on the plantation. So they didn't beat us, but we still had to work there. We weren't allowed education. We weren't allowed rights, really, up until, 1965.
Was this yesterday, too?
So, Anthony, you should pick up a history book, my friend. I don't think you.
You don't think I know the history of the United States and slavery? You don't think I know that? I knew everything you just told me. I knew. What I'm saying is things have changed drastically. What's the problem? How does slavery affect you right now?
Slavery. You know why? Do you know why so many black people commit crimes? It's because it's the lasting effects of slavery. If they're
is it?
They weren't allowed rights to education.
Is it? So there's no. Hold on. I let you speak for quite a while there. Okay. So there's no concept in the black community of right and wrong because of slavery. Is that what I'm led to believe?
No, I didn't say that.
From what you said. Well, what are you saying then? That slavery, the long-lasting effects of slavery, have made it so that blacks today commit a disproportionate amount of crime, so they have no concept of right and wrong.
It's because this whole concept of just being a person is very brand new to a lot of black people. And you have to understand, just like Chris Rock said, you have black people and you have niggers, and it's niggers that are running around doing all the problems. Black people, I'm black. I have a job. I don't have kids. I don't have any illegitimate kids, I should say.
Right.
I take care of my business. So the problem is with niggers, and trust me, as a black person, I would really like to educate niggers, but it's hard. They don't want to learn.
Well, that's all I want.
Well,
we want the same thing.
You should make the distinction.
We want the same. I do make the distinction. How many times have I said on these very airwaves the words of the great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King? I judge people by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. And a lot of times that content stinks. Yeah. And when I judge them on the content of their character, the effect of that is people thinking I'm basing it on the color of skin. No. Wrongo. People got to step up.
Will you admit there are a lot of black people doing the right thing out there? Working hard, raising their families?
Fuck yes. Of course. I see them in commercials every day. Wonderful black people teaching white people about insurance and headache fucking pills and fucking Gerber Life things and fucking alarm companies. It's amazing. There's plenty of great black people out there.
What about the black couple where the black guy was able to afford that nice restaurant when he's checking his sports scores?
I like that, too.
See?
I like the fact that
that wasn't a chicken shack.
That a black guy sees a white guy trimming his hedges and asks him what his number is for retirement, and the white guy pretty much just looks like a stark raving lunatic. Yet the black guy knows exactly what his future is going to be.
There you go.
There are plenty of great black people out there. And like I said, the content of character is what is important to me, not the color of skin. Those are the words of the great Dr. Reverend.
I'm going to go smoke a blunt. You guys have been great.
I love this guy. All right, man. Thanks.
I thought you were getting arrested. You all right, Craig?
He's
I think he had to go
stop
quick
and frisk. It's a stop and frisk going on.
We got Bobo standing by. The great Bobo, the Mets fan.
Yeah.
Wants to talk about Gary Carter. I can't wait for that.
Oh, boy.
But first, this, I guess.
Gun crime, things like this, gang-related violence, it's going to be minorities. Black on white crime. LA gangs just wiping each other out. Black on black crime. Black on white crime. Fucking behave. How about you do that? Make a movie called Rolling for Behave. Tell them to behave. I want to see you make a movie called Rolling for Behave. Rolling for Behave. Tell them to behave. I want to see you make a movie called Rolling for Behave. Rolling for Behave. Tell them to behave. I want to see you make a movie called Rolling for Behave. Rolling for Behave. Tell them to behave. I want to see you make a movie called Rolling for Behave.
The Opie and Anthony channel.
What's that?
On Sirius XM.
You don't fuck a bitch who thinks she can be number one. I cheat on my girl, it's with fat bitches that know what my girl look like and go, number two's good, even number three. I've been saying, look, I'm a decent motherfucker. Just because I want some side pussy, just because I want other pussy as opposed to yours, doesn't make me evil. Dudes want side pussy. You're never gonna meet a girl whose hymen ain't broken. You know what I'm saying? That set of pussy smell like mini burgers.
Ooh, your girl looks better than me. I got no self-esteem. Your side pussy.
Damn, you got some nice titties.
Ooh, to put it simply, I'm cool with number 3. Your side pussy.
Don't be such a pussy. Go get some side. What women do have to understand is that we look. That's a part of our soul. We don't bleed every month. We don't fucking sit down to pee. We don't pop babies out. The one thing that we suffer with is when we're committed, and women should understand what commitment is. It's a commitment to us, not commitment to them. It's a commitment that I can be not a piece of shit one day in my life. That it doesn't solve the problem of strange twat everywhere. One side pussy. We don't have the tools to fight young, delicious women that say, Patrice, I want to fuck you bad. First of all, any bitch who doesn't want her asshole licked is an asshole. Side pussy. Side. Don't be such a pussy. Go get some side.
Ooh, take it from me. My ass is a guarantee. Your side pussy.
You hear how delicious that sounded?
Ooh, I'll be your fucky. I'm not too hard to please. Your side pussy.
Don't be such a pussy. Go get some side. That's how Harlem got hooked on heroin in the 20s. They give you the uncut dope, and then soon as you go, they go, got you punk motherfucker. That's what they do, and it's not their fault. It's not malicious. It's just nature. That's what they do. They can't help it. Nigga, what are you talking about? Dudes want side pussy.
Ooh, won't tell anyone that we get our fuck on twice a week. Your side pussy.
Hey, can I lick your asshole?
Ooh, your girl looks better than me, but I'm more nasty. Your side pussy.
That's what I say to the milkman, nigga.
Ooh, I wanna fuck you bad, Patrice. How you gonna say no to me? Your side pussy.
Don't be such a pussy. Go get some side.
Sirius XM. Yeah, this is the Opie and Anthony Show. Getting topical. Hold up, wait a minute. With the Sex Man.
Good morning, sexy.
Good morning.
I assume you're playing this because Gary Carter died.
And someone's impatiently waiting on hold.
Why impatiently?
Well, I was on hold, and then he hung up, and then we got him back on. He's like, when are they coming to me? This is depressing.
All right, let's go to Bobo. He's our expert today. Management wants more experts on our show, so here you go. A true Mets expert.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Mets
the one,
expert.
the only Bobo. Bobo, I want to apologize for making you wait so long.
All right, that's okay, but
Are you going to accept my apology? I feel bad about it. You waited about a half hour there, and
I accept your.
You sure? I don't want any problems between me and you.
I'm sure.
Yeah, all right, we're going to get past this because I think you were on hold for at least a half hour. That's not good, considering you're a Mets expert.
Right. Well, what I was going to say is that I met Gary Carter when I was 4 years old.
Really?
I have a picture. You've never seen it?
Oh, that's the famous picture?
Oh, that's, that picture.
Let me think if I remember anything from 4 years old. Nope.
Was that,
How do you remember this?
I have little bits and pieces of memory of it. I don't know why, but I got memories of 4 years old.
What did Gary Carter do to you?
Not a lot. No, I met him on the field. I got to take a picture with him on the field that day when I was just 4 years old.
Yeah.
How do you remember this shit, but you can't tie your own shoes? I don't understand how that brain works sometimes.
Did he hit you with a bat?
My own shoes.
Look at little Bobo. Oh, my God. Gary Carter's holding you.
We're looking at the picture, the young and vibrant Gary Carter. What year was this?
This was taken approximately 1986, the summer.
It was the year the Mets won the whole thing, huh?
Wow.
Yep, that picture was taken that summer. It was one of two games I went to that year. The other game I went to was Game 6, the World Series.
You were at Game 6?
Yep, I was there. Me and my mom went to that game.
What a waste of a seat, stupid 4-year-old.
I know.
What do you remember?
Yeah.
Well, congrats, Bobo. You gave Gary Carter brain cancer.
Bobo, we're looking back at the life and career of Gary Carter, and as the Mets expert, what else you got on this?
Yeah.
Well, I could tell you, I remember he was very friendly. As a matter of fact, I knew him a few times when he played during his years with the Mets.
Bobo, I'm taking you off air for a second. I got to talk to you.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got to take you off the air.
Yeah.
All right, Bobo, Bobo, we're off the air for a second, okay? You're the Mets expert today. You got to get very emotional. We were counting on you just being very emotional and over the top, and possibly even if you could fake the tears thing, that'd be really good for the show today, okay? All right? Bobo. Bobo.
Bobo.
Bobo.
He hung up.
Bobo. What the? fuck?
Oh, my God.
He's called back.
What did he... Wait.
Hold on. Bobo.
Yeah, sorry about that. There was a little problem with my phone.
All right.
What was the problem?
Wait, Bobo, we're not on the air. Did you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, I didn't get to hear what you were saying because of the phone problem.
Listen, I took you off the air for a second, okay? Because we're counting on you as the Mets expert today. You know a lot about Gary Carter, but we needed you to get very emotional about this. And if possible, if you could like fake some tears, it would really help the show today. You think you could do that for us?
I guess I could try. I was crying a bit yesterday.
All right, because
tears kind of right out.
All right, we're going to put you back on the air, okay? And really go over the top, get emotional, and possibly tears would be great, okay?
All right. All right. I'm still here.
All right, so we got Bobo on the phone. Bobo!
This is a sad day.
Sad, huh?
Yeah, it's sad.
Why don't you tell us some of your memories of Gary Carter?
My favorite baseball player of all time. When I was just a player I met, it was part of the oldest memory I have of going to a baseball game.
You sound very upset, Bobo. You all right?
Yeah, it's upsetting.
Yeah.
It is upsetting. I lost Gary Carter had died when I was 4 years old. I met him on the field.
Bobo, where were you when you heard the news that Gary Carter passed?
Oh, good question. Yeah.
I had just got home from walking the dogs.
Mr. Maloonigans?
Rosie and Mr. Maloonigan.
Ah.
They got two dogs.
God,
right.
God, Danny just nailed it. If your DNA was just slightly different, you would have been on Roseanne.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, life sucks.
Yeah, what happened?
You look like the little kid from Roseanne.
But what happened was I had just got...
talk about what you want.
I just got home and it was my mother had turned the TV to SNY and had told me what happened.
Yeah. You think it's straight lines, huh?
Yeah.
Most of us like to weave a little bit. You're all about that A to B shit.
It's hard to really...
You're all about that B line. You know, bees, that's all they think.
He has no peripheral vision.
Nothing.
They said, yeah, I know. When they looked at me, how young I looked. That was I still had... I think that was maybe after one of the surgeries I had. That photo.
Still had most of your penis.
You sound pretty broken up about this, though, Bobo.
Yeah, you really do. It sounds
okay?
It sounds like you might be crying right now as you talk to us.
You all right?
Well, somewhat okay.
Somewhat okay.
Well, I lost a piece of my childhood.
Oh.
That happened with his brother.
Did he say what? You lost a piece of your childhood a long time ago. And I wouldn't think I think it's more than a piece, a big chunk. So what are you going to do to honor Gary Carter today?
Just going to leave some flowers in front of the old home run apple that's in front of Citi Field.
You're going to make a trip to Citi Field to lay some flowers down in honor of Gary Carter?
Yeah. That's the most I could do.
All right, Bobo. This was terrific, man. Just to look back at Gary Carter's life and career through the eyes of Bobo, the Mets expert. Just amazing.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts? Because we got to move on.
Well, all I could say is that rest in peace, Gary Carter, and I'll see you.
I'll see you.
It's going to be sad realizing that someone I actually, one of the first players I knew by name is gone.
Yeah. Tragic.
Yeah. One of the first players you knew by name, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Bobo. Yeah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time today. I know your time is very, very important.
All right, you have a good day, guys.
I came out of Queens, New York with one bad dick and a dream.
Holy fuck, that was not a good idea.
God.
And he wonders why it's been like 2 months since he's been on the show.
Right. But he looks like the kid from Roseanne.
He really does.
Good call, man.
Yeah.
That hand is real close.
Huh?
Oh, man, Gary Carter's hand is like right on that fucked up dick.
The pinky, really low.
Pinky.
What was Gary Carter doing that day?
Oh, God.
Pinky extremely close
That
to
ain't right.
4-year-old Bobo's Opie.
He was given a sign.
He's giving a sign.
That's right, he was.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Wow, he just sucks the fucking energy out of
He
everyone.
just
Holy
is
fuck.
worthless. He is a worthless thing.
Jesus. Sorry about that. I gotta apologize.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. They didn't mean
Well,
one pudding head remembers another.
Right. We're going to get this back, though. We're going to be back on track in a minute here.
Just wanted to help the show.
Locally, this is how they reported the news about Gary Carter's passing. They might have got something wrong here. Listen closely.
Recent years, and his friends and family also call him a great family man. He will, of course, be remembered as one of the elite pitchers in baseball history. Reporting live in Midtown, Adrian Cepino. Ernie, Derry.
Adrian, thank you.
How about you idiots go, hey, no, he was a catcher?
You're not listening.
How about somebody listen to somebody on the local news?
I've seen news studios, the way they work. I've been in them.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. They don't even listen to the person that they throw it to.
Really?
No. They just look at a countdown. It comes back. They look at the floor producer. They see the, 3, 2, 1 thing, and then they go, oh, thank you. Thank you. They don't even pay attention.
That's too bad.
Oh, yeah.
She thinks Gary Carter was a great pitcher.
Great pitcher.
And then you got this guy.
Keep fucking that chicken.
He was the one that she went back to.
Ernie and Estes.
And Ernie didn't even correct her.
No. He's thinking about fucking that chicken.
Yep. All right. Mitt Romney. This guy's just terrific. He's hoping that he could take Michigan, but Santorum is nipping at his heels and possibly now leading in Michigan, right?
Yeah.
And every time fucking Mitt Romney opens his mouth, you just don't believe him anymore. He just, it seems like he wants to say shit that he thinks people want to hear.
Right. That's what he's all about. It's just, I don't see not an ounce of sincerity in anything he says. He doesn't come off like a sincere person that's really talking. It's like some pre-programmed thing.
He's talking about Michigan this morning or yesterday, and he's like, "Yeah, I love the Great Lakes. I just love them.
I love the Great Lakes. The trees are the perfect height."
Yeah.
What? What does that mean?
And he's trying to convince people that he's a gearhead and he really knows about the car industry.
Oh.
And he goes, "You show me just a part of a car, I'll tell you exactly what kind of car it is."
What car?
Except for the Japanese ones. That has thrown me off a little bit.
He just does not come across as compelling, as fun, as a real person. It's all that political attitude, very stiff.
I think he's very uncomfortable in his own skin, too.
Yeah.
Because I think he's just trying to portray something that he's not, I guess.
Yeah,
Which is no surprise, because all the politicians do this shit.
But he's bad at it.
He's bad, right?
He doesn't seem very good at trying to even look sincere or anything.
He's extremely uncomfortable. If he didn't have all that money behind him, man, I think he would have been dead in the water a long time ago.
Yeah, well,
the money is obviously propping him up to this point. You can't allow Santorum, this is my dumb 2 cents, to get as close as he's getting to you. First of all, the guy's extremely green, and he's a lunatic. Some of the things that guy thinks.
I have my way of rationalizing this now.
Yeah?
I've rationalized it.
Because you know Obama's going to be reelected.
It's certainly kind of looks
it's
that
killing
way.
you, I understand, but it's going to happen.
At this point, I would rather have, if Obama gets elected, a Republican House and Senate.
Right.
Because, then Obama really can't pull any shenanigans. And I think I'd rather have that than a Republican president and a Democratic House and Senate. So if we could at least take that and have Obama in charge, in the White House, then it wouldn't be all that bad. So hopefully it goes that way.
Right.
But, man, this guy is just a stiff.
And someone's going, well, Catherine in Queens, Romney's father was the governor of Michigan. I understand that, but at this point, Romney is claiming, I think, 5 states that he grew up in. Where did he grow up?
Where did you grow up, sir?
He grew up in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Florida, and Michigan, I believe.
Yeah.
Catherine, what do you got?
Oh, that's all I've got. I didn't think that you guys knew that because you were saying that
He doesn't seem to know much about Michigan, but
I understand he spent some time in Michigan, and his father was the governor of Michigan. I do know that much. But he's claiming a lot of places as
his home,
as his hometown.
I haven't heard that.
Oh my God, you haven't?
No.
He talks about New Hampshire and Massachusetts, and I think Florida's in there a little bit too.
I think he made his biggest impact, obviously, in Massachusetts, being the creator of Bain Capital, which, by the way, has done wonderful, amazing things, and people don't realize it. It's everywhere they look, really.
Are you a Romney supporter?
I think I'd have to be. There's no way I could support Santorum or Gingrich.
Right.
But so I'd have to pull the lever for Romney just for that reason.
But you hear how you're saying it, and you're speaking for a lot of people. If I have to.
Right.
Not I want to. Like most people want a candidate where they go, yeah, I want to pull the lever for this guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Most people are like, well, he's the best of what we got, so I have to.
Right.
That's dangerous.
He's one of those people, unfortunately, that first of all, like besides being capital governor of, he likes I think
oh boy,
what was it, the Park City, Utah, when we had the Olympics there? Like he turned that whole situation around. It was a disaster. Like the guy is really
yeah, he's
smart.
told people a million times about that.
Oh yeah.
I think he also grew up in Utah. I think that's another state he's claiming.
Incredibly uncharismatic, and that's why he comes off as robotic. But I think that's also a shame why we don't have better people as candidates for office, because you may be really smart, and like I've worked with scientists who are brilliant, but they're just not communicators.
Oh, no social skills.
Yeah. Right. And so I think that he's that kind of person where he's like he's super smart, but he's just not and unfortunately that's probably why we don't have a lot of super smart politicians, is that they're all personality, and
I'm starting to believe that people that really could be great politicians they just don't want to deal with the bullshit.
Right.
They just don't want to deal with the bullshit anymore.
Or the hard stuff, and actually working and figuring out what's going on with Social Security, Medicare, all that stuff that's going to be unpopular but really hard to do,
Right.
But what are you going to do?
All right, Catherine.
That's why you need Chris Christie.
What?
Chris Christie. Ugh. Krispy Kreme Christie.
Guy, I think he's going to veto the gay marriage thing in Jersey, that Chris Christie.
Yeah?
Well, that's because he wants people to vote on it, and I actually kind of agree with that. I hate the...
Oh, shit, you just fucking trumped my statement.
But
God
there's
damn.
that issue that a lot of people are saying, that these things shouldn't be put to a public vote because,
Because they can't trust the masses.
Well, something with, your civil rights shouldn't be up for vote. For a vote, it's not something that, because in certain places in the country, like they always bring this analogy up, if you were to vote on slavery, there would still be slavery,
right?
If you left it to the masses.
We've had a real hard time with abortion because they didn't let people figure it out for themselves, and I think, and a lot of court cases, whether it was the Keeler decision.
Yeah. Oh my God, you have way more intelligence than me. I'm going to try to hang in here, though. Watch what I do.
I think it's all those things with the courts making decisions for people that have
so
many people turned off.
Absolutely.
And that, people, like so many members of the Supreme Court that you would never be able to make it as a politician or in business, and yet they're deciding, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, that was good.
Is Bobo back on the phone?
Thank you, Catherine. I really appreciate your phone call, I guess.
Okay.
All right.
Have
There's
a good day.
Catherine from Queens, first time calling the radio show. So you don't think Christie should veto that shit?
No, let the gays get married. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
I tweeted that he should be vetoing the dessert tray.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Instead of vetoing the marriage bill.
Here comes the dessert tray. It's, oh, wow, he's vetoing it.
How about you start vetoing that shit?
He's using his veto power.
How about you veto the old tempura?
To send it back.
The deep fried shit.
Yeah.
That's what you should be vetoing. You fat fuck.
Oh, boy, look who's outside of Fox right now.
What, the tall guy?
The Harlem Globetrotters.
People don't understand how tall Tiny is because the other guy that came in was 6'3".
It is crazy.
That's what, Flight Time?
Yeah.
Flight Time is on Fox News, the national thing, not Fox and Friends. Wait, Fox and Friends, right. And Flight Time is 6'3".
Crazy, right?
And he looks like really small next to the 7'8" Tiny guy.
That rapist! Oh, well, that's right. He's not.
Who, what?
Thought I saw a rapist on the screen.
No. He was cleared of all charges.
Of course he was.
That's the other Fox, though. That's
of course
local
he
Fox.
was.
So we got Romney talking about his favorite comedians. Because it came out again that, I think it's his wife going, he's just you got to know this Romney. He's just a funny guy.
So, you just
get
to know him.
He's
You're going to love him.
He's really funny. And he was asked about comedy by Wolf Blitzer.
Yeah.
Wolf had a situation. And he asked Mitt Romney about it.
In the Situation Room.
Yes.
Tell us something that we may not know about the governor.
Well, I think people don't appreciate, actually, his sense of humor.
You either have a sense of humor or you don't.
Or you don't.
You can't have, they don't appreciate his sense of humor.
They don't appreciate his lack of sense of humor.
That he actually plays a lot of tricks all the time, and that he's actually laughs most of the time. I mean, as soon as you will turn these cameras off and we'll be there, he will be telling a joke, and we'll be laughing. We'll be sitting back and telling jokes.
So why can't he bring that to the cameras?
Yeah. Why can't he? Because he doesn't have it. There's nothing to bring.
He doesn't have the it factor?
No, he doesn't have the it.
We'll be sitting back and telling jokes.
So you're saying he's a funny guy?
He actually is a very funny guy.
Because the image, Governor, very stiff, very proper.
And it's funny how that is. And it's like that may be his public perception, but that is not who he is privately at all.
Is she right?
Yeah. I mean, I live for laughter. I mean,
anyone who says I live for laughter, they're not funny people.
Exactly.
I live for laughter.
We're lucky enough to be around a lot of funny people.
Holy shit.
And I don't think one of them has ever said they live for laughter.
I live for laughter. Dude, I live for laughter, dude. Right. It just doesn't fucking... No one says that.
What a stiff.
But in debates, you get asked questions, you answer the questions. You don't tell jokes. And as a matter of fact, my sons are a little tired of my jokes. I actually like jokes as well as things that are sort of fun. My sons like spontaneous humor, not jokes, but I like it all. Anytime you can laugh. I mean, I go back. I used to watch Laurel and Hardy, The Three Stooges, even the Keystone Cops. I mean, I like old humor. I like modern humor.
I Love Lucy because it's come up in a campaign.
That is true. I watched I Love Lucy. Yeah. I watched The Honeymooners. I love humor.
He mentioned shit that's 100 years old.
Once again, we hang out with a lot of funny people, and no one would ever admit that they like Laurel and Hardy.
I like Laurel and Hardy.
You might.
I like the Keystone Cops.
Right.
I like what Fatty Arbuckle did with a Coke bottle.
Yeah, right.
That was good. He pulled a woman's vagina out.
I was telling Aunt before the show when we were discussing this that when you discover comedy, and usually at a very young age, sure, you go with the Three Stooges, Laurel and Hardy, Keystone Cops, because that's like the seed of comedy.
Right.
And then you got to expand from there. And this Mitt Romney, I guess, has never expanded from there. Like, who's your favorite comic? He probably can't say because that would say too much to potential voters.
I love a good vaudevillian skit.
Right.
Something from vaudeville.
Right.
I like a good mammy minstrel show.
I like the Roadrunner.
He's just not funny. And he has no concept of what people find funny.
I think it's Jas, Jas from Columbus just writes, Keystone Cops. How old is this guy?
No one watches the Keystone Cops.
I think it would take me close to an hour to find a Keystone Cops clip. Where do you see that shit at this point? Even with YouTube.
Keystone. Yeah, look, there's some Keystone Cops. What part do you like? When they're all running in fast motion with their little billy clubs, or when they they have the Model T and they go around the corner real fast?
Let's go with Keystone Cops meet Pickles and Peppers.
Oh. Ah. Look, we've spotted a Negro. Quick, chase him.
All right, we got cops. They reported to...
Oh, he just fell down. That's hilarious.
Why did he fall?
Romney's just laughing his fucking ass off at this shit. Look, they're having a tug of war with a fat guy wearing boxing gloves.
And the
Why
one
are
fat
the
guy
cops
beat
having
the,
a tug of war?
The one fat guy beat the 6 cops in a tug of war. This is hilarious.
Look, it's Justin Volpe's great-great-grandfather shoving a plunger up an ethnic guy's asshole.
Oh, my God. The cops are buffoons, I guess, huh?
Yeah, the cops were... this was like real gangsta shit. This is like fuck the police before, they had sound. Yeah, those Keystone Cops were wacky. Look, see, they run, and they always got their billy clubs out, ready to rack some fucking head old school style. And now they're looking at, obviously, this guy's a Super Mario or something. Looks like Mario in there, in the room. Now they're in the courthouse. None of this makes sense.
Oh, God.
They're all falling down, and Mitt Romney finds this funny?
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
I
Laurel
enjoy
and Hardy, Keystone Cops. What was the other one? Oh, Three Stooges.
Three Stooges?
Yeah, I'll watch the Three Stooges on the weekends. Sure.
I like a good brass band and a gazebo.
Right. But yeah, if you ask me about comedy, I would go Bill Hicks. I would go fucking George Carlin would be right the fuck up there.
Yeah,
No problem.
Jimmy Norton. In Atlanta.
Jimmy Norton at the Punchline.
Yeah.
Wonder how the show went
Say
last
that
night.
shit.
Hope it went well.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Good luck with that, Ant.
Well, like I said,
good luck with that.
I really hope at least we get the Republican House and Senate, so, not too many shenanigans. I said this. All I really ask for in my government is don't tax the fuck out of me, which you're doing already, and leave my guns alone. Leave my guns alone. And, for the most part, Democrats and libs, they're the ones that like snatching away little gun rights here and there.
Yeah.
And enacting these rules.
But my observation, you were a little. I don't want to overstate this, but you were a bit more excited about Romney, I would say, 3 or 4 months ago. And I see it just as I sit with you every day. I just see it rotting away in your soul.
Well, when you hear clips like the Keystone Cops and Laurel and Hardy. Hey, Mitt, how about some comedy with sound? How about some comedy with something other than a ragtime piano being played behind it?
Because it goes back to our point earlier. Like, that's way too brave.
Yeah.
To actually, mention a comic that might be saying some stuff.
I enjoy Andrew Dice Clay.
Can you imagine?
Face down, asses up.
Right.
I like that one.
Chris Rock.
I like the Chris Rock niggas bit.
Right.
That's hilarious.
It's all bullshit.
I'd at least have more respect for him if he said something like that.
This is safe to say this.
Yeah.
Way safe. I love that Louis bit where his daughter shits in her own cunt.
yeah. When Louis talks about cleaning shit out of his daughter's cunt, hilarious. I was on the floor with that one. I like a good video and internet videos like 2 Girls, 1 Cup. It's very funny. Tub Girl. I laugh my ass off at Tub Girl. And nothing funnier than around the office putting a meat spin on the computer and seeing how many times that dick flops around. Hello? Where'd everyone go?
I feel bad for you. You had high hopes for your Republican candidate. But I see it in your face. You're trying to stay strong. And I know you'll still pull the lever for him. I know that.
I have to.
But you're in the I have to portion of this.
I have to.
I understand where you said you got to do that.
Me has to.
But you wanted to want, not have to.
Uh-huh.
Hey, one more thing before we move on from politics. Maybe it's not right to say this.
Yeah.
But when that old dude, I don't even know his name, fucking talked about birth control with the aspirin between the girl's legs in front of Andrea Mitchell. Yeah. I fucking howled so...
Hilarious.
It's hilarious.
It's fucking hilarious.
I laughed so fucking hard, and Andrea Mitchell just had to sit there and, like, gulping. Like, what? Do we have that clip?
Yeah. Oh, please. I hope we do.
It's been played everywhere. It's I forgot the guy's name. He works for Santorum, right?
Yeah.
What does he do for Santorum?
I'm not even sure.
But, you know, everyone's saying, look, Santorum's got to get on this immediately, or he's going to lose the female vote.
Yeah.
My God. But I howled. This guy's talking old school where women just put aspirin between their legs to take care of the problem.
When they have hysteria, you have to manually stimulate them.
Oh, there he is. That's aspirin guy. You just had it.
Aspirin.
Yeah, got aspirin. Hopefully this is the...
This contraceptive thing, my gosh, it's such inexpensive. You know, back in my days, they used bare aspirin for contraceptives. The gals put it between their knees, and it wasn't that costly.
Excuse me, I'm just trying to catch my breath from that, Mr. Freeze, frankly.
You haven't seen that clip? No, I've seen it. I like the just nothingness that happens after he says it. He's smiling like a buffoon, and she's in utter and complete shock.
No, why he's smiling? He's like, I just did good there. We've all been in that position.
Remember that?
Look what I just said, and it's good. It's a good statement.
It wasn't called date rape in our day. It was just called a date. What? Hello?
Could someone help me out with that? Is that based on something that really used to go down?
Well, it was that. It's like that was kind of a joke about contraception back in the old day,
right?
You know, the mother would tell the daughter to, put that bare aspirin between your legs, and obviously it means the girl can't spread her legs, so she can't have sex and get pregnant.
So what? So what?
So it's kind of a joke, but it's
so what's the problem?
Now it's considered in very bad taste.
Wait, you've heard that before? The aspirin thing?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So you're holding the aspirin between your legs, so you're not opening your leg,
right? And a mother would tell the daughter that as kind of a joke, but just keep your legs closed, kind of a thing. Right. And but to come out and pretty much say, "Hey, ladies, just keep your fucking legs closed." That's what he said.
That's pretty funny.
It is funny.
That's way funnier than anything Rami has said.
But she doesn't really appreciate that.
Why?
Hey, ladies, keep your fucking legs closed.
Because she's a woman.
Yeah.
He was saying in the old days.
Yeah.
Before women were freer and more liberated.
Right.
I guess. God, I must be a complete asshole because I see nothing wrong with saying that on TV.
I don't either.
All right,
I like it.
I think it's funny. She had to sit there like a dummy.
Yeah.
She had nothing to say.
Like, hamna, head nothing.
And he was like, look, I did good there. Can we hear that again?
Oh, please.
This contraceptive thing, my gosh, it's such inexpensive. You know, back in my days, they used bare aspirin for contraceptives. The gals put it between their knees, and it wasn't that costly.
Excuse me, I'm just trying to catch my breath from that, Mr. Freeze, frankly.
He sat there for a good 3 beats with that dumb smile on his face, waiting for the place to fucking howl.
Someone saying that was a very Chip moment. See, people fucking frustrates me. They don't understand the whole Chip thing.
No.
That's not a Chip moment at all.
No, they don't know what Chip moments are. A Chip moment is a fucking joke that makes absolutely no sense.
That's why I block a lot of Chips, because they don't understand it at all.
It's like the easiest thing in the world is to follow the Chip formula.
Right.
And then they can't even get that.
Right.
And it's the irony of, like, Chip is this hacky, doesn't get a good joke guy,
right.
And then they can't do that. And
right.
that's the genius of Chip in my mind. And boy, oh boy, does it make me laugh every time someone fucks up a Chipper.
Yeah, Chip is very subtle. But
I don't see how you get that wrong. Like, how do you misinterpret that?
Because if you tweet a joke and they don't like it, they'll go like it's Chip. No, that's not what it is, you idiot. That means you just didn't like that joke. That's fine.
But it's not a Chip joke.
But it's not a Chip joke, you dopes. That guy is hilarious. That's hilarious.
Fucking hilarious.
He was fucking going for like
old school,
right. This is what we used to tell the broads.
Yeah.
That was a broad joke.
We used to tell the broads that.
Right.
Keep your fucking legs closed.
Right.
Get in the kitchen, start rattling those pots and pans.
How is that a Chip moment?
It's not.
That's
if he leaned over and gave her the forearm push, maybe.
Right. That's a male chauvinist thing happening.
Yeah, it's a male chauvinist thing.
Marcus believes the aspirin between the knees was meant to be a metaphor. In what way?
A metaphor? What, is he getting deep with this fucking thing?
Marcus, what are you talking about today?
No. I was just, Ann said the same thing I was going to say, the legs closed. I was just listening to hear the show, that's all.
Marcus Aurelius.
All right.
All right, guys.
All right.
Marcus, he just wanted to be on the air.
Every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day he wants to be on the air.
Gotta have something.
Yeah, Vinny in Jersey knows that. I didn't know this was a very old joke. Ann explained it to me, obviously. But, Vinny, you got more on this, or you can just say what Ann said?
I mean, I'm pretty much going to say what Ann said, but my grandfather used to say that joke. And Marcus is kind of right. It kind of, was a metaphor. Just, basically just to keep your fucking legs closed. I mean,
yes.
That's the bottom line.
What?
I used to tell the girls that if the man wants to take you to the submarine races, make sure you put an aspirin between whatever. Let her rip.
Oh, Christ.
Just let her rip.
You gave Ann a great setup. You guys were working together, but then you had to fucking move away.
Oh, well, whatever.
You had to move out of his way.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Vinny. You think she might have thought it was some kind of Plan B fucking thing, though?
She probably didn't understand the reference that it's just an old school kind of joke. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He was just having a little fun.
Look, he was no kid, that's for sure.
You could have fun with some of this shit.
Yeah.
But maybe she's thinking that's a Plan B thing.
Yeah.
Like you just pop a pill and it takes care of the situation.
Put a bare aspirin in her Coke. And that'll make her spread her legs. That was like the old roofie. They thought if you put an aspirin in a girl's Coke, they would
loosen up a little bit.
They'd be goers.
Really?
Or Spanish Fly. Remember Spanish Fly?
I sure do.
Dude, a girl took this and they found her dead on the gear shift of her car.
Because she couldn't.
She was trying to
help
fucking.
herself.
She couldn't even. Imagine a girl so horny from Spanish Fly that she just hangs up on a gear shift until she dies.
Yeah.
And we believed this shit growing up. Or she was on like the bathroom doorknob.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, is that hot.
Well, that was before the internet, proving everybody wrong.
Spanish Fly.
You just had to believe someone when they told you this stuff. Well, I like that guy a lot. One more time, maybe?
Oh, no.
What happened?
Oh,
you don't want to go one more time?
Close that up.
We'll
find it.
Wait, what clip did you
good
say
like that.
you wanted?
Good stretch.
This contraceptive thing, my gosh, it's such inexpensive. Back in my days, they used bare aspirin for contraceptives. The gals put it between their knees, and it wasn't that costly.
Excuse me, I'm just trying to catch my breath from that, Mr. Freeze, frankly.
The dopes on the all of them. I mean, CNN, MSNBC, and Fox just went with this. Like, just fucking relax, man. Yep. You could see the smile on the guy's face. Like, just going to give you a little something we used to do back in the day. And they're like, Santorum better say something immediately.
Oh, man.
All right, we got Jim Jeffries standing by.
Yes, we do. Jim Jeffries.
It's been a while. We got to catch up with Jim Jeffries. I think he's playing up there north of the city. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Because when I went and saw Brewer, I think I saw that he was going there. I don't have a plug sheet in front of me.
Jim Jeffries has done something that now I do it all the time.
Huh.
Anytime I see an Australian on TV, I cannot help but start speaking like that and making sure everything I say goes up at the end. Like we were there. There was a big fire at the house. We had to leave as quickly as possible. And now I do it all the fucking time, and Jeffries is the one that started that whole thing, but now I can't help but notice it.
Nice. Very nice. Is it Levity? It is, right? Okay. Levity is a new club by the guys from Gotham, and I like these guys a lot, and they're doing comedy right. It's in the mall up there. Where the fuck is it? I was lost. I don't know. There was cones. And
inside the Palisades Center.
Yeah, okay. It's a really, really nice club they put together, and Jeffries is up at the Levity Live this weekend inside the Palisades Center, like Danny just said, in West Nyack, New York. All right. So we'll talk to Jeffries next. Stay there.
The Opie and Anthony channel.
He's so horny.
Sirius XM.
And now, Jimspirations.
Inspiration is better than being outside of spiration.
Inspirational quotes from the most inspirational man.
If your mind is all negativity, negativity's under your hat. The loudest plane does not inspire as much as the quietest bird. Jimspiration. An up that is shut is not as good as an up that is open. Jimspiration. But to rush to a destination is to abandon a place. Jimspiration. If your shoes are too tight, your mind can't be loose. Jimspiration. This has been Jimspirations. One who doesn't inspire will perspire. Jimspiration. Inspirational quotes from the most inspirational man. If you're not inspired, then you'll be expired. Jimspiration.
Yeah, SFPs, I might do like a thing called igloo melting. We rock so hard we melt igloos. So hard we're like a bunch of like big rocks.
Igloo melting, igloo melting, igloo melting. Igloo melting, igloo melting, igloo melting. Igloo melting, igloo melting, igloo melting. Igloo melting, igloo melting, igloo melting.
We rock so heavy only the devil could lift it.
Sirius XM, the Opie and Anthony Show.
We are pumped. One of our favorite people, and he's just not around enough, unfortunately. Jim Jeffries in studio once again.
Hello.
Because he's a world guy.
Huh?
He's a world guy.
I'm worldly.
He's a world.
That's what you think when you look at me. I'm very worldly.
We have two world guys.
I'm very well traveled.
Yes.
We got a lot of USA guys, and we have
Who's
a few.
the other world guy?
I'm going to tell you in a second. We have a lot of USA guys. We have a few USA Canada guys, and then we have two world guys. You're one of them with Russell Peters. He's a world guy as well. I think that's it for us.
Doesn't Russell Brand come on a bit?
No, he came on once.
Yeah, he's a dick. He really is a dick.
I don't mind him. I've met him a couple of times.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
You must have partied with him.
No, he doesn't take anything.
Anymore.
Man.
Yeah, I got in trouble. I think I told this story ages ago on the air about him, that he fucked Manuel from Fawlty Towers' granddaughter.
Yeah.
Manuel,
Yeah, and I fucked her when she was 17. And
Wow.
bragged. But legal in Britain, completely legal.
Oh, yeah. 17 is legal in New York, too.
And her name's Georgina Bailey, if you want to Google it.
All right.
Is she hot?
Have I told this
Danny
before?
Ross is
but
on the
who
fucking shit.
Who cares? It's Friday. We want to get the fuck out of here. So
Well,
whatever gets us to 10.
I plied her full of drugs. Yeah, there she's there with the
wacky. Oh, she's
man. She has.
I thought it was the one to the right with the wacky.
No. She's, as I said, she's a dance in a dance troupe called the Satanic Sluts.
Oh man,
wow, she's hot, man.
Yes.
She's got all her teeth.
She's got kind of a Fairuza look to her a little bit.
For a British girl, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
A lot of teeth.
Manuel's.
You get that mascara dripping down her face.
But when he came out and told all the media and stuff and said that he'd fucked her, yeah, people went bananas because he rang up the grandfather and said, "I fucked your granddaughter."
Is that her?
Was the big story. Yeah, that's her.
I punched that up.
Wow,
that's her, all right. Yeah.
Wow,
whoa!
Booby.
All right,
they're
that's
real.
pretty goddamn good.
Almost knockers.
All right, Jim Jeffries.
Imagine it at 17.
Oh, man.
It was pretty good.
How'd you
I
score
enjoyed
that?
those tits.
I like it. 17.
What about the one?
I can't stop doing that now.
What about the one on her back there?
Has she got a sex tape now, has she?
Oh, shit.
Oh, geez, I've been
You're
away.
in it. Wait a minute, Jim Jeffries.
Oh, no, that's just her with another chick.
Ah.
Oh, that's not even, that's real, that's posed. Mm-hmm. No, she's grubby, little thing, yeah.
That's nice. She's a little
Is she famous, though?
She's famous because of the incident.
That's about it, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. That was the whole thing when I met like, Russell Brand was in this bar and Noel Gallagher was there. And Noel Gallagher walked up, and I just went up to Russell and went, "You caused me a lot of trouble with that whole news story." Because then the media started asking me, and I couldn't say I fucked her when she was 17, so I just lied to everyone. like to the British media, I lied to them forever. And he goes, and Russell in Russell mode went, "Oh, I'm ever so sorry. I didn't mean to cause you such a fuss." And then Noel Gallagher walks in, and I got all freaked out because I love Oasis. And those two are chatting.
He hates Oasis.
Yeah, I love it. And they're chatting, and Noel Gallagher goes, "Who's this guy?" And Russell goes, "Oh, I'm ever so sorry. It's Jim Jeffries." And he goes, "Hey, what do you do?" And instead of saying, "I'm a comedian," I went, "I fucked Manuel's granddaughter as well."
Manuel's granddaughter.
Are you really famous in Britain?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not famous, but I do all right.
Yeah,
if you're into stand-up comedy, you know, but it's getting to the same level over here type of thing with the specials and all that. So
great years over here now.
So, you know.
Good years.
Yeah.
What have you been up to? You just flew in from where?
I just flew in from L.A., you know.
Oh, you went from... Okay. You're living out in L.A. now,
Yeah,
right?
I live out in L.A. I'm trying to buy a house at the moment. I tried to buy a house the other day with Dom DeLuise's kid, and he fucked me over and took a cash deal after he agreed to terms. So
What?
Yeah, David DeLuise, you fuckface.
What did he do?
I had the house all planned. You know, you wouldn't have gone into fucking foreclosure if you took your dad's advice or something. Didn't you get some inheritance coming through about 3 years ago, you fucking dick?
Nice. What, you have like a handshake deal?
It was
that shit doesn't mean nothing anymore.
Yeah, it was all like, and then it was in negotiations over a few things, and then I got fucked over. Yeah.
Oh man,
where was it?
In Hollywood. Place in Hollywood. So I'm going to keep looking.
Hey, is that show going to go?
Look, man,
you filmed it, right?
We filmed the pilot. The pilot came out good, and
it was for FX.
It was for FX. Did I tell you the story about the fucking trying to cast a disabled person?
Yeah.
Oh, I did tell you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You told that one last time.
All right.
Trying to cast.
Was I
it.
here?
I'm not sure.
Physically?
It's one where, he was too disabled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, we got DJ Qualls in the end, who was really cool, and the show went really well, and we were meant to be hearing it this week if it was going to be made, but look, I don't know. I just wait every fucking day next to the phone and hope they'll call. I know it tested well. I know that people liked it, so, that's all I can do.
We gave up waiting by the phone years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It's better that way, Jim.
Yeah.
Let it go. Leave your house.
Just
they'll get a hold of you.
No,
well, I've got a mobile. I don't know how old you guys are that you actually think that I'm sitting in a house next to a
by
phone.
the phone.
But
Yeah,
you
the
said-
big black bell telephone.
But you said waiting by the phone. There's only one image of that.
It's by me. It's in the house.
Figuratively speaking.
Yeah,
That's why kids today are fucked with mobile phone. In the sense that my nephew's 13, and I saw him text a girl the other day to ask her out. Fucking too easy.
How easy is that?
Back in my day, you had to call.
You had to go through the parents.
And the mother would answer.
and then give it to the father.
And go, who are you? Who are you? Why are you calling? And then, act like, who's calling past 9 p.m.? You know that one?
Yes. And you had to put on you had to act, motherfucker.
You had to have a fake voice and everything.
An act where it was like, yeah, oh, of course, yes. Now you just fucking text.
And it was in the hallway, and your parents could hear as well.
Yeah.
And now it's like...
Yeah, you couldn't even take the phone into your room.
Yeah, you had to stand there and ask out and go...
In our
hey,
house, it was the kitchen.
Hey, Jenny, it's Jim. We have maths class together. And just...
I remember when it was a big deal when we finally got a second phone. So then you had options. But for most of my childhood, it was in the kitchen. So you were trying to talk to girls and stuff, and mom's fucking washing out your underwear or cooking a meal or something.
Now they see cock pics and shit before fucking, these chicks are seeing dick pictures before fucking they even meet the person.
I will send a picture of my dick at a drop of a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care anymore.
Oh, you just send that right out, right?
Just send it.
Yeah. Is that your hello?
Not?
That's your hello now.
No,
that's your hello.
It's like, hey, make this your wallpaper. Make this your fucking on your phone, please.
And by the way, would you like to get a burger?
Yeah. Hey, maybe you've seen my cock. Maybe we could go out and have a bite.
Yeah. Maybe we could get a burger and
Let's
a
go
malt.
to the milk bar.
And a malt. Maybe a milkshake and a burger.
What happened to milk bars? That was a good name.
I think
that's
that was
an Australian
English
term.
or-
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What is the milk bar again?
The milk bar is just like it's a fucking diner where you have a milkshake.
No,
they
call it a milk bar?
A milk bar, yeah, because it doesn't serve alcohol.
Yeah, it's like fucking...
Where are you at with the alcohol?
Clockwork Orange.
I'm on and off, but medically I'm good.
But medically, they wanted you to stop for a while.
They stopped. Yeah, no, I've gotten the all clear for all that. But
why would a doctor give you the all clear?
All clear.
Knowing that you're going to go right back to it.
He said, I haven't drunk for a few weeks. Does that count? But I don't. Actually, no, that's a lie. I drank 2 days ago because it was my birthday. But apart from that, I haven't. Yeah. Give me birthdays on Valentine's Day.
You just find it boring not drinking, right?
I hate it. Yeah, I find it really boring.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. You just need some kind of thing to do in a social atmosphere.
Yeah.
Smoking was good. That was like a thing. And drinking is fucking great.
You find out that you dislike your friends, and you don't want to dislike your friends.
Oh, man. You're so fucking right.
Yeah, you're like, I don't like this guy unless we're both drunk. If we're both drunk, he's the best guy ever.
Yep.
But if I'm sober and he's drunk, he's a fucking cock.
I've been in
He's been
situations.
my friend for years. I can't let him down.
Been in situations like that where your friends are all getting hammered.
Yeah.
You're for some reason not drinking, and then I'm like, fuck, this sucks. Like they're loud and like you're obnoxious. And then you start drinking a little bit, and you realize, oh, they're cool.
Yeah, they're cool.
Yeah, well, something changed.
There was a weird thing with me with drinking, though, where, like, I used to drink after every gig and during every gig for years and years and years. And I used to wake up with that sort of like I was a rock star feeling. Like, you're outrageous. You stood up in the bar and got your cock out. You're awesome. Right? And now I wake up with, you're a disgrace. Like, if you had a gun on the bedside table, you should put it in your mouth right now.
Why the change?
I don't know. There was there was a day where it just stopped, where I stopped enjoying it like that. Yeah, it was depressing.
Hey, what's up with this Adele? I say that because she was on the screen. You know anything about Adele from...
The fat chick from Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah, she sings good. She had nodules, and now she's singing again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't...
But she's dead working class. Like, yeah, I
she
like
sounds
it.
Oh, yeah, because when she talks, you could hear all that.
Yeah. She grew up above a fucking pound store. Like a 99-cent store.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't get much more ghetto than that.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Like, she could have gotten, like, cutlery and stuff for dead cheap, but...
You ever meet her?
No, I've never met her, but I think she got famous in the last few years since I've been over here.
A couple of years,
Yeah. She's all right. There's certain times you just see a photo of her head where you're like, oh, who's that girl? And then you just look closer and you go, it's Fatty McFaddison.
Yeah.
We call that iceberg.
She sings all these songs about fucking breakups, and you think,
I know, just stop
what are you talking about?
She's empowering fat chicks too.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, I don't have to, Adele, you listen to the words of her song, it's like she's been screwed over too, and she's like powerful, and
she's just upset that they took the McRib away.
Oh
yeah, but she's tricking
fat
everyone.
face.
She's got the sexy name Adele, and she sounds like that black sexy singer.
Yeah,
and and then you get a picture of her.
Which one's the black sexy singer?
She sounded like that before I saw what she looked like. I was convinced this was a black girl. And a sexy one at that.
Yeah. Wait, you can tell sexiness through a voice?
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole premise of the TV show, The Voice. You can't tell until your chair spins around. Didn't you stay on after the Super Bowl?
That's what I'm talking about. So that would have been my image before I fucking pushed my button to turn my chair around. I would have thought black sexy singer.
She looks like
not fat pig.
She looks like an overinflated Twiggy. Remember Twiggy from the old days? She's like stumpy.
Twiggy was known for her anorexia, though.
Yeah. But she's got like that same kind of face if it was slimmed down. But
I loved her acceptance speech just because she sounded completely like you said, like a working class girl.
But same as Victoria Beckham. They called her Posh Spice, but she's fucking working class scum if ever.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I'm all for that. I have nothing wrong with it. There's nothing posh about it. She can walk posh and she can look posh, but she can't talk the posh.
She ain't posh.
I thought you grew up like thoroughbred the whole time.
No. She's
down and dirty, huh?
Yeah, she's proper scum.
Oh, shit. Did you watch the Grammys? Did you watch the Grammys?
I watched the first bit and lost track after they did a prayer for Whitney Houston.
Yeah, that was a little weird. Right?
Yeah, fucking nothing like a crack angel in heaven.
We didn't talk about this much on the show, but it turns out that Clive Davis party. I have to think Clive Davis, Clive Owen.
Davis.
The pre-Grammy party?
Yeah.
They still held it, and people are really fucking pissed off because Whitney's body was still upstairs dead in the room.
That's good.
I know that because I was watching on the news because they were waiting to...
The guests were bumping into detectives and the coroner's office.
They should have done a weekend at Whitney's. Just bring her down, fucking dead.
Why not?
When they first said that Whitney was dead, I was like, fucking thank God, I'm sick of that sitcom.
Yeah, a lot of people said that.
Damn, that's an angle I didn't think of. Very good.
Whitney.
But But and then stupid Nancy Grace is trying to like hint that she might have been murdered, but now she's getting.
She's not fucking murdered.
Of course not. Whitney Houston killed Whitney Houston.
For what?
Yeah.
Know what Nancy Grace said last night? I asked Ant before the show if he's ever seen this show. Nancy Grace is on Headline News. It is the worst hour of TV. Holy
Nancy
fuck.
Grace?
It's horrendous.
Have you
how
never
bad
watched it? It's amazing.
I watched it during the whole Casey Anthony thing.
But
I love the Casey Anthony thing.
I've seen clips here and there, but I watched the entire hour, and she's got maybe 5 minutes of material that she just tries to spread out for an hour.
Over and over and over. And then she has people ring in and just want to go, first of all, I just want to tell you, Nancy, how lucky your kids are to have you.
Oh,
you know, they do that like they're complimenting her as a mum.
Right. Could you please tell me their names? I have no clue. I'm here all the time.
Well, this is what she said yesterday.
Hanging out with David Arquette and making out.
It came out. It came out that she was, drinking her face off before, 10 a.m. at the Beverly Hills Hotel. She was around the pool. She was pissed off because they started watering down her drinks.
Is this still Nancy Grace we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is what Nancy Grace says. It turns out there was an eyewitness that saw Whitney doing laps in the pool. And Nancy Grace goes, if you're drinking, that's impossible.
Not impossible.
Of course it's not impossible.
It's not like swimming 30 minutes after you have a meal.
Right.
Now, that's impossible.
But she's looking for any little tidbit and trying to stretch it into something. It's not impossible to drink your face off and then go swimming.
I've been drunk.
In most cases.
And not only have I been drunk and gone swimming, but I've had to climb a fence to go swimming. That's even harder.
Yes.
Right.
And run away from the people who own the pool.
Right.
That's a lot of different activities there.
She's fucking delusional. Of course you could do a couple laps if you're shit-faced. Of course. Especially in a hotel pool, because first of all, it's not over your head usually. Nah. Sometimes a section of it, right?
Yeah.
But in general, most of it's not over your head.
Well, I didn't like the Grammys when what's his name, LL Cool J. I thought he was dead as well. I don't pay attention to everything.
I'm surprised that he was hosting that.
I was surprised, and he goes, "Let's say a prayer," and it's like, fucking hell. Why is God forced into a situation like this? But musicians take themselves so seriously that they all did bow their heads, we've lost a family member here, and they're like, too fucking right, let's all bow our heads. When a comedian dies, we don't all gather around and hug each other and say a prayer.
No,
we all talk and make laughs and jokes about each other. It's not in any way more disrespectful, in my opinion, because it's at least it's real. But they're fucking up their own asses, musicians.
They should have done that prayer when she was alive.
Yeah.
She might have needed the help then. She doesn't need the help now.
No.
Well, who's next to die?
We got.
I'm thinking Robin Gibb.
Robin
Gibb.
He's
One
pretty
of the
fucking. Have you
brothers
seen
Gibb.
him lately?
Yeah, he's not looking too good.
He doesn't look too fucking good, Robin Gibb. I reckon if we check the news right now, he might be fucking dead.
I gotta look him up now.
He looks a bit. I don't think this is a disease he got, but he looks a little bit AIDSy.
Robin. A little AIDSy.
AIDS.
He's looking at a touch AIDSy.
Yeah, he's got a case of the AIDS.
Well, Robin Gibb cancer comes up right away.
Yeah, is that what he's got? He's got one of those diseases.
Let me see.
You guys are going to get complaints. People don't like cancer jokes.
That ain't good.
No, you got to keep it.
What happened? It's not looking too good.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, he's fucked, Robin
Get
Gibb.
the fuck out of here.
Yeah, if you thought I was overreacting, how is he alive?
Looks like Max Headroom.
He's still doing gigs. He's rocking it because he's been wearing a wig for years.
Crazy.
He's just this fucking skeleton in the wig going, I started a joke.
I will tweet this, but I mean, don't wait for me. Robin Gibb cancer in Google. Do it now. Holy fuck, how is he even breathing?
Yeah,
Dude, he's got to weigh 100 pounds.
Oh, yeah, probably less. He looks like he's come out of Auschwitz.
Jesus, yeah.
Holy fuck, this is not right.
Poor Robin.
Well,
you
really went out on a limb there, huh, Jim Jeffries?
Then there's going to be Barry Gibbs is going to be left all by himself now that Maurice is dead.
Yeah.
And he's just going to be singing the 3-part harmonies all by himself.
Yeah,
he's the oldest one as well. All of his brothers will be dead then, isn't there? Because there was the other brother that died, and the oldest one, he keeps on rocking it out. Poor Barry. I feel sorry for him.
Wow, you're onto something here. Holy fuck! All right, I tweeted Opie Radio.
All right, so how long do you have? I'll give you a bet there. How long do you give him? Weeks, months, days?
That's weeks, maybe.
Weeks. That's hours.
I'll give you 5-1 he'll last 2 months. That's pretty good odds.
Oh, my God.
He really doesn't look good. No.
How do you spell your name these days?
That's bad.
Jeffferes. And Jim's always spelled the same.
EFF.
ERIES.
ERIES?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. That looks bad.
Yeah, because we lost Gary Carter. Are you a baseball fan?
No, but I heard Bobo getting upset. And
Was he great?
He was memorized. I was laughing because you guys were like going, "How do you remember things from when you were 4?" That's because that's when his brain stopped developing.
That was the last of it.
That was like everything just stopped in time right then. That's the only things he remembers from when he's 4. I feel sorry for Bobo. I said once flippantly that I'd pay for him to get a prostitute, and he came along to a gig, and he pulled me up on it. Like, when are we doing this?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you should have done it.
I'll give him the money, but he seems to think that I'll help with the whole situation. I can't fucking facilitate as well.
Did we get him a hand job yet?
No.
We tend to get people hand jobs around here.
No.
Well, that's pleasant.
Well, or D.L. Hughley got one of our guys a happy ending massage.
Yeah.
Everyone's done those.
And
I've had a lot of them in my day, actually.
Really?
Yeah, rub and tugs in Australia, they're quite popular. And it's not exclusively the Asian folk who gives them. It's like regular people as well give them. Like, not saying that Asians aren't regular people, but we know they're not. But it's like university students and stuff. There's a lot less guilt than a hooker with a rub and tug.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, you seem to do it in your brain. Oh, I'm just getting a massage. Nothing wrong with a massage. And
massage.
This young lady, she seems to need the money, so I'm helping her out. And she doesn't seem to be a good, very good masseuse, so she has to work what she can.
She has to have a talent somewhere.
You ever been to the rub and tug parlor that has a hole in the massage table?
Oh, man.
So a hole like sort of yay big, like the size of a plate.
Yeah.
Right?
You put your dick through it?
Yeah, so when you're laying down, so when you get your erection, your dick's sort of free-flowing, the girl might reach under the table and give you a bit of a whack before you have to roll over.
Fuck?
That's convenient.
Australia's a go-ahead country, mate. We think about
Certainly
things
is.
like this.
Bunch of goers.
Yeah, we're doers, mate.
Do you guys believe in God there?
Australia's got a very low religious...
Very low, huh?
Very low, yeah.
What's that based on?
We're not stupid, I guess. I don't know. Like, I can't tell you the exact answer, but we don't have...
Like, you didn't grow up religious?
No, and there was very few religious people I knew.
And they were looked at as probably weirdos.
They were looked at, the Christian kids at school, there's like a group of 10 of them that all used to sit together that we used to mock.
At the lunch table?
And talk about, and they're still pretty heavily religious. We didn't have, like, over here where it's like a whole area of Sydney that is a religious area or something. And we didn't have, like, there's no Jewish Australians. There's some Jews living in Australia, but there's no... I
didn't know that.
There's no, like, Australian bloke that's like, oh, yeah, fucking shalom, mate. There's no that guy, right? We got a lot of South African Jews that come over, which is always weird when I meet, like, an anti-Semitic Australian, where it's like, you hate him and you've never met one?
Oy
Like,
vey. Can't believe he took me penny. I'll never pay that much for a didgeridoo.
I'm trying to think. It's mostly Catholic and Christians and stuff like that. There's not a whole heap of muzzies or anything like that. There's a lot of.
I wish we used that here in the States. It's so wrong here.
Well, why is that
it's
wrong?
so wrong here?
Why? It's just abbreviation.
Muzzies.
Why is that wrong?
Because it sounds like you're, sounds like a slur.
Yeah, that's because it is. It's wrong everywhere.
Oh, okay. But you know what? You guys use it more than we do.
Well, there's a lot of muzzies in Britain.
Yeah,
they're packed with them. Yeah.
A little bit of a problem. Is what I
Yeah,
hear.
they're having a big burqa issue at the moment about you have to take your burqa off if you go into the bank. But like the religious people are saying, no, you don't have to do it. But if you have to take a motorcycle,
does look like a robbery.
If you do take a motorcycle helmet off, you have to take your burqa off. But you don't even have to take your burqa off if you're going through airport security. Which you got to think that's a fucking suicide bomb waiting to happen.
Oh,
the burqa.
hell yeah! Come on.
Like I would burqa up if I was a suicide bomber.
Yeah, they're not going to check you.
No.
Fuck. They get away with fucking literally murder. Yeah, it was just, as I was saying that, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, they don't really get away. They die as well.
Yeah, that's true. All right, they don't get away with shit.
It's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. Not getting away with it, but...
But they're taking the piss.
Yeah.
Dude, you got a clutter cleaner T-shirt?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
How fucking cool is
Where
that?
did you get that?
I got
When they
it.
were in here?
Yeah.
Is that like the people off hoarders?
Yeah. They're the ones that
my
clean.
mother's a hoarder.
A real life hoarder.
A real life.
Why
Like,
haven't
I
you ever
watch,
told us this?
I watch that
Fuck.
show and it fucking terrifies me.
Really?
What is her thing?
My mother, she always, like, kids' toys, like, she goes to garage sales and thinks that she's got things for the grandkids, and now it's eBay and things come into the house. But, like, when I was born because my mother had 2 sons, and then she had one more last go at having a girl, right? And when I came out, she wouldn't hold me for the first few hours or something because I was a boy, and then wouldn't unwrap the blanket for a couple of weeks because she didn't want to see the penis. Right?
Oh shit!
Wow.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
that's the
gearing up
mental
for some
scarring
issues,
right there, right?
Oof.
She was so disappointed in me being a boy. So then after that, she decided that she was going to collect dolls, like she was going to fill that void, right? There's literally thousands of dolls in the house I grew up, and they coming over you. They're like watching you. Like, there was one that used to stare at me while I watched TV. Oh, that I used to, when I came home, I'd put a towel over its head, like it was going to be a suicide bomber or something. So so the whole house was just full of dolls, and then like my parents had a caravan in the backyard, and then that got filled up with shit. And now my mum goes on and she gets hobbies and stuff, and she starts filling all that. Yeah, just like that, right?
Seinfeld episode.
But like where there's no surface in the house that's you could put something on. Everything's
It's totally
mounted up.
packed.
Now after it was a 4-bedroom house. So after me and my brothers moved out, as soon as a room was moved out of, that room was filled with shit. Just
Really?
it would only take a couple of weeks or something.
So you couldn't just come back and go into your old room. It was done.
No, all the rooms are filled with crap. And now she's just not mobile enough to fucking get rid of any of it.
Yeah.
And she lies about how much she gets rid of. She's like, oh, no, I've gotten rid of a lot of it. No, you haven't.
That's what those hoarders do.
Oh,
man.
yeah,
Wow,
she's
that's fucked up.
fucking...
So you watch that show. You watch that show, and you're like, "Oh fuck!" Man.
Sometimes it makes me really upset, and sometimes I'm like, that's what happened. Look at this one. And sometimes I'm like, at least my mum didn't have cat shit everywhere.
Well, that's
bags.
What type of parent are you?
Well, there are the hoarders that just have the clutter, a lot of stuff. And then there's the disgusting people that I don't consider hoarders. They're just lazy fucking slobs.
Yeah, they're just slobs, yeah.
They're not collecting. Like, I can understand it's like, all right, you're a crazy person, you have a bunch of dolls, or you got this or that or the other thing.
My mum wasn't unhygienic.
Right. But then when you get the fucking people, they're not collecting garbage. They're not hoarding garbage. They're just lazy fucks that don't want to clean up. And it's always like we said, that woman is like, I have fibromyalgia. I have Epstein-Barr syndrome. I have no energy.
Have you seen there's a news show? Because there's hoarders, and now another channel has just stolen the ideas.
Hoarding Buried Alive.
Hoarding Buried Alive. And the only difference between the two shows is Hoarding Buried Alive, they don't clean out your house.
Yes, that's true.
And they should.
Totally different. They try to teach them how to clean it out themselves. There's this one guy on like the first episode, whereas like he had a girlfriend, and she's like, I love this guy. He's the best guy ever. But he always comes over to my house, and they're both like 45 years old. And then she's like, I don't care. Anything that you can show me, honey, I'll be fine. I love you, and we can get over any hurdle. And then she came in, and she's like, this is fucking bullshit. Like, this guy was, like, climbing over garbage. Like, he had no walkable surface. And by the end of the episode, she was like, fuck him. I'm not going out with him. He's a fucking maniac.
And you know why they don't clean the house? Because they don't have the budget.
Yeah,
they don't have the budget. That's all.
They don't have the budget,
so they make believe.
But in that show, they come back and see how they're progressing. Yeah. And that guy's like, "Oh, you know, you can open the door now. That's a big leap for me."
Yeah.
Like, you know, when they see him in the hoarders and they're like going, "Okay, we're gonna have to get rid of stuff," and you're like, "There is a mountain of fucking shit. There are 7 rooms of shit," and you're going, "This baseball, does it mean anything to you?" And the person's going,
debating.
And you just think it's going to take years.
Are you doing this with every item?
Yeah, there's only 200,000 items.
200,000 items.
You can't spend 5 minutes
on every single fucking little thing.
Do the math. You're not going to even make it 10.
You just have to get a shovel and just go, we're getting rid of this fucking shit.
That's what we say.
What you should say in that show is, go through the house and select 200 things that you can't do without. You've got 5 hours to do it. And if you haven't selected it, it's fucking
it's
gone.
Getting thrown away. Right.
It's gone. That's your only choice.
They don't fucking understand also that they're going to lose their house, their kids, and they're like, yeah, this problem, I really need to do this. And then they start yelling at the people.
Yeah.
No, you said I could look at things before you throw them away. And then they go into the truck and they start going through the bags and shit. It's like, no, that's the stuff that was thrown away.
I don't think there's a better TV show about mental illness.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I love mental illness shows.
We really do love watching mentally ill people.
I would like when they did the backstories where they're talking to the lady and the lady's like, I think things got really out of hand when my husband left me. Yeah. And it's like, that's because he did all the cleaning.
Yeah, it wasn't the
and it's mostly women for some reason.
Yes.
Mostly women. It's like 10% it's men.
Yeah.
There was that one guy on just the regular hoarders who they reckon he was hoarding rats.
Yeah.
And he had like 10,000, 20,000 rats in his house.
That was bullshit, though. If it was city rats, I would have been impressed. It was the pet store rats.
But he let him...
Because they made a big deal about it. I'm like, holy fuck, he's got rats in his house, but it's the almost lovable ones.
Yeah, but there was millions of them.
Well, there's a couple thousand, sure.
There was more than a couple of thousand.
Can you imagine if it was the subway rats?
Oh,
I
big,
don't know. I don't discriminate.
No, a rat's a rat to you.
I don't know. I didn't know there were different types, are they? I've never been a big fan of, like...
Are we allowed to replay our rat show, by the way, E-Rock? Not to interrupt Jeffries, which I do. But it needs to be...
When did E-Rock bleach the top of his hair?
Oh, God.
What the fuck? Every time I see you, it's something weird. What have you done to your head?
Hi, Jim.
You're trying to distract the weight loss away?
You have no idea. His whole head was bleached blonde for a while.
Really? Why?
And he let it grow out, but did you redo the top of your head?
No, I was just letting it grow longer so I could cut it out. So
My mother... Okay, to this day, I've always wanted to have a tattoo, but I'm not getting one until my mum's dead.
Oh, really?
I'm still terrified of the fucking woman. Doesn't matter how...
You don't even live close to her.
Because I just think I only have to wait like a few more months tops, right? So I've never got a tattoo. I've never like... I'm glad about a few things. I never got my ears pierced because I always thought when you're like 13, you're like, I'm going to get an earring. And now I'm like, I'm glad I don't have an earring. I wouldn't want a fucking earring. But when I was a kid, I really wanted one, you know. My brother comes home. He's 18, and he had this fucking girlfriend who he's married to now, actually. But she bleached blonde his hair. It was the late 80s. That's what it was done, like that white type of thing. My mum fucking wigged out so fucking bad that he couldn't admit that it was his girlfriend that did it. And he had a friend who was an apprentice hairdresser. So he said, it was that guy who did it, right?
Oh, shit.
My mum got in the car to go into the hairdressers and just abuse him.
Oh, man.
So my brother had to ring the hairdressers up and just go, my mum's about to come in and just call you a cunt. Just be ready.
She sounds like a scary woman.
Oh, she's a fucking scary woman, man. I tell you what, I went back to Australia and I met up with a whole lot of guys I went to school with. My mother's a school teacher in my school. And it's like these were like the cool kids that I wasn't in the group with or whatever, and they all came to my show, and I was like, wow, the cool kids have all come. And one of them was like, well, I always thought you were a good guy, but I couldn't be your friend. Your mum fucking terrified me. Like, it's just that my whole life.
Wait, she was a teacher at your school?
At my school,
yeah. That makes it impossible to bring anyone home to your house.
My mother was my sex education teacher for an entire term at school because my fucking sex ed teacher, ironically, got pregnant and was on maternity leave.
Ironically, yes.
And
she could figure that out.
But see, that's the thing, because my mum was a casual teacher, but she was there like 4 days out of 5. But you'd never know what class you were going to walk into and go, oh, fuck.
So
right?
there were days your mom was teaching you?
Yeah. So I'd walk in this class and like I'd hear my teacher's sick, and my mum was like the first person they fucking called. This teacher was away for a whole term, and that entire semester was when we were learning sex education. My mum was in charge of that, and I just didn't show up to it the whole semester. And so to this day, I've never officially had sex education.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
well, you learned yourself, I guess.
You figure it out,
Yeah,
don't
you
you?
do figure it out.
I think so.
Better than they could ever teach.
You keep rubbing it till it spits. Like, how long do these things take? Trial and error. I only learnt recently, you have to ask.
That sucks. To have a teacher, though.
I remember because I went to the first class and she did a thing where she pulled the chart down that had that picture, that side-on picture of the penis.
Yeah.
Where it's like just that testicle.
Sliced?
Yeah, sliced.
Yeah,
It's
so
like
you can
a
see what's inside.
Cross-section shot.
Yeah, that's horrible. And the ovaries that look like a cow's head. You know when they sort of show like...
A steer.
Yeah, like a steer.
Oh, there it is.
There's the side of the fucking...
Yeah. It's fucking gross, the penis, eh? Side on.
Yeah, absolutely.
It just looks like it could break really easily. Like that little tube that goes to the balls that shoots up around into your abdomen and then shoots back through your cock. That doesn't look like it's a sturdy bit of apparatus.
Yeah, it looks very flimsy. The whole thing looks flimsy when you see it this way, I guess. Huh?
It needs like a rib cage around it.
Well, how about a little protection for the balls? That would be nice.
But it's all,
have them just outside your body constantly.
But it's all to keep them cold, isn't it?
No, I know the reason. You got to keep the temperature right.
But then you go, maybe all your organs feel that painful if they were punched.
Yeah.
It's just that our testicles are the only ones who've had punched.
Yeah.
Like if you didn't have like a rib cage and your heart was just like in a sack hanging off, like hanging in a tit off your body, and someone goes, some cunt just punched me in the heart, that's fucking horrible.
I think you're right. Why do we always just assume it's just the balls?
Yeah. I
bet you if you punched your lung, it wouldn't be fun.
Yeah, he's right. If there was just a thin layer of skin protecting anything.
Everything, yeah.
Oh, my liver.
Yeah,
you know?
The liver would hurt.
Well, that gets a little...
You
That
can
gets
feel,
fucked up
you
anyway.
can feel the liver sometimes.
Yeah. Oh. But imagine that, every organ just barely with some scrotum skin around
just
it.
hanging with scrotum skin.
Punched in the fucking kidney.
You just have a kidney just hanging off the side of your arm in a scrotum.
You fucking... That would hurt. You're right. Fuck. Dr. Jeffries.
It's just a theory. I don't know for sure. I'm sure there's a doctor that can ring up and go, no, we've actually tasted this. Mm-hmm. You can punch a heart all
Dr.
day
Mengele.
and it won't bother you in the slightest.
Hey, where you're at that Levity place, huh?
I've never been there. I heard it's quite nice.
I was there for Jim Brewer. It's a great room, man. You're gonna have a good time up there. How many shows you doing?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think we're doing 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday.
And one Sunday?
One Sunday, yeah.
It's Levity Live. It's, once again, Danny, it's the Palisades fucking...
inside the Palisades Center. And that's West Nyack, New York. 845-353-5400 for tickets.
Yeah, they do a good job up there. You know what? And the food's really good.
Can I do a very vague plug for something else?
Sure.
I was in Washington last week, and the tickets sold out like a month and a half in advance. So my agents have booked me in to do a theatre in Washington in April, and I don't know what the name of the theatre is. I don't know what day in April, but for the people in Washington who missed out,
they'll figure it out.
Google it, fuckfaces. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't be more exact than that. I've set you on the trail.
How about you get the info and you tweet it? Jim Jeffries on Twitter with the 2 Fs, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be doing that.
Nah.
Twitter's like, I find Twitter to be very painful. I still do it, but...
Yeah, I don't know what the end game is.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're supposed to be doing.
And whenever I plug a gig, because I feel that's what I'm meant to be doing, is trying to sell tickets for people to come and see me, or letting my fans know that I'm coming to a town near them.
Yeah.
And then you say, I said, like yesterday, I went, I'm going to be on Opie and Anthony in the morning. And then people go, fuck you never write jokes on this. And it's like,
what?
I'm like, well, listen to Opie and Anthony, I might say something funny, something like that. I just made a great observation about your organs being in scrotums. And,
you're turning a lot of people on to the fact you're going to be telling jokes on our show.
Yeah, exactly. So I find him very fucking cockish, the Twitter folk.
I hope it all develops into something that makes sense, because it's just bizarre.
I like it the way it is. Just
For now,
stupid. There's no real
just
fucking...
keep it dumb.
There's no real purpose for it.
I do enjoy finding out that a celebrity is dead through the medium of jokes.
That's what it's boiled down to now, though.
Like,
You're
do you
right.
remember in the old days, you used to watch it on the news, and it was all serious, and now it's just some horrible joke about someone being dead, and you're like, excellent.
Everybody fights to get the first joke out.
Or just like something about Japanese people swimming, and you're like, there must have been a big tsunami.
Yeah.
I'm glad I found out that way. That really cushioned the blow for me.
Yeah, you almost have to put the puzzle together, what it is. You read some tweets and go, all right, did this person die? Are they injured? What happened here?
And the thing is, I get all my jokey tweets off just like comedians and stuff like that. I get all my serious tweets off porn stars. Porn stars have the most serious tweets ever.
Yeah,
They're always like, Whitney's dead, God rest his soul, such a great artist, XXXXXXX.
Yeah. Who the fuck, what's her name that was with Charlie Sheen?
Brie?
Yeah. Brie Olson. She tweeted something last night that was like, yeah, I do porn, and I earn money, and I pay my taxes. And it's like, she was going off on, I pay my taxes. I'm a taxpayer.
Is she back doing porn, is she?
I guess so.
I was a big fan of her.
Is she?
I don't know.
I'm glad she's back. I was worried about her being gone for too long. I like her. She took her cock up her ass like a trooper. That girl. Didn't she? It's like it didn't even touch the sides for her. She was straight on it. And I'm not a pedophile. I want to stipulate that. But she has that voice like she's a child. I don't know why I dig that.
Yeah, she talked about that on our show.
Did she?
She doesn't mind acting a little younger.
A little younger?
She doesn't mind.
A little. She's still in the womb. That's how fucking young that girl can act.
All right, why don't we take a break? So you got Levity Live this weekend in West Nyack. It's a great club. And like I said, I said the food's great because most of the comedy clubs, their food is hurting.
Yeah, no, it's not. But see, the thing is, I was living in Britain for 10 years. That's like fine dining any comedy club for me. So I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
And I think what Jim was trying to plug before was that on April 20th, he'll be performing at the State Theater, and you can get your tickets. They are on sale today.
Nice.
Today at noon. Yeah. You can get your tickets for that show. It's a huge, that's a huge gig, State Theater. So April 20th, folks, get your tickets. Not now.
Is that where Lincoln died? Is that the same?
No.
Ford's Theater.
Is that theater still open?
Ford's
Oh,
Theater.
yeah, it is. You've never seen it?
No.
And they'll take you across the street and show you the bed he died in.
Oh, excellent.
And the bed's still there.
But he didn't. I thought he got shot in the fucking head.
He did.
But
and then he died in bed later on.
they took him across the street.
How thick was his beard?
He got shot behind the ear, and it lodged behind his eyeball.
I went years ago, but I think you could still see the blood and everything on the pillow.
Yeah,
I
got
really
the bloody
enjoyed
pillow.
Washington for wandering around and looking
I love
at shit.
checking all that shit out.
I like going to the museum. There's like that one museum, like the natural history one, where in the end it's like there's all this really good stuff. But then the only bit I want to see was like Archie Bunker's chair.
Right, that's what
and
everybody
Fonzie's
does.
jacket.
That museum sucks.
It's one step up from being a Hard Rock or a Planet Hollywood.
Yes. The
Smithsonian.
That is the biggest letdown.
The Air and Space one is fucking awesome.
I like that.
Me and Ann ended up going there before we signed with XM.
Love the Air and Space.
That was
this is what I was thinking, because we were talking about UFOs and all that type of stuff. I'm a big believer that, like, I saw the Wright brothers plane the other day, like last week. And that's like 110 years ago or something.
Yeah.
And now we're just like a fucking stealth bomber. Like in 110 years, we've got fucking Batman's plane. Now,
that's crazy.
Now, give us another 200 years. Think of the fucking shit we'll have.
Well, as long as we maybe get the space program back.
But even World War I, where they've got like they've got the Red Baron planes.
Yeah.
That was like 10 years after the Wright brothers. They were already going, oh yeah, we'll just fucking attach things to this.
I always thought how fucked up the Wright brothers would think if they flew in a jet, in a passenger jet right now.
Yeah.
Like where you're walking around. They had to lay down, and it's like they were on a sled. Like when you go on a sled down a fucking hill, that's how they were laying down. And then they'd fly and look down like, and they just go a few yards.
You know what's great about it? Like wearing a suit as well.
Yeah.
Like it was still like I'm doing the most dangerous thing that man has ever done, but one must look proper.
He's got his bow tie on.
He's got a bow tie on. He's got like a hat like he's been playing with a train set.
They couldn't figure out sweatpants back then?
Yeah. How did they invent the plane before sweatpants?
Right.
Oh, God.
They really just invented a big kite.
Or even just shorts.
Sure, anything.
Like
no one back then could figure out that if you're going to go to the beach, maybe you cut some of the clothes off a little bit to keep yourself cool.
And why always with stripes when you went to the beach? Why did everyone have to look like that?
I don't know. I'm amazed. I understand you gotta grow as a society, but you would think that some of this stuff was no-brainer shit even back then.
There's a lot of inventions in this world that you think to yourself, how fucking long did it take us to do this?
That's what I'm saying.
We can put them out. Like putting wheels on a suitcase. When I was a kid, that really, it came in when I was about 10.
Right.
Everyone was just carrying fucking suitcases.
And no one could
like
figure
these
that
heavy things with like fucking handles filled with all their worldly possessions, just walking along with their backs breaking. Till like one cunt went, put 2 little wheels in the bottom.
Right, you're so
It took for fucking ever. How long?
How many years do you think it should have been?
That should have been like the year they invented suitcases should have been the same year they invented putting little wheels on
The
them.
next year, after here's suitcases, year 2, here's suitcases with wheels. You're
Here's
absolutely
suitcases
right.
with wheels. Like,
I'll give them the
it should
first
have
year.
gone sack, suitcase wheels.
How many years did it actually take, you think? 40?
I reckon they came in like the late 80s. Like, I don't remember.
But suitcases have been around since the 1800s.
Since the fucking dawn of time, suitcases, since people had shit.
No one could figure out 2 little wheels.
And, like, how long were you at the fucking post office? How long were the post office selling stickers, like, for kids to put on their books and stuff?
Yeah.
And that dumb old cunt was still using a sponge for a stamp. Just going, oh, yeah, there can't be a better way to put these stamps on. Here, have some free stickers. And now it's like stamps come
do you
in
remember
little...
this? Did they really have stickers at the
No, but
post office? I don't remember.
We've had stickers since we were little kids that you put on your skateboards and stuff like
but
that.
for some reason, stamps, you were licking them forever until they realized they could just make them sticky on the back.
Until they make it, they go,
like
we
a
have
sticker.
stickers.
But no one made the connection.
No one made the connection because, well, this is the way the stamps have always been. There's probably some cunt that went, no, that won't be as collectible. Fuck you nerd. I don't want to have that stuff on my tongue.
That's
But the little sponge, just like a retard. I've got this little sponge that I keep slightly moist so it's at the right level so I can put it onto the thing.
There's got to be a few more examples.
I'd like to find it. Can you find me out when they started putting wheels in suitcases? It's got to be a bizarre, like...
I don't think it's more than 10 years old. Well, no, at this point,
at least,
I guess it is.
It's at least 20 years. But
20
I
years,
remember
maybe?
being a kid thinking, oh, that lady's fancy. Look at her. That's no strain on her back.
That's really funny, brother.
Oh, God.
We'll break and we'll continue down this road. I want to think of a few more.
They were first introduced in 1970.
Yeah, but no one saw them in 1970.
But that was only for the elite.
Wheels? For commoners? Never.
Even in 1970, they had suitcases like in the 1800s and shit.
Same thing.
How people were carrying their shit.
No one had wheels on their suitcases well into the 80s. Easy.
Yeah.
You know what's also fucked up? The first ones they made, the wheels were on the skinny side.
Yeah.
So it was constantly tipping over.
And they didn't have the handle that pulled out. You're just sort of dragging it off a little bit of cloth that dangled off the end of your bag.
Yeah. Then they realized if we turn it sideways, make it a little taller and slimmer.
Yeah.
You had to bend down toward the fucking ground.
Even
Just to move your suitcase.
suitcases weren't even deep. They were the same level high as they were deep. The zipper used to go right through the middle of the fucking thing. Like, you didn't even zip it at the top.
No.
Like, it would go through the middle and there'd be a handle on each side.
Yeah.
So, like, how people packed them, I'll never know to
Packed
capacity.
each half and then had to slap it together
And
real
then you
quick.
hope that it slapped together. You had to get someone to sit on top of it because you had to work the sides around.
Our ancestors were stupid.
Fucking stupid as shit.
Dumb.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
Why'd it take so long to invent the bike? We can keep going with this.
Oh, the penny farthing.
The what?
The penny farthing, like when they had that big wheel with the little wheel.
Yeah.
That's retarded.
Why couldn't they figure out two wheels the same size?
Why don't we just make this wheel bigger, that wheel smaller?
Right,
and
they
we're
already
set.
had the chain. The chain was already working out on the first automobiles with fucking...
Right.
So the chain was invented. It wasn't the invention of the chain.
But you had to climb... Look at this asshole. You had to climb up onto your bike.
And you know they had...
And look, you just look at it, and a logical person will go, well, why
But
didn't you make the wheel smaller?
I did love the braking system. You just pedaled backwards.
Yeah, what if you're going downhill? Good luck.
Yeah, and they couldn't figure out the brake.
Good luck, you.
Getting on it was good, though.
Yeah.
That had to be... I'd like to ride one once. It would be terrifying.
It would be.
Terrifying.
Yeah, man. Where could you ride an old school bike like that?
I think you'd have to sign some type of waiver.
You think?
Sign some type of waiver for a big wheel bicycle. I never saw that.
You're right.
Piece of paperwork.
Like, it'd be safer to bungee jump than to ride one of those things. Because just to stack it would just be... Because, like, even when they did it on Jackass, didn't they? They rode penny farthings and went after each other.
I didn't even know the name of those things until just now.
A penny farthing. Yeah.
No, I never heard that before.
I don't know why it's called the penny farthing. It's probably because that's how much it cost.
Yes.
1 penny and 1 farthing.
And 1 farthing.
Oh, here's another one that's coming in. We couldn't figure out how to shit indoors for a long time.
Yeah. We had to have toilets outside.
But really far away.
Yeah, because you didn't
want the stink coming into your house.
Yeah, no, that was retarded. But you know what? We're going to look back on a lot of things, like, I reckon, in 50 years where we just go... Because I even remember holding a CD going, they'll never improve on this.
Yeah.
Because I had LPs going, look at this fucking thing. They'll never improve on it. It's like you watch Back to the Future 2, and we still haven't, like... We've got, like, 2 years left to live up to that potential, because it was 2015. But there's things that they didn't pick. Like, he never rocked around with an iPad. As much as they thought they could blow our minds, the biggest thing they could think of was a holographic shark and shoelaces that did themselves up. And they thought this will fucking blow their minds.
You got to stop with they'll never improve on this. Finally, you know, we all thought that though, but you can't think that way.
Well, make a prediction. How can they improve on the iPod?
The iPod? What do you?
Yeah, like how can they
kind of moved on from that? Just
no, but like having it in your phone.
Well, now it's in your phone as a you know. It's
well, think back what they called smartphones just years ago. It was like what you could get texts on it. You could maybe see some news on a web browser type thing, and now it's it's pretty much a computer in your hand.
It's like when the internet first came out and people didn't know what to fucking do with it.
Didn't even know what to do with it.
And it was just
like all right, porn.
It was just like you look at even before porn, like the real early stage was just like some bloke had written about sharks. And you
just thought it was cool. You could see that from your house.
I could just see it from my house, and you'd have that mate who had it, and you didn't know how he had it, and he had to wind it up for fucking days, and there was that noise, and then you went, "Hey, look, sharks."
I think, to answer your question, they'll probably start wiring our brains. Kind of just throwing it all right in your fucking brains. Maybe.
But there's things like that.
Maybe some kind of weird hearing aid thing that you just have everything right there.
The 3D TV, I sort of wanted one, and now I don't give a fuck.
It's been a bust.
Yeah.
It's a bust so far.
Yeah, on the outside, it sounds like, oh, that's pretty cool. Fuck it.
Nobody wants to sit there and lay on their couch with glasses that weigh a pound. They have to replace batteries every 4 weeks.
And uncomfortable.
They made the Premier League in Britain, they made it all 3D. So that when you went into the pub, it was just fucking, everyone was like, yeah, this is going to be awesome. So the big screen 3D TVs all through the pub, and Guinness would give you fucking glasses that said Guinness on the side, which is all well and good if you're in the pub just focusing on the game. But if at any moment you try to pick up your drink and pour it to your head or talk to the person next to you, everyone's just bumping into each other. And
it's just a blurry mess.
It's just fucking all these drunk people with fucking tinted glasses on, not being able to... You take them off, then you can't watch the game. You're in this fucking dilemma in between. Do I like my friends or do I like football?
I finally had to go back to glasses for driving.
Right.
Or watching TV, but as soon as I look down, it's the same fucking shit.
Yeah.
Everything's a blurry mess. I'm like, this isn't helping me. I need something where I can see fine no matter what I'm doing with my eyes. By the way, going back to the luggage, it should be mentioned that you forgot about the luggage rack.
What do you mean?
It was the metal rack where you put your luggage on.
People used to have it.
And they couldn't even figure out, okay, maybe we should combine these two.
Yeah, people used to have the little metal rack.
The wheels. The metal rack.
That they used to take with them to put the bag on top of.
You forgot about that. So you had to pack that so it could wheel your luggage, but there wasn't a dummy
there was
that figured those two things out?
Cunt who had a bit of fucking masking tape who went, look at my invention.
Right.
I've just put these things together.
It's like a Brian Regan, like, wait a minute.
Hey, wait a minute.
Why don't we put the wheels on the luggage?
Oh, my God.
Remember, you had to pack the rack, too? Just so you could roll through the airport?
But they were the people that were like, wow, look at that guy.
Yeah.
He's fucking rolling his luggage.
Yep.
We're still lugging this fucking... And the luggage is all hard. It's like a hard shell case.
And it had a big silver fucking metal buckle.
Like a bumper.
You had to like it's like a huge briefcase. Yeah. And you had to go kunk and it came up. And if that thing rusted, it never quite clicked back in. Yeah. And you just see him flipping up as they were coming out. My grandfather, till the day he died, had fucking one of those suitcases. He never converted over.
No.
He used to call them a port as well, which is like a Queensland term. They call them ports, not suitcases.
Homeless Jim writes, they can make a silencer for a gun, but not for a dentist drill.
Yeah.
I think you want that drill to be fucking silent.
No, but it's also the silencer goes on the end of the noisy bit. If you put a silencer on the end of a drill, then all of a sudden you're just having a silencer rubbed against your teeth.
It doesn't quite work out.
All right, maybe.
I've already cracked that one.
Fair enough. We're going to break. Jim Jeffries, we love when he stops by, and he's going to be at Levity Live, West Nyack, at the Palisades Center. 2 shows tonight, 2 shows Saturday, 1 show Sunday. I don't even know if there are tickets available.
I have no idea. I assume there is. I think it's quite a big place.
It is. It's a nice, really nice room, man.
And I haven't really plugged it that much, so I was hoping that, being on here
Holy
would...
fuck, man. Yeah, you get to see Jim Jeffries. Come on. Let's do this.
Tickets are sold out. You can wait until noon and then get them and see them down at the State Theater in Maryland.
Yeah, it's true.
Maybe we
But I'm going to be in, New Jersey next week. So you can come to
Where?
I doubled up for some reason because I had to cancel. I'm doing Bananas in Hasbrook or Hazebrook or something.
Hasbrook Heights.
Hasbrook Heights next week, but I've cancelled it several times. So I think I owe it to this club and also to all the people who I've cancelled on a couple of times.
So you come back next week too.
I'll be back again next week if you guys will have me.
Fuck yeah. All right, cool. We go to break with a little Black History Month thing, and we continue with Jim Jeffries.
For Black History Month, the Opie and Anthony Show recognizes some of the individuals whose contributions have shaped the African American community and changed all of us for the better. Today, we celebrate Herman Cain. Herman Cain became an American fixture in 2011 when he launched his campaign for the presidency of the United States of America. Herman Cain was a businessman, inspiring black people everywhere by launching Godfather's Pizza, a chain of pizza restaurants that cashed in on ugly stereotypes of Italian people.
Imagine there's no pizza. I couldn't if I tried. Eating all the tacos or Kentucky Fried.
Herman Cain would eventually drop out of the presidential race after women kept coming forward claiming he had grabbed their genitalia. But what he left behind was the belief that any man, white or black, can launch a business, run for president, and still love them bitches. Stay tuned as we continue to recognize significant African American contributions for Black History Month here on the Opie and Anthony Show.
You're listening to the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
Are you in a committed relationship and struggling to stroke the flames of passion? You're not alone. Your friends at Banana Juice LTD are here to help. Dr. Andrew Dice Clay Silverstein is here with his 7-disc collection of 1,000 Ways to Woo Your Lover. These discs include segments like How to Surprise Your Lover.
The minute you come in the house, you grab them by their neck and you throw them on the bed. Time for a fucking, sweetheart.
And they'll also address key gender issues of our time.
Girls are given long hair for a reason.
This collection can be yours for just 8 easy payments of $23.47. That's right, for just $187. What? Are they fucking serious?
What do I want to do? Fuck the maid of a Holiday Inn? Go put your hair down. Put some fucking dark eye makeup on, red lipstick, so I know where the target is.
To order Dr. Dice Clay Silverstein's 1,000 Ways to Woo Your Lover, call 1-800-CUM-DUMP. That's 1-800-CUM-DUMP today.
Just say it. Say you're my fucking pussy and you get a second date.
Banana Juice LTD, saving relationships since 1978.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
These things are fucking meshed together or something.
It's up to you if you want to mention that. Jim Jeffries in studio playing Levity Live, West Nyack, all weekend long. Great club, I'm telling you. The guys from Gotham put it together, I think. I believe they did, actually. And, yeah, they're doing a good job. Real nice room.
I heard good things.
You're going to have a good time. Have the cookies. Fresh-baked, huge fucking cookies.
I'm trying to lose fucking weight. I can't have cookies.
No?
Yeah, it's just, I'm getting fatter by the second, you know what I mean? I am. I lost a whole lot of weight before I filmed the FX thing. And then I gained, it took, to make 10 pounds was like a month.
Yeah.
To gain 10 pounds. No fucking time at all.
And
I'm 35 now. I can't get rid of it. I have fat genes, man. my mum is pissed in my gene pool so badly that I'm lucky not to be just fucking waddling around.
You're
right
supposed to be a fat guy, you think? You have fat brothers?
Yeah, all three of us are fucking swimming against the tide, yeah.
No, you look like a normal size, though.
But I'm a fat. I could be real fat, me.
How fat is
and
your
I would
mom?
love it as well. Like I'm not one of these people that like when you meet people who are like, oh, I can't believe people eat McDonald's. It's so fucking just I fucking love all shit.
All that shit.
I could shovel shit into my mouth all fucking day, deep fried crap and burgers. That's all I want to eat.
I got to the point where I just feel like shit if I eat like that, and that prevents me from going there. But every time I do, I love it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I'm not gonna.
My body's changed. I guess I feel like I'm getting poisoned.
You are.
Yeah.
How fat is your mom?
My mum. It depends. Like at the moment, she's a bit thinner because she's been in hospital for a while, but over 300 pounds.
How big is your dad?
My dad's only a little skinny fella.
Oh, he like the chubby ones, huh?
No. My dad actually, he fucking.
What's that bad to say?
I think my dad wasn't a confident.
I got a little excited. Your dad's a chubby chaser.
I think when he met my mother, she was just a curvy lass, the type of girl you'd throw it in if you're a bit drunk and you were into tits. Right?
Yeah.
And I think, because my dad will say things to, like, he obviously doesn't like my mum's weight, because he'll say things to you, like, when I remember being very young and my dad said to me, he goes, when you go out with a girl, try to find one that's naturally thin. and if she isn't naturally thin, make sure she works out like she's a health nut, almost until it's an illness.
See, he's basically trashing your mom.
It's an illness.
Almost until it's an illness, yeah.
He's trashing your mom.
These curvy girls, they're a lot of fun, but don't take them too seriously.
Holy shit.
And he's right, though.
Yeah.
So she just had some nice curves when she was young.
She was
big boobs?
Big tits, yeah, solid unit. Yeah, but she says things to me now, because I'm 35 now, and she had me when she was 35. And she says things to me like, oh, you're gaining weight. I was never as big as you at that age, right? Like as a warning, like, ooh. It's like she thinks that fucking photos haven't been invented. Like, I actually have to get her a photograph and go, here you are holding me as big as a fucking house. Stop telling me how fucking fat I am right now.
Oh, God.
It's true, though. What is
it? You just brought up a memory. What is it about moms? My mom has no problem. I don't see her often at all, but when I do, she'll point out everything that's going bad on me.
Yeah.
Oh, getting a little gray, I see. Oh, losing a little hair on top, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a little softer these days. Like, really? You want me to point out your fucking flaws?
But my mother also thinks I'm the most handsome man that's ever lived.
Yeah.
Well, tell me everything is going wrong, but I can be watching, like, a movie, and Brad Pitt will be on, and I know what she's about to say. You know what?
Oh, no.
He's not as good looking as... I remember once when I was... when my mother came to see me do a gig when I first started out, I was doing a gig, and my girlfriend at the time was sitting next to my mother, and she swears that this is what happened. I came out on stage, and my girlfriend went, isn't he cute? And my mother went, and sensual as well.
So she fucking loves the hell out of you.
Oh, yeah, I'm the youngest, you know. But out of
baby.
The thing is, I'm not a good-looking guy, but out of my two brothers, I'm a fucking model.
You're the guy?
Yeah. We're an ugly family of people. we're fucking trolls. Like, the fact that occasionally I get an acting job, and I'm, you know... Even though in saying that with acting, what I found really weird in Hollywood is since I've gotten out, I never acted before that, and you go read for a part, and it turns out that depending on what week it is and whether I've put any effort into my looks, I can either go for a good-looking part of the ugliest man in the world, and so they send you for these parts, and you'll go in, and in the waiting room, there'll be like, let's say one actor's name's Kevin, and then the other one's Dan, and all the Dans are really good-looking guys with fucking chiseled looks and open shirts and tans, and then all the fucking Kevins are just like fat, retarded people, just all sitting there, just going, oh, you know, I might as well not lose the weight. It's what I've got going for me in this acting world, right? And then, like, sometimes I'll walk up the stairs, and the lady behind the counter won't know what script to give me. Yeah, like that's depressing.
Oh,
like,
really?
Oh, is he a Kevin or a Dan? I don't know.
That's not good.
Yeah, this guy's in no man's land.
So you got to commit either way.
I got to commit. This is what I'm thinking.
You got to go chisel look, or you got to gain about 50 pounds.
If I get really fat, I think I could get more work. It's like Jonah Hill or whatever. Who wants him now that he's skinny? Fat was his thing.
Fat was his thing. Yeah. You do pretty good though. I've seen you out.
Right?
I've seen you out. You got
I
game.
I got game.
You got
yeah.
game.
I got
you know?
accent. I got an accent.
Yeah, you got the accent.
Yeah.
And girls seem to be, attracted to you.
Girls like me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did good.
Yeah, I do good.
Yeah,
me do good.
Yeah, yeah, fuck you, Mum.
Why is your mom?
People do like me.
Why is your mom in the hospital?
She okay.
He laughs at that.
I was out there just before. I was in the month of December. I was out for Christmas. So I did some gigs that month of December. And what happened was she was. I was in Melbourne at the time doing some gigs, but she lived in Sydney, and she was walking along with her cane, holding a plate, and we're talking like 1 mile an hour, like the slowest, like Yoda walks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that little. Now she's always wanted a fucking cuckoo clock. The little bird comes out right on the hour. So last time I was in Germany, she made me fucking, because they couldn't mail her one. She just likes me to fucking go through pain of carrying this fragile clock. So I bring this cuckoo clock back from Germany to her a few years ago. Well, that fucking stung her in the ass, because as she walked by at 1 mile an hour on the hour, fucking cuckoo clock came out and startled her. As it would. Like, that's got to be fucking terrifying. little tiny bird going cuckoo, like that coming out of the fucking thing. Anyway, that was enough for her to drop the plate that she was holding in her other hand. And then she sort of lost her balance completely.
Oh, shit.
And she fell over, I imagine quite slowly. And she fell over and her knee smashed into the plate and just shredded her whole fucking... Because her skin's like diabetic paper. Right? And the whole thing just there. And my father, who she has hated for over 30 years, went, Gary! And then my dad comes out and he's like, oh, what the fuck's going on here? And she's lost like 3 pints of blood. Which is, I don't know, it's like 9 pints of blood or 12 pints of blood or something in the human body. And so, but she lost a fucking shitload of blood, right? So she's there bleeding. So this is what happened. My dad rings me up, right? He goes, oh, your mum's had a bit of a fall. She fell over. She's hit a plate. And there's blood everywhere. She was screaming. And I came out and I bandaged it up. Right? He's not worried about it. He's just talking about how good his bandaging skills are. I bandaged her up really good. He goes, then the ambulance came and they said I did a very good job. So that was like December the 18th. And she's still fucking in there because her knee just gets infected.
Oh, shit.
And I think, and the physiotherapist doesn't, like, she won't get out of bed. So I go in and visit her on, like December 23rd. And I go in, and she's eating her fucking shitty meal, and they give her a little strawberry cheesecake thing with a little fucking spoon. And I said, what the And the nurse came in. I was acted all like the good son. I said, excuse me, to the nurse. I said, who's giving my diabetic mother fucking strawberry cheesecake for dinner? And the nurse looks at the chart like, oh, you're meant to be on a diabetics thing. And then my mum looks at me like I'm a fucking tattleteller. Like she grabs onto that dessert with her little gnarled up claw for all fucking life. And she just goes, the doctor said I could! The doctor said I could! And then the nurse just shrugs her shoulders like, yeah, we've been over this. I don't give a fuck. Have your fucking strawberry cheesecake. You can tell they fight her all day about the strawberry cheesecake and she's still fucking having it. So because she's a diabetic, she has to have like chocolate and stuff in case she has hypo attacks, or a bit of lemonade if her blood sugar gets too low. They got to have that stuff.
Yeah, isn't that fucked up? That's exactly what happens. The thing you're not supposed to have is
the thing
actually saves you.
You have to have that in the house ready to go.
Yeah.
So my mum's in the hospital, and I know she's just fucking sneaking chocolates because she's like this. She goes, oh, there's a box of chocolates you have to bring in case I get a hypo attack. And I go, so you're trying to tell me you're in a fucking hospital where they have those machines that go clear, yet they don't have the special hypo medicine for you if you get a little bit too low on your sugar level. They've got no bit of equipment, no little sugary beverage they can give you. I have to bring you in chocolates. And she goes, yes, that's what's happening. Yes. So it's like bringing a junkie heroin. Oh, there you go. Fucking get into it.
Oh, fuck, man. Let me say hi to Simon in Australia. Are you calling from Australia, Simon?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
So you're listening to us right now online?
Yep.
That's fucking
and I'm
cool.
also on Pal Talk as well.
On Pal Talk. That's fucking cool, man. The world's getting smaller, man. It's getting smaller.
Yes, it is.
What do you got, Simon?
I just want to say to Jim Jeffries, being one of the only 25 people in Australia that know who he is, that he's pretty much the perfect representation of Australians. Like, anything Jim says is pretty much how every cool Australian acts, and Jason Ellis is pretty much how every bad Australian acts.
Yeah, basically you want to say he's very underrated in Australia, right?
Well, I started my career in England, but when I went back to Australia last time, I sold very well. It turns out they must have just gotten the internet.
Oh, good.
People are referencing the YouTube clips, so things are working out.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating to go back to Australia
but
for a while there and they didn't really know you.
I never did any stand-up there, so I'm pretty comfortable with that, really.
Okay, good, yeah. Anything else, Simon?
And like any other typical Australian, he fucks off to England after finishing high school as well.
You fucked off.
Yeah, well, that's what you got to do. You go
fuck off.
You're supposed to leave Australia.
Well, this is the thing, right? There's a bit of your brain that goes, if they got their convicts and sent them over to this beautiful country, how good must that place fucking be? And then you get there and you go, oh, this is way shitter.
Really?
But it's like the whole punishment of the convicts. It's like, hey, fuck you. You're not going to live in rain in this shitty fucking Black Plague environment.
What's the closest place to Australia? I don't even know.
Indonesia and Singapore and all that type of stuff on the top, and then you got
where's the closest place the average Australian would go?
Well, that's it. People go up to Bali and stuff like that. Yeah.
How many hours is that?
Well, it depends what part of Australia you're in.
All right, in general, give me some basic shit.
You know, like an average sort of flight, like 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, okay.
Like to go to another country. Yeah, it's not like to go up to Bali. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
But like New Zealand, I think from Sydney is like a 4-hour flight or something like that. If you want
4-hour flight?
You've been to New Zealand?
No, why would I go to New Zealand? I
hear it's great.
Yeah, but
nature-wise,
I hear Canada's great. Have you been?
Yeah.
Oh well, but did you enjoy it, or did you just sort of go? I would have rather spent this time going to Mexico. And
I liked Montreal.
I do like Montreal. The women in
Toronto
Montreal are well
average at
sexy.
best.
Eh?
Yeah,
French Canadian women. I don't know what it is about them, but
and it's a good walking city. Old city, new city. It's great.
Yeah,
I liked Montreal a lot. Toronto, not so much. That was a bore.
One of the best shags I ever had was a French Canadian girl.
Yeah.
If she's listening, I doubt she is. She hardly speaks English.
I doubt she is. Well, that's a stretch. That's a stretch right there. I'm sure about that one.
Yeah, she was nice. She's married with a couple of kids now. I still hold out a chance.
Yeah. Simon, anything else? You good, right?
No, just Jim. How can you haven't introduced these guys to the brilliance of like Steady Eddie?
What you want to talk about Australian stand-up comedians? I'm too busy talking about myself, trying to big up fucking.
Yeah.
Steady Eddie is
a guy.
Is a stand-up comedian who's got cerebral palsy. So, you know, we think that's pretty fun. He's quite a good stand-up comedian, but the whole all of his routines are basically about like, you know, I read the Karma Sutra the other day and I thought, this isn't so awesome. I get into the same position as doing my shoelaces up. Like, that would be,
all right, yeah.
Which is funny if you're all twisted like a pretzel.
Can we get a clip on YouTube of Steady Eddie?
He's exactly what he does in the tin. You know, like you're not going to look at it and go, "Oh, that's alarming."
Fucking Jeffrey.
Hey,
he's got big crowd. Oh,
yeah, see?
All right, just uncomfortable for everybody, though.
What, you think it's uncomfortable for you?
How is everyone? Good. I just got back from America.
He's not retarded. That's just an Australian accent.
Something really interesting about myself. I'm no longer disabled.
Looks like so much work to just live.
Yeah.
Living is just a chore.
Apparently now I'm physically challenged.
Yeah, move the microphone stand out of the way. It's very unprofessional.
Can you imagine Ian Turvey standing there going, "And welcome to Physically Challenged. Steady Eddie, come on down."
Anyway, thank you, Simon, for the phone call.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, brother.
That was odd.
Huh?
He's just a bloke from Australia.
Yeah, you just try shit. See what happens.
Yeah. Trying to say
see what sticks. We got to get rolling.
What's he up to?
We got to give away one last pair of Bruce Springsteen tickets. Are you?
We have Bruce tickets. Yeah.
One more pair. We have to do it today.
I don't mind these things. I just hate when people think he's a spiritual artist. That Philadelphia song that people say that it meant so much to them.
They love it.
He's just rambling on about fucking nothing. Just, he could say fucking anything in that song. I was walking along, I saw a guy with a dog, he was walking his dog, I thought, that's a nice dog, in the streets of Philadelphia. It's like not even got a tune. I was bumming a guy, I got some AIDS, it upset me for a while, I lost a bit of weight, that was enjoyable. In the streets, you know, like just, and people think it's like, people are like fucking nodding their head like, wow, this guy's inspirational.
Yeah.
It's all bollocks.
Well, Roland,
but if you want to get some tickets...
Roland is literally the biggest Bruce Springsteen fan in the country.
He's the biggest fan of many things.
Now he's a fan of Jeremy Lin, I say. He's wearing the T-shirt.
Who's Jeremy Lin?
Oh, God. A basketball player.
Is he the good fella who plays the basketball?
Came out of nowhere, though. That's the story there.
I love how when you get an Asian who's really tall, it's like, what are you doing? There's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah, he's the talk of the town. The toast of New York.
What do you mean he just came out of nowhere? Did they just sign him from some Asian team?
No, he was...
Or is he an American Asian?
He was kind of in the NBA program, but no one gave a care. And then the Knicks picked him up and threw him in the starting position, and he's just been on fire. And I got a Jeremy Lin T-shirt, but I don't want to wear it now that everyone else is wearing it.
Well, now, yeah,
You know
you
what
look
I mean?
like a bandwagon guy.
Yeah. Oh, you just go back to your Tebow outfit.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to that.
Like, that's how you can tell the seasons.
All right, let's get these tickets out of the way, Roland. This is the last pair for the March 9th show at the Apollo Theater, celebrating 10 years of satellite radio. That's what SiriusXM is doing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this?
Better enjoy that. I don't think there's going to be a 20th anniversary show.
There will not be a 20th anniversary of satellite radio. They allowed everyone to catch up. That was smart. Roland.
Yes, I'm excited.
You all right today?
Yeah, I'm good.
Why the Jeremy Lin stuff?
Huge Knicks fan. Not really.
You've never talked about the Knicks before in
I
your
know.
life. This is what this Jeremy Lin has done.
What nationality is he?
Asian.
Yeah, it's not a country.
I know. I don't know. I'll go Chinese.
Yeah, they're all right. They're on our team.
Because they had the game on in Chinatown, so I would assume that's the tie-in.
Mm.
Yeah. We're too tired to talk about Jeremy Lin, or we give you more info. It's just been all-encompassing.
No,
the last 2 weeks.
he might be Japanese or something.
No, man, he's Chinese. You can tell by looking.
It's Chinese, right?
I think so. Roland, you ready?
I am ready.
Jim Jeffries, pick a number between 1 and 9, please.
8.
8? All right, this is Chris in New Jersey. Chris, good luck.
Thanks, man. All right, Roland, let's do this.
Are you a big Springsteen fan?
Yeah, I am.
Wow, you're nervous or something. You really need these tickets, huh?
Bit, yeah, a little bit.
Let me go to the hard question.
Oh, by the way, Roland doesn't want anyone to win.
No.
Because he gets the tickets.
He really loves when people lose.
Right, how's that?
Wow,
And
he
wants
said
the
I'll take
tickets.
you.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
that shit.
Really?
But
It's not
Roland
the first
wanted,
rodeo.
How fucking ugly is your girlfriend, mate?
Roland loves to make it hurt because that's a long story too. But
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Roland.
Bruce's song, The Ghost of Tom Joad, was inspired by the John Ford film. What is the name of the film?
I want to say The Grapes of Wrath.
No, wrong. It was Clueless. With Alicia Silverstone.
I think he got it.
What?
I think he got it.
He did.
Oh, Roland.
You thought that was a hard question?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was shit.
How is that a hard question?
I should have done this one. Here's the one I was...
You got it, mate.
Chris, you got tickets to see Bruce Springsteen.
Oh!
Wow!
Yeah.
We didn't want to waste.
Baby, you're going in Apollo.
Right. We didn't want to waste too much time on this anyway because we got Jim Jeffries in studio, so I'm glad it worked out this way. But
Enough
that's
of
an
this
easy
shit.
question, I think.
I didn't thought it was too easy.
Ask another question. Let's see if we can get one of them. Let's see how difficult you think you are.
This one I was going to ask. Near the end of the Working on the Dream tour, Springsteen and the E Street Band performed The River in its entirety for the first time at Madison Square Garden in New York City. What was the day, the month, and the year?
November 8th, 2009.
You got it?
Ooh, I would have said...
These things are easy as piss when you're reading over your shoulder.
I do think it wasn't November. I believe that.
Chris, hold on a line. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know.
I do know this. You got tickets to Springsteen. Congratulations.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, Line 8 got the tickets. Thank you, Roland. Anything else you want to say, Roland?
No, I'm sad.
What are you going to do this weekend?
Nothing, because the 7 train's down. Woo!
What?
No, the 7 train's down, so...
So
that just ruins your whole social
So you're
calendar?
disconnected from Manhattan?
Well, it's a pain in the ass. You have to take the ferry or take the bus over to, like, 3 other stops, and I say fuck it.
You get a taxi.
It's a long line. So.
I could give you some taxi money.
Ooh.
I just give it to you. I don't want you to ruin your
How
whole
does
weekend.
your whole social life shut down because the 7 train stops running?
It's just a pain in the ass.
So you're gonna like wander around Queens, see if there's anything going on there?
You know,
in your neighborhood?
you know what you
could
need?
show you around.
You need some local friends that live right near you.
Mm.
Yeah, you make friends with the neighbors yet?
Yeah.
No.
Have a block party.
I stay in my apartment and watch Netflix.
God.
Is that your life?
Do you have a cotton candy machine? Eric.
Yeah, and snow cone maker.
Really?
You have a cotton candy and snow cone maker in
you
your
know,
house?
You know the next thing you're going to need is an insulin maker.
Wait, E-Rock, have you seen this thing?
No, but he's been talking about it for so long that he has a cotton candy machine. He'll play Uncharted on PlayStation, and he just stays at home and has food delivered.
Why don't you have a cotton candy machine in your compound, man?
That'd be need that for.
Yeah.
That'll just come into play as evidence against me. Why would he have a cotton candy machine in his house if he wasn't trying to lure young girls?
Why is there a box of tissues next to the machine?
Wait, what's
Not napkins, tissues.
What's the other machine you have?
The snow cone maker.
Oh, snow cone. What about that, Ant?
I love snow cones.
Nah, that's
I'm not
shit's
big on
overrated.
snow cones.
Oh, I love
I'm not big on the
Ice with a
snow
little
cone.
flavoring. Get the
I like
Yeah, what
ice.
the fuck is this? Primitive times?
Exactly.
And the king would get ice with flavors from the...
I have a hot dog machine.
Oh, you do?
There's the hot dogs rotating and a bun warmer underneath.
That's pretty good. It's a perfectly sane thing to eat.
Was it your grandma and my grandma? We told the story where when they were growing up, they would lick a block of ice for 5 cents a lick or something. How pathetic were they?
What's that code for?
Was your grandmother a horse?
I don't know.
If she had to change it into an ice block in her head to maybe live to sleep at night.
Supposedly that's how pathetic they were growing up.
Yeah, like
the Iceman would come by, and I don't know. I think he got some licks off the big ice cube.
carrying around his ice just with a handle.
Yeah.
No wheels on it.
All right, Roland.
The Iceman.
Enjoy your weekend in your apartment with your cotton candy machine.
I think now that I've heard that about Roland's life, I feel like he's just the most eligible bachelor ever. A cotton candy and a snow cone machine.
That is fucking...
There's a man that you couldn't even buy a present for Roland. The man who has everything.
Eric was telling me there's a broad around here that might have a crush on him.
On Roland?
Or was it Mars? Who was telling me? Mars, I think. Where's Mars? Do you know anything about this, E-Rock?
He's very he's a very nice man.
We talked about it on the after show. That
is it a real crush, or she wants something from Roland?
I'm not 100% sure, but I suspect that this person really likes Roland. She's always looking for him. She left him a Valentine.
What? Roland?
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Sorry for the surprise in my voice.
Really?
Sorry about that.
I know. That's like, what? Really?
A Valentine?
Have we seen this girl?
No, I don't think you guys have.
What is a Valentine? Is that just a card? Or is that chocolate based?
It was a heart-shaped box of chocolates with a little card on top.
That's the last thing. Maybe they're trying to kill him.
Valentines were a big thing when we were growing up. I never got any.
My birthday's on Valentine's Day, so I never get shit.
I never got any. I never got any when I was growing up. But I didn't want the whole school system to change their ways because I didn't get one. Now the school systems, they insist everyone gets one.
Well, see, this is the thing. In my school, they had you used to be able to send flowers anonymously, a carnation anonymously to a girl. So you could send like a white flower for friendship, pink flower for love, and a red flower for lust, right? And they'd be delivered at a certain class, a certain time. You could write a little message and keep it all anonymous, right? Now, because it was my birthday, a lot of my mates would send me like a red flower in a jokey way.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I'm a fucking spoonhead, right? And But, like, on my birthday every day, I'd be walking around with all these red flowers. So the girls in the younger years who didn't know it was my birthday, they thought, there must be something going on around him. He's very mysterious.
Mysterious?
Why is he getting so many red flowers? So you always got a bit more female action around my birthday.
So your friends,
when I say action, like finger to chick.
Finger pop. A little finger
action.
pop.
Yeah.
Some action.
Sometimes you would get
for back in the day.
I remember
especially.
fingering when I was young where I just shoved the finger in.
Not knowing what you're doing, just poking at
Just
it.
not even poke back and forth. Just like, all right, we're in.
just
we're in. And
hold it there.
Just let it marinate. In that fucking 13-year-old vagina.
I didn't get the fucking Valentines because I was always really small for my size. People saying because I was the stinky kid. I looked like
you can't use that.
When I was
that sentence doesn't work. I'm really small for my size. You're really small for your age. Your size
small
is your
for
size.
my age, right?
Yeah.
I looked like I was 12 when I was 16, 17 years old. It was a nightmare.
When did you lose your virginity? How old were you?
I was 18 in college.
Jeez, that's sad.
Yeah, first semester in college. I was late, man. Real fucking late.
It's pretty late.
I was 15 when I lost it, and then I didn't do it again until I was almost 18. But I got it out of the way.
That's the worst thing about
what you had to wait 3
early.
years after getting it one time. That's even crazier. I didn't know what I was missing.
But I got to say to everyone, "No, I'm not a virgin. I've done it." Fucking yeah.
Yeah, but you're all you want to do is do it. Then
she was a smashing looking broad as well. But I'd like to meet her again. If you're listening, Samantha Krantzwick, get in contact with me.
Another girl you want to get in contact.
Where is she?
You think she's listening?
Where's she from?
She was from Queensland.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So but the guy
that's
from
where
Australia.
Australian Bobo's from.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Queensland.
I liked it.
How old are you?
What?
When you lost your virginity?
When I lost my virginity, 13.
Jeez, you're the shit, aren't you?
13. Yeah. It was.
How old was she? She must have been like 11. That must have been.
She was actually older, 19.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's fucking creepy.
Age difference is crazy, but 13-year-old and a 19-year-old broad. Wow.
It was fantastic.
No,
I don't think
good
it's
for
creepy.
you.
Right.
It's like that whole thing whenever they say that there was like a school student who's been molested by a teacher.
Right,
When it's a man, it's disgusting. When it's like fucking like you're proud of that 13-year-old boy, aren't you? You're
Yeah.
She's all right, buddy.
Yeah,
Good for you. Like that bird who went to prison several times for that little Samoan kid that she's now married. They're married.
Kids and
she was quite a tasty broad, her.
Yeah. Or that other one, that fucking, what was her name? The one that was the model for the biker magazine and shit.
Yeah, remember her, the blonde.
Yeah.
I forgot their names now. We have this theory that if you're an ugly teacher, they give you time.
Right.
But they let the hot ones sort of slide. Or if they have to do time, they do the easy time. They know.
Yeah.
They know.
That chick was in and out.
They know that kid's not
court
suffering.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I don't know one of my friends that wouldn't have taken a little something from an older teacher.
Of course.
And not be, fucked up by it.
I have to stop you there. My mother was my teacher.
Sorry. Sorry.
I'm not saying I wouldn't have. But I just would have kept it more discreet.
But if it's a 13-year-old girl and a 20-year-old fucking science teacher, then, it's a completely different thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was,
Guys dreamed
crazy.
of that growing up, that you had that, that hot teacher.
You can't...
making the move.
We had that one teacher that was basically a pedophile who used to just lecture on that lectured on all the girls. I remember we came back, we were in year 8 or something, so we were about 14. And we all sat in class, and his opening line was, "Well, I hope you've had a good summer's break. I hope you're all doing well. I see Alison's grown some tits." And I remember that was his opening line, and we were all like... Paul Marquette was his name. I can say that
anymore.
Fucking music teacher. He got kicked out of the teaching profession for that fucking for other incidences that happened.
Time finally caught up.
Oh yeah. He had some fucking.
You make a good point though. I remember in my high school there was always one teacher that all the girls hung out with. What was that about?
Yeah.
Oh, the cool
was
teacher.
he getting some shit done? You think?
Probably. At least for himself. Kind of maybe jacking off or something.
Maybe basic shit he was getting.
Yeah.
A little look at something.
You can't get laid early on and not have other prospects
lined
for
up
years to come. If you get laid at fucking 13, 14 years old and you got to wait till 18 to get it again, your whole life is just going to fucking be
hell on earth.
Going crazy.
It was bad.
Every minute of the day. That's all you're going to think of.
Well,
What was her name?
I did very good at 18.
That's the chick right there.
Deborah LaFave. Oh, yeah, she was.
Deborah LaFave.
She was by far the hottest teacher ever.
The judge was smitten with her, like, for the case. Remember that? He was, like, chuckling and looking at her, smiling. She didn't see one day in jail. She was fucking some kid.
She'd be dynamite in bed, because, you know, if she's doing that with a kid, she just likes fucking getting off any way she can. I love her. Can we get in touch with her in some way?
Well, maybe she's listening.
Yeah.
Putting all these shout-outs out there.
Oh, my God.
Fucking Jeffries is using our show for shout-outs. Old girlfriends and such. I love you, brother. You know that. I fucking love this guy.
I got to use what I can. I don't have a popular radio show to do my shout-outs on.
Yeah, the podcast does well.
Podcast does well.
Doing well.
We had Cato Kalin on the other day.
Cato,
He was fucking awesome. He's like the nicest guy in the world. I'm sure you've already had him.
We had him on once.
Yeah, years ago.
He was fucking dead nice.
Yeah.
And I thought he'd be a clown, and you think, oh, he's not going to talk about OJ. Fucking loves to talk about it.
That's all he's got in his life.
Oh, yeah, he's well up for it.
What else has he done? I don't know.
OJ. Yeah, he's willing to talk about his days living at the house and all that shit, huh?
He goes, he came back all sweaty and, like, really flustered, wearing one glove. And
he thinks he totally... He knows he killed those people. He knows it. Cato's like, fuck yeah, he killed him. I heard a banging on the air conditioning, and
they all knew OJ did.
OJ. And now OJ's in prison anyway, so they got him.
God, how do you fuck that up?
Got him
He got away with murder.
Got away with murder, and then he gets fucking arrested for stealing his own shit back.
He's basically getting a murder sentence out.
Wasn't it like he murdered her in Santa Monica, but because he drove into a black neighborhood and got arrested there, he had a black jury, and that really helped him out, and it was all because of the Rodney King thing.
Oh.
So if he actually didn't drive all that distance, he never would have gotten away with it.
Yeah, maybe, huh?
And Cato was saying that he goes, they were all smiling and waving at him when he used to come into the room. They fucking loved him. Like all the jury.
Dude, people forget, but man, OJ was a rock star.
Yeah.
Everyone loved that guy. Yeah. Everybody.
We need a good...
Across racial lines, everyone loved OJ, man.
Yeah.
Not so much these days.
Boy, how is he making it? He had, like, the world by the balls. Fucking white women, all the white women he wanted.
Yeah, they're the best, aren't they, white
prison.
women?
Who doesn't love white women?
Love them.
Getting beat up because I said I lost my virginity late at 18, and this idiot goes, Opie, some people still wait for marriage. I wasn't waiting for marriage.
Why is that cunt listening to this show then?
Right, I wasn't waiting for marriage. I just didn't, I couldn't get it. Couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
Looked like a fucking wimp most of my junior and high school years.
It's hard the first time, though, isn't it? Just to convince someone to... I still get amazed by sex to this day. That I get amazed that, like, if I like a person, what is the chances of them liking me as well? That's like 1 billion to 1.
He doesn't think of it that way. That's hilarious.
Because I hate most people. It's very rare that I like one.
Yeah.
And I'm intensely unlikable. So I don't know how it happens. And then, for another person to agree, can I put my genitals into your genitals? And for them to go, yeah, sure. That's like winning the lottery.
That is crazy when you think of it that way. I like you so much, I'm just going to stick my genitals inside your genitals.
Yeah, like there's people that you don't like if they put their arm around you. Like, I do have photos afterwards. This guy's like, somebody puts their arm around me for a photo and they hold me a bit tight.
Right.
And it's like, this person, I wish they would stay away from me. And then there's other people in the world that you're like, I would like to rub on you back and forth for ages and ages till I stink. And until you stink and I cause a mess and we're both uncomfortable. Are you up for this? And they're like, yep. And you're like, never thought that would be the answer.
God damn, that's great, yeah. What are the odds? You're right. You got one person that wants to do that.
I can't get 2 of my friends to agree on what restaurant we're going to.
Now you got to get somebody to agree to, have you put your genitals in there.
Yeah, and just fucking causing a mess. And
the worst was when you were growing up, when you realize, wait, you don't think like I'm thinking right now? And you try to wrap your head around that.
Yeah, why? What?
No, we're going to do this thing because I'm attracted to you.
What?
Do you ever that mate in school that, like, you found out years later that he was gay, But like when you were young, you just thought, geez, he just fucking wants to hold me a lot. I had this one mate at school that whenever I stayed the night in his house, I'd always be sleeping on the floor, and he'd be like, "Oh, you don't have to sleep there." Like when we were 11, he goes, "You should come up and sleep in my bed with me."
Oh my God.
And I remember just laying next to him, looking at the ceiling, going, "I think I'll go back on the floor now." I was very comfortable down there, and I never pieced together what gay could be. I was just like, geez, he likes to be uncomfortable in bed, him.
Wow.
That's funny because I was with you, and then I was going to go, yeah, like we grew up with a kid that was into speed walking. Meaning, like, why would anyone be into speed walking unless maybe you were a little
oh, no,
a little
this
different.
This
but
guy
your example
was
is a lot...
just into grabbing my cock.
No,
yeah.
man, I didn't really have that experience.
Like, he was like, well, should we practice kissing on each other? And I'm like, I don't think we should.
Whoa.
I think I'm just going to go in there as an amateur.
and meanwhile, like before this started happening, you were friends.
Yeah, we were mates, and he never was a camp lad. Like, he was never faggy, if I can use that term.
Yeah, yeah.
And my dad always used to call him, I won't say his name because that's not fair. I'll tell you one thing, right? My brother at one stage, he decided he was getting to the age where he had to learn how to unclip a bra. Like, he'd had one incident, it hadn't worked out well, right?
Don't tell me you put a bra on.
He put a bra on me, right?
Oh,
but
how old were you guys?
So he was about 14, I was 10. Right? Oh, and so he puts a bra on me, but it's my mother's bra, so you have to wrap it around my 10-year-old fucking flimsy frame like 3 times around the thing. So it's all bunched up and wrapped around 3 times and clicked on. And I just remember him hugging me and trying to get it undone with one hand, and my dad walking and seeing it just going, "You two are fucking idiots, you are." Like, not even like, what are you doing? Just, "You fucking idiots."
You fucking idiots. Yeah, he knew you're not gay, but you're just being a fucking idiot.
He was just being a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Just rocking around wearing mum's bra, just hanging out with my brother.
Fucking funny. Holy shit.
What the hell is going on?
Getting the bra off a hoarded pile in the living room.
That was fucking nerve-wracking, though, trying to get those bras off back then.
Yeah.
Especially if they had a few extra fucking clips on there.
I still pride myself on how quickly I can do it, but one of the things was when I get drunk now, that's one of my idiot moves, that I'll literally just undo a woman's bra as I walk by. If I'm wasted drunk, why the fuck would I do that?
Yeah, that
pisses people off. It shows me to be a fucking asshole.
Right.
But when I'm drunk, the best idea ever.
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 What happens to the brain? It's amazing how you'd never do something like that until you're drinking.
Oh yeah. I'll be chatting to a girl and I'll just call her fat halfway through a conversation. like thinking
they don't like that.
Thinking that I've said a charming joke.
Charming. No, they don't like that at all.
I do have that theory that when you talk to girls, if they're a really good-looking girl, I go for you have to find a fault with them really quickly that they can get over, just to crush them.
Yeah.
That's one of my moves. So you just chat, when you're chatting to a hot girl, you go, "Why are your hands all veiny and fucked up? What's that?" Or you look at their feet.
Danny's agreeing. He
does
does
you look at their feet, you go, "Why is that second toe overgrowing that big toe?"
That's like one of the main points of that book, The Game, by Neil Strauss or whoever. Like that's one of the main. It's one of the cornerstones of the game.
Well, I've never read The Game. I'm just a natural player, evidently.
Yeah,
pointing out.
Yeah, you got to you take them down a little bit, and then all of a sudden they're not. They're not this thing that's untouchable anymore.
Yeah. There's a nice dress you got there, but. Not with your shoulders.
Patrice would always talk about doing stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
He'd see somebody in the grocery store, like, why you need that welfare-sized macaroni and cheese?
Yeah,
I'm just playing. And then, all of a sudden, now he's talking to some hot chick. Meanwhile, if he never said anything, she would never have given him the time of day.
He was the king of doing that shit. With chicks. Oh, yeah.
All right, I think we're going to fucking start our weekend, if you don't mind, Mr. Jeffries.
I'm going to bed.
Jeffries he hasn't even slept.
I just came in on the red eye.
You fucking killed, and you haven't even slept yet. You'll be back next week, though, because you're playing.
I'll come back next
week. You're
playing
in Jersey.
As long as the club get me cars to drive back and forth, I'll be fucking here.
It's not that far away.
I assume they will.
Yeah, so you got Levity Live tonight, West Nyack, all weekend long, I should say, at the Palisades Center in West Nyack.
That's like a posh area, right? The Palisades?
It's pretty nice.
Like a rich...
Nice up there, yeah. Mall's all right.
I'm in a mall.
Yeah.
That's good. I'll wander around. I'll see a movie.
It's a nice mall, too. It's big.
I'll catch Star Wars in 3D.
Yeah.
That'd be
maybe it'll be good now that it's 3D.
Oh, yeah, it's going to rule.
Fucking Jar Jar Binks will just be coming out at me.
That was a massive bust. We haven't really talked about it. They were expecting a lot more fucking money out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no.
Well, how could it be a bust, though? It's already made. It already made billions and billions of dollars.
Fool me once.
Yeah.
Shame on you. Fool me twice.
Yeah.
Shame on me. Fool you 3 times. Very good. Well done. You've done a 3rd time.
And Ant's got a little vacation.
Yeah, vacation coming up. And
you going anywhere exciting?
Well, I don't like telling people where I'm going. How I'm leaving or where I'll be and where I won't be and shit like that. So I'll just be like, yeah. Oh, by the way, voting ends today at midnight for the Shorty Awards. Mm-hmm. I want the award. Please. Don't fuck me, people. I need acceptance.
The Shorty Awards?
I don't know. It's some dumb Twitter thing.
Oh,
you know,
right.
I have it for Web Show.
Ooh.
I'm nominated in Web Show, and I've been number 1 now for a while. I'm the first place there, and I don't want to get swept at the end here. So just vote for me for Web Show.
I secretly wanted it too, but my strategy failed miserably, so I'm out.
Oh, no.
I was making believe I didn't want it, hoping
Sam's in.
That people would understand that. But
oh, you know what you could do before midnight, people?
It's too late.
Push Sam up to first place.
He'll be at the table with you.
Yeah. Push Sam up to first place in radio, because he's only a few points behind the first guy. So in radio and Web Show.
And now that he's no longer with the company, he's really going to need that.
Shorty Awards.
He's going to really need that podcast.
Yes, exactly.
What's happened to Sam?
We're not allowed to talk about it yet. Jim Jeffries, we'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Anthony, we'll see you in about a week.
Yeah, of course.
And
thank you for having me.
And I think
Thank
that's
you,
it.
Mr.
Jim Norton. I don't know if he needs the help, but Punchline down there in Atlanta all weekend long. Make sure you check out Jim Norton. All right? Chop, chop.
Yes.
That's it.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live.
Yes, it is. That it is. After O&A Live. Sam's not here, so it's E-Rock, Danny, Travis. I thought Travis was on. There you are.
There we go.
And that intern that we don't really all know yet.
Matt.
Hi, Matt. So.
It's not Matt, I know.
Mike, right?
Yes.
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
I thought Roland was
No,
doing
it wasn't
this.
an invitation.
I guess not. All right. Fuck that. So anyway, Sam's not here. Are we allowed to talk about why Sam's not here? Or
Sure, everybody's got to do it.
I guess so.
Get tested.
Sometimes
that's personal.
All right, well, whatever. He'll get over it.
things, and you don't clean your parts.
Yeah, he has WrestleMania press coverage hangover.
Yeah, that he does. I want to tell the lunch story, but I'd rather let him do it.
So tell everything except the lunch story. How was it?
Yesterday we went to MetLife Stadium for the WrestleMania 29 press conference, which is a year or so away. But they made the announcement now with the owners of the Jets, the Giants, all these WWE people. Governor Christie was there. People from MetLife. It was just a whole to-do.
I saw your Twitter pictures.
Yes.
Were there a lot of people there? It looks like you guys had good seats.
There was a lot of people. I don't remember the suite that we were in, but there was obviously Lex has bought this floor because you walk in, there's just car photos everywhere and the name everywhere. But Roland was trying to sneak down. He said we were one floor above the Tiffany suite for the Jets. So he kept trying to find ways down the escalators that were locked to get down there to start walking through.
Roland told me all he did was eat and drink.
Well, Sam and I sat down in the little crowd that they have in front of the stage, and we're waiting to get everything going, and they finally start the presentation, and Sam's like, where's Roland? Because Roland was going to take photos. Roland went all the way to the back and found the free bar. So he was just sitting there looking out over the field, just drinking.
At 11 o'clock in the morning?
11 o'clock in the morning, and then he also found that there was a free buffet. So he had these little grilled chicken sliders that he was dunking into this kind of like spicy ranch sauce.
And it's like it's Giant Stadium, like you just know all that stuff's just good.
It smelled incredible, but Roland jumped into it at 11 a.m. when everyone else got to it at 1 o'clock.
When do you think Roland finally has a major health problem?
Like, what, 2 years ago?
What do you mean? Well, I'm
Probably
saying
just
because
doesn't know about it.
because like he's in fairly. I mean, I wouldn't say he's a healthy boy, but he's in fairly good health, meaning that he doesn't come in here all miserable. He's not sick every week, taking days off. So, you know, being that he's very sedentary, he doesn't have a good
something.
Yeah,
I think diabetes.
What's going to happen? Like one day we're all going to come in here and
because I know he doesn't get a lot of sleep either.
And it's going to be like, oh, did you guys hear? And we're going to be like, what happened? I'm like, oh, you know, Roland got a stent. Like that's going to happen. It's going to happen fucking way sooner than later, the way this kid is mowing shit down. So when does it happen? Does it happen before
we all stop knowing each other?
Yeah, does it happen before then? What do you think?
No. I don't know. Roland's kind of been like that for a while.
But it doesn't take anything at all. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Like
no, I know.
At any point in the day.
Look, I wouldn't think that, you know...
He could be in here making fun of something, making fun of Eric or whatever, and then all of a sudden be like, my left arm, and then we're going to be wheeling him out of here. On
I'm tasting metal.
I can't feel my left arm.
No,
that's going to happen.
I think he's going to come in, he's going to start one day, he'll just be kind of walking a little funny. He goes, my feet are just bothering me. And then it's just going to get worse and worse where they turn purple.
He's going to look like Peter on Family Guy when he had a stroke.
Because it's getting to the point where like someone needs to intervene because it's out of control.
Tried.
Yeah, I know.
He doesn't care.
But someone needs to because I think he thinks it's a joke because everybody treats it like a joke. Because
he probably doesn't. He probably doesn't think it's a joke.
I don't know, man. You know,
Didn't you guys have something where you had
Who's this?
people?
Who is this?
This is intern Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hi. I was going to ask, didn't you guys have something where like somebody was responsible for Roland's health or something?
Yeah, but that was like an hour.
Or was it?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it always comes up on the show, so I don't think it ever really etches into Roland's psyche realistically because it's always in that light of, oh, it's a goof, oh, it's just the radio. But someone has to sit him down, like, really, like, on his own time and be like, hey, listen, Roland.
No, he knows it's not a goof. I mean, there's no possible way. Like, look, I've put on 30 pounds in the last 2 years. And I look at pictures of myself from, when I first started here or even just like 3 or 4 years ago.
Just real quick, at the end of last year, I decided to go through the entire photo gallery and give everybody photos from being in studio with celebrities, whatever, and everyone got their own individual disc. After I completed that task, it was the most depressing time looking at where all of us were 7-8 years ago
we were all in
to
our
where
early
we're
20s.
at now. I mean, granted, Danny's
I bounced back a little bit.
Danny's bounced back a little bit, yeah. But where my weight was, especially where Roland's weight was, you, even though you're still not like
I'm not huge,
you're not
but
comparing to everybody else.
For
you
those
put on
of
some
you-
weight.
You're real thin now.
For those who don't know Travis
regular
and only have a vision of him in their heads out there in Radioland, Travis is built like Dale Gribble from King of the Hill.
You're skinny fat.
Yeah, but look, like we've all seen Roland's pictures from like Carson Daly, So what I'm saying is, if I can look back on those pictures of myself and be like, you're putting on some weight. There's no possible way Roland takes this as a joke. He looks at those pictures and he's like, yeesh.
What do you think? He's welcome to come down here. I don't know when he was supposed to be.
I think
here,
he's talking to.
Have you guys told this to him like off the air?
On the air, off the air. I've told him, even not at the workplace, and he.
I just
he
want
says,
to know.
I know, but does nothing.
What do you guys think is the biggest problem that he doesn't exercise
you're hosting
at all?
now?
Or, I'm just asking.
Okay. Just was asking. Go ahead.
What do you think is the biggest problem? His diet, or do you think he doesn't do anything?
That's where I was just going to lead to. Do you think that Roland will have problems related to his diet first or to his drinking first?
I don't know how bad of a drinker he is. Like, I haven't gone out with Roland since, we all used to hang out.
Roland he means well when he starts off, but...
Oh, I know he gets really bad.
If he's having whiskey, it's really bad. And it's not like he's a dangerous drunk or anything like that. He's very happy and excited, but he doesn't stop. He just keeps going, and there's no cutoff.
Yeah, but I mean, is that like a once-a-week thing, or is that like, a couple, 6 days a week thing?
It's... Well,
if he just gets really tanked when he gets drunk, then it's just whatever.
He does it. I think it's a weekend thing.
Yeah, so no, it'll be healthy.
Eventually, but to that extent, it'll catch up.
To be binge drinking on the weekends, there becomes a point where you just like, all right, already. I'm like, I just can't fucking deal with this anymore. And what is he doing too? Is he just doing straight up bourbon, or is he mixing stuff?
I know he does. He loves Jack and Cokes. Sometimes he does a little bit just with a splash of water, just to switch it up, as he says. But
what are you drinking these days, Eric? You still doing red wine on ice?
Look, there's nothing wrong with that.
Wow. That was a great story. I don't know if I ever told it on the air, but I might as well now that I brought it up.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah, we've.
Oh, we did.
It's been mentioned before.
Well, now because it's brought up.
Yeah.
We were out to lunch somewhere. Oh,
No.
We were at
House of Blue.
BB King's,
BB
right?
King's.
Yeah, BB King's.
BB King's.
For the Ron. It was the Ron and Fez Welcome to Satellite Party.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Holy
it was.
Shit, that was a long
That was
time.
BB King's.
It was at BB King. It was at. I
don't think
it was
at
at.
BB
Yeah,
King's.
it was at BB King's because I got so hammered. I took the subway home and didn't know how I got home.
I remember we're waiting. We were the first people there because obviously it was way before the event, and so someone's coming around with like a tray, and some glasses had white wine and some glasses had red wine. And Eric,
We were at the bar. We were sitting at the bar.
and Eric swoops and grabs one of the red wine glasses and goes to take a sip, and he makes his face like, ugh. And I'm like, what's the matter? He goes, ugh, it's warm.
It wasn't chilled, so I had him put ice cubes in it. And
but no one.
I know no one does that.
Wine. That's why a red wine glass is shaped the way it is. Like it's kind of stout and fat. It's so that your hand actually warms the wine as you hold it. Like that's.
But it was kind of warm. It wasn't really a chilled wine, so I had him throw ice cubes in it. But here's where it got really bad, because you're sitting here, and then you would turn. I was turning to my left to watch where Ron and Fez and O&A were on stage doing all their stuff. I didn't realize that the guy. There were these smaller glasses. They weren't full size wine glasses. He was constantly refilling it, so I kept drinking it, not realizing that I was refilling all the time. And after, I think, the fourth, fifth, sixth glass, I just kept going and lost count.
I don't remember that being at BB King.
I do. It was definitely there. I recall that.
All right.
No. Yesterday was my first drink.
Wait, hang on.
Oh, yesterday was my first drink in 2 months.
2 months?
Yeah, I haven't drank in 2 months.
What'd you have?
Yesterday I just had it was a vodka soda.
What made you drink? Was it just to have a beverage, or did you want to get a nice buzz on?
No, I just had one.
Yeah, see? I think Roland's food problem is way more out of control than drinking.
I wasn't aware that you stopped drinking.
Yeah, I just didn't.
Roland strikes me as the kind of guy that drinking isn't a problem for him. He just likes to drink.
Only like for like if I have to go for like work occasions.
No, he doesn't need to. You're right. He doesn't need to drink.
But Roland can't be without his favorite foods.
No, I've been cutting back. I've been only doing like 1 meal a day.
But that's bullshit, Roland.
No.
I see you in the office every day.
No, I just have lunch.
It
That's
smells
it.
like a fucking cafeteria.
He has
in
one
the
meal a
office.
day for
One meal.
lunch.
That's it. I just have one lunch. Then I don't have dinner. I juiced in.
That event was 6.5 years ago.
Where's Eric going?
I don't know. Eric's got something to do. You're right.
Well,
It was BB King.
I've never seen. Well, actually, I have seen this before. When a host just gets up and walks out of his own show. I was about to say I've never seen that happen before on radio, but I've seen it plenty of times. Yeah, I can't believe how long ago that was. Dude, you start reminiscing about your time here, man, and it's fucking unbelievable how long ago some shit was. And you don't like it feels like it was yesterday. Like honestly, I feel like it was just a few months ago. Like we were doing that Traveling Virus thing and the animation festival and all that stuff. That was a fucking long time ago. That was a long time ago. Where did it all go? What happened? I don't know what happened.
We moved.
I think we should take some phone calls. You know why? Because Sam doesn't like to take the phone calls. I don't know why. I think he's scared of phones.
Eric's back.
There you go. Hey, Braden. Because obviously your name isn't Brandon. It's probably Braden. What's up?
This is the greatest After O&A live show ever.
Why?
Thank you. The emotions that are bringing to me, it is just unbelievable. Because Sam's not there. Fuck that asshole.
All right, cool. All right. Kevin in Houston, spelled Housten.
Yeah, Houston.
Who the fuck is in there?
Dude, I'm sorry. I just suck at spelling.
Well, finally, we found something that you're terrible at.
Another production guy who sucks at
I
spelling.
know. What is that? What is it about?
He does that on Post-it notes, too, when he gives you, he's like, oh, this is the Chipper promo or whatever, and he misspelled promo.
How do I misspell promo?
How do you spell promo?
P-R-O-M-O, right?
Yeah.
What's the correct way?
The O at the end looked like an 8.
Well, that's just, extra.
I'm pretty sure Sal's not spelling words with letter or numbers.
Kevin in the misspelled Houston, what did you have for the show today?
Hey, guys. Great after show. Hey, I just wanted to defend Eric. A lot of people put ice in red wine, especially people that are born and raised in Florida. So.
That is true. I forgot
that
about
makes
that.
sense.
That is a very regional thing. I do apologize. Here we're taking live calls. I don't even know who this is. Who is this?
This is James from North Carolina. Gosh, this is Danny Ross.
The one and only.
Oh my God! Get out the tearjerker there. but the latest on Ron and Fez, that Ron has a big announcement next week that he and Fez might split up. Wow. Who would have seen that coming?
You see, folks, this is why you need a phone screener.
Yeah.
When you call when you call in and you give that phone screener all that shit because he didn't let your call through, that's what your call would have sounded like if he let you through. That's why you can never get mad at the phone screener. Much respect to the phone screener. All they do is get yelled at.
Except for Paul.
Spell. And, it really is a tough gig.
Is Paul here today?
No. Paul's out again.
How come our favorite guy, we love him to death, Bobo?
Yeah.
How come this kid, all he wants to do is get back on the show? His whole life for the last, 3 months has been about getting back on the show. And then Gary Carter dies. It's a perfect opportunity for him to get back on the show and prepare and have something ready to go and make his big return to the show. And then he eats his own balls first thing in the morning.
Bobo tweeted after that phone call that it was really hard for him to talk about that on the air.
Well, I mean, because thinking about the Mets gets his dick hard, so it's always hard for him to talk about the Mets, especially Gary Carter.
I wish I had that MLB Network phone
I know. We really need that. There's got to be somebody in MLB, on the MLB Network, who can get that call. Someone knows what time it was. Somebody heard it. Someone could get that to us.
He said that he called as Daniel from Queens because he wasn't promoting Opie and Anthony.
What time did he call?
Is that if he was to check into a hotel, he would my name is my name is John Carlin. Yeah. My name is, I'm checked in under Momo because I don't want people to know that I'm here.
He called around 7:30.
Okay. So if anyone has that audio, please let us know.
Yeah, we really definitely need that.
Opie Anthony at SiriusXM.com.
Yeah. Well, let's go to, what is this, Avnut? Now I just think Sal is he's just punching the keyboard as he takes phone calls.
You got a Twitter name.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, I see.
Paul says, fuck you guys. He just texted me.
This guy it was too cool to actually give his real name. He had my name is Avnut on Twitter.
I love that, too, when people call in, and it's like, hey, what's your name? And they're like, hey, it's Clowny Clown Face. And it's just like, dude, I'm not going to type Clowny Clown. Like, your name is Bob or Jim. It's something tells me you're on your birth certificate. It'll say Clowny Clown Face. Go ahead, Avnut. Or did I pick up Clowny Clown Face?
You want my real name is Canute. Me and my buddy were just sitting here wondering why we were enjoying the after show so much we realized Sam wasn't there.
This is very mean-spirited. Just because the kid isn't here one day doesn't mean that his show sucks all the other days.
Canute.
I know. Rick in Texas, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, the reason why Sam doesn't take phone calls is everybody hates his fucking ass.
Look, I'm not cherry-picking these phone calls, folks.
And we're not
I'm just taking what comes in.
I'm not being mean. I'm just being honest. Sorry if I'm being mean.
Sorry.
Anyway.
So, continue. I want to hear more about WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah, right. So I missed this because I was out yesterday. So what happened? There was a big WrestleMania.
There's a WrestleMania press conference.
And what happens at a wrestling press conference?
Vince comes out, whatever.
Did you bring his music so you could play it right on cue?
They did it. They had the DJ there and everything.
Eric's like, I would have hit that way quicker.
How's Vince looking?
Vince
not good.
Not looking.
Really? But he's been looking. I mean, I haven't watched wrestling in a long time, but
for his age, he looks.
tall.
He's still huge.
He sounded.
He was in a dark purple suit with a light purple shirt and a dark purple tie.
All right.
Comes out, has the Remember how he used to have that?
Who's his stylist, Patrice O'Neal?
He used to have that big puff of hair.
Yeah.
But then when he shaved his head at that WrestleMania match with Donald Trump,
I remember that.
He slicks it down like it's wet right out of the shower. So he comes out, and he was not sounding good. His voice is really gruff, and he was very very timid.
A picture with him before he dies.
I'm hoping nothing's wrong, but he just everyone else was more energetic and enthusiastic, and maybe he had a cold. I don't know, but he walked out. He was not looking in the best of shape.
Oh.
So
he kicked things off?
No. There's some sports guy from NBC that now works for the WWE.
Oh, Len Berman.
No, he got fired. I forgot his name, but Bob he came out there. He was doing jokes and stuff, and everyone's just like, And he did he hosted the ceremonies. Governor Christie came out. Vince came out. And then Triple H came out and talked about all the partnerships that they set up with the Jets, with the Giants, MetLife, etc. Has the owners of the Jets and the Giants out there with him, grabs their hands and then throws them up in the air like this so that they're all get Triple H. So hold like this, and then they presented them with their own belts, right? Which is what they do. So then now he's showing them how to wear the belt like over their arm and throws their arms up like they're champions. And right after this point, the owner of the Giants and the Jets were supposed to come out and talk to the press because there was a TV line, then radio line, then print media. And so ESPN...
Like for interviews, like one-on-ones?
Yeah, one-on-ones or little group things to discuss all of this. Sure. And Governor Christie was out there for a tiny bit, and then he left. But the owners were supposed to come out...
He doesn't have much to say about wrestling.
No. Other than all the millions of dollars it's bringing into the local economy.
Sure.
And so the owners were supposed to come down and talk to, ESPN's there, I think CNN was there, a couple of all these other sports and news organizations. They walked off the stage and left. So TV's sitting there waiting to talk to these people, and they're gone. So The Rock comes out. He does a couple...
Why was The Rock there?
Because he's now going to be part of WrestleMania 29.
All right, I might have to go to WrestleMania.
So this is the third year in a row that The Rock is part of WrestleMania.
I've never been to a WrestleMania.
It's exciting.
Yeah,
Why?
I kind of want to
Why
go.
is it exciting?
Because
It's
an
over
event.
dramatic. There's way too much pomp and circumstance.
Yeah, I've been
that
to
it just becomes... Now you're enjoying it because there's just too much going on.
Let me ask a question, because I remember wrestling and when it was, I mean, I know it goes through its ebbs and flows all the time, and it's very cyclical. But I remember, the mid to late 90s, it was huge. There, wrestling was selling out arenas. Like, you could easily have a Raw show at Madison Square Garden every week. Flipping through the channels lately, you come across Raw or whatever wrestling is on, and the venues are a lot smaller than they used to be, and it's quite noticeable.
There's some real dark upper decks.
Yeah, and it looks like it's the first level of wherever they're playing. So my question is, because WrestleMania is at Giants fucking stadium, that's a big ass place. Can they actually sell?
Yeah, they'll sell it out. They
Giant
sold
stadium?
out. They're playing in Miami.
Yeah, in Miami, and it's 80,000 people.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the
WrestleMania is like the Super Bowl. Like, people just go.
Yeah.
Like they did 71,000
and it's
last
not
year.
just America and Canada anymore. Like, they'll give you the statistics of who came from around the world, and you're getting people from Asia and Europe that are making up huge percentages of the audience now, more than almost as much as Americans.
I just wanted to see. I mean, that's a pretty. To me, from an outsider looking in, it looks like a ballsy move to book the Giant Stadium when they're definitely not in the same venues that they were 10 years ago.
Well, they're doing what was it called, Sunfield in Miami, right?
Yeah,
Sun
Life.
Life. They're doing that. They were looking at the Cowboy Stadium, but it wasn't available for the next 2 years.
It was in Arizona, right? A couple years ago? They did like
2 years ago.
Yeah,
it
they
was
did
in
like
Arizona.
71,000 then.
Yeah, and that was an outdoor
sell
event.
out. Yeah.
This the one at MetLife Stadium is interesting because it's an outdoor event,
What if
but
it's
still
cold?
That's exactly this is the first time they're doing it, just like the Super Bowl in the northern area where it could be really cold.
It could snow.
It could, or as Ope told me that there's no winter in April.
Okay, but that's not true.
Yeah, I know. I said seasons don't really
There's
not based on months anymore.
Yeah, there's been snow.
We had a blizzard on Halloween.
Yeah.
But so the press conference went well, except for those guys leaving. And The Rock did a couple of short TV interviews, and then he turned around. It looked like he was just going to do something. And after a few minutes, this publicist came running over to the higher publicist with WWE. The Rock left. And they're like, "What do you mean The Rock left?" And he's like, "Yeah, he just left." So he didn't stay around to do anything either.
Did anyone stay around?
WWE superstars were there, but
Doink.
Really?
Who was there?
We'll just sit on it.
So, all right, look, I'm
Cena,
already bored with
Sheamus, Mark Henry. All
So
the
what's the
current
big
stuff
thing?
was there.
What was the big?
Big
What's the
thing
big
is that
announcement?
they're bringing it to
Just announce
MetLife. For next year at the stadium. It's an outdoor event.
Is there a
in the
date?
northern area? April 7th.
That's early in April.
Yeah, April 7th, 2013.
And what's like the big match?
They didn't state a match this time. Last year when they promoted
That's ridiculous.
WrestleMania 28 during WrestleMania 27 that The Rock and Cena were going to be the big match. There was no match announced this year other than The Rock will be part of it in some faction. So I guess outside of it coming to the New York, New Jersey area, that was the other big news.
Stone Cold?
I'm sure they'll work him in somehow.
Rock Stone Cold.
Did anybody do any grown-up things yesterday? Just wondering.
Eric and Sam, though, they're like the pimps.
So I'm guessing from 6 to 10 there was fart and shit jokes, and then you went to a wrestling press conference.
Yes, and Roland ate the free buffet in the bar.
Yeah, but
and then still asked if we're going to Chili's afterwards.
And you went home and played video games and refrosted your tips.
I wish.
No, Eric and Sam were like pimps there. They took him everywhere.
Who took who everywhere?
The WWE people, they love him. Eric
Well,
and Sam.
yeah. Nobody blows them on radio more than Eric and Sam. They should love them. They've done great things for that company.
It was fun, but we got to walk out near the field and everything.
Yeah,
I've
that's
never
cool.
been to that place. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's new. All right.
So there you go.
There's wrestling for you.
I'm
See,
sure
Sam?
Sam
We still
will
did
have-
wrestling talk. Even
Sam
though
will
you're
have
not here.
audio, and then he can talk about his lunch with Mark Henry when he returns.
Spoiler.
Yes.
I don't know. I just can't be.
I'd go eat lunch with Mark Henry.
Yeah, he ditched us. He's like, I got to get my
Yeah.
bag from your car, and then he left.
Which is Sylvia's.
That's great. I would totally go to lunch with Mark Henry.
Yeah, I think I would too.
You know you would. You would
Oh.
go to lunch with D'Lo Brown.
Sylvia's was a little
what?
A little farther north than I go.
Then you go where?
In New York City.
Oh,
I'd like to go to lunch with Alex Wright.
Okay.
That's just me.
Where would you go?
Nice German place. You know, he probably likes that stuff. I told that story right when I went, but this is back in the day when I was still a WCW fan, and it was great when they went to the Nassau Coliseum because I learned early on that like right after the last match, like if you just ran across the street to the whatever it is, like the Marriott or the Ramada,
that's where everybody
that's
stays.
where all the wrestlers stay because it's the only fucking big hotel that's around. So as long as you just wait around, you'll just see the wrestlers start showing up, and so sure enough, I gave that a whirl. And started meeting all these wrestlers. And the funniest thing I had seen that night was Alex Wright. And you guys remember Billy Kidman? I don't know if he's still around, but
No, he's not.
He was a pretty cool dude.
He's not active.
And it was the strangest thing to see Alex Wright basically flirting and trying to hit on Billy Kidman, trying to get him to go to see The Waterboy. And then Alex Wright's like, yes, maybe. He's like, what are you doing tomorrow? Maybe you want to see it tomorrow? And Billy Kidman's like, I don't know, I might got things to do. Well, maybe Saturday? You want to go see it Saturday? And it was just all happening right in front of me. And I'm like, oh my God, Alex Wright is asking Billy Kidman on a date right in front of me. This is so sweet. But I always went down there after wrestling stuff, and it was cool because I got to meet the Giant. I got to meet Goldberg.
Did you get any photos?
No, I never did. It was just more about the atmosphere. It was just fun, K-Dog, he was fun. Conan.
Yeah.
Damn, who else was there? Fuck. How could I forget Razor Ramon? Scott Hall.
Was he drunk?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, he was fucking hammered, and he was wheeling his.
They all wheel those little suitcases.
Yeah, it's so funny to me because you see these guys, and to you watch them on TV every week. To you, they're these huge stars. They're these guys that are in your mind like, wow, they get paid to fucking wrestle. They're in shape. They're athletes, and then to see them just wheeling their own shit into the hotel, like they don't even have somebody to just help them out with their bag. It's just like, fuck, dude.
Some of them have a bigger suitcase that they leave in the room and take the little suitcase out of the bigger suitcase because that has like their meds and their outfit and whatever else they got to bring to the arena.
I feel so bad because Scott Hall, I was just so obnoxious to him. He was just trying to, he's wrestling. He's an alcoholic. He's just trying to go upstairs so he could raid the mini bar. Yeah, exactly. And I just got to get into his face, and he used to do that jumping and pointing at himself thing.
Yeah.
And I'm just getting, I'm like, I'm the bad guy. And he's
Did you do that for him?
Of course.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then they went to the next town, and some idiot did it there, and then the next town.
Yeah, but you know what? You know why it was okay? Because I was like 16 years old, so I think it's okay. Like if I did it now, like I'm balding and I got a beard, and I'm like, I remember
it would be
you.
Funnier if you did it now.
He can't walk. He can't focus. This guy
Dude,
just
I
runs
feel-
up and goes, "Hey."
Did you see that fucking
The
Travis,
ESPN piece?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh my God, what's the name of that show?
Outside the Lines.
Oh fuck, man, that was tragic
It
watching
was
that one.
so depressing.
I haven't seen him in a sober interview in like forever.
And there was, for those of you who don't know what Danny's talking
No,
about,
I'm sorry,
it was a piece about Scott Hall, Razor Ramon, currently where he was fighting alcoholism so bad to the point where that video that got out where he was forced into the ring when he just shouldn't have been out there. They talked a little bit about that, and that he had a son that he's been estranged from for so many years, and it was kind of an attempt to get them back together.
Yeah, and I think at the end of that piece, I think they were together, but then
they
they
were
had
together, but there was a follow-up story where, like, I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks later, the son said, I don't want to see him ever again.
I mean, everybody
A lot of people saw that piece because it was on ESPN.
Yeah, dude, and it was
got
good.
a lot of praise.
It did, because it was great, and a lot of people, they watch The Wrestler and they go, "Oh, that's a great movie." But that was based on a real, like Jake the Snake Roberts, I do believe.
It's a combination of people, but mostly just.
But I mean, that fucking Scott Hall piece was every bit as good as that whole movie, The Wrestler.
Yeah, it was very. Like
it's real.
There was no excitement to it. It was very real and very sad.
Watching The Wrestler was kind of like almost watching like the King of Kong in a way, where it was a documentary. It was a little fabricated, but for the most part, that's what went down. That's a million people's story. It wasn't like, oh, here's the story of X wrestler. Here's the story of probably a bunch of wrestlers. And this fucking Scott Hall thing, dude, it's great. You should see it. That Scott Hall thing was that movie and then some.
You never saw The Wrestler?
No.
All right, Danny saw it. Let me ask you a question. What was the most depressing part of The Wrestler?
Honestly, I'll tell you, and because this is something that I think everybody could identify with. When he gets that job at the deli, at the supermarket.
Spoiler.
And, well, fuck you. You should have seen it. This thing's been out for 3 years.
Now I know if he goes into a deli, I know what's going to happen.
And it's not the fact that he's
Travis, earmuffs.
It's not the fact that he's got the gig. It's not like, oh, here is this guy and he's and now he's got to work the deli. It was the fact that he was trying really hard to enjoy his job at the deli, and it was just like,
oh, okay,
you know what I'm saying? And he was like, hey, what do you need, miss? And he was just trying to whatever he could do to forget about the fact that he was slicing bologna meat for people. And he can get through the day like that.
I thought the autographs thing. That was sad.
I thought you. We'll get to that in a second. But I thought you were going to say where he was at the deli counter. He's trying to make the best of it.
And like I said, it wasn't
somebody recognized him.
Well, that was tough too.
And
but that was more of a scene that was force fed to you. That was like, here's why you should feel bad for, like, really feel bad for him. Mm-hmm. But I felt that was more of a between the lines kind of situation where, like, he was just like, because everybody does that. Everybody gets to a point, or they had a job where they couldn't stand it, and it was like, whatever I have to believe in my head to make this day go by. And he was just having fun with himself, playing little games and spinning around and, playing with the meat. And that was his thing, to just make his miserable life a little more bearable for the day. And that's what got me.
That's definitely one of them. The other part, or at least for me, was when he's back in his trailer and he's playing his old video game.
Oh,
And it looks like, for those of you who don't know, in the 80s there was an old WWF game for Nintendo. And cheesy 8-bit thing, and he's back in there and he's playing his game. It's based on him.
And then the kid, and then he's asking the kid. He's like, "Oh, you want to play that old wrestling?" And the kid's like, "Nah."
That game had like 4 people in it.
Yeah. Are you talking about the one? Was that the one where you were?
It was like Macho Man, Hulk Hogan, and that was it.
And there was like power ups that would like go
bounce across the ring. Yeah. Like if you were Hulk Hogan, the gold cross would bounce apart.
I hated it. That game sucked so bad because it was trying to be the arcade version, WWF Superstars, the arcade version
was good.
That was a good game for back in the day.
But that they didn't have the technology to cross it to the home console from what they had in the actual arcade.
Isn't that a crazy thing though? That like kids that are growing up, like even kids as old, and my brother is like 18, I guess 18, 19. Like even him, he doesn't know what it's like to go to an arcade with a roll of quarters and fucking have fun for a whole afternoon. He'll never know that. They're never going to know what it's like
to beat a game.
To not even that, but to go somewhere where you had to go because the shit there was better than what you had at your house. And it's not like that anymore. Now you go to arcades, and it's like, I can't even fucking see this shit because it's all tube. Everything's a standard definition on some fuzzy tube that's been turned on for the last 4.5 years consecutively. And it looks like
you see all the ghosting and the shadowing, and the image is burnt into the screen.
And now,
you see that at Donkey Kong and Pac-Man.
And you know what? And Donkey Kong and Pac-Man, those are the only fucking games that are a quarter. Yeah. You know, you go to half of these games, they're not even
$1.
Yeah, and like even when I was growing up, shit wasn't a quarter anymore. It was like 50 cents. But now games are like legitimately 75 cents to $1.50. And it's like, why? Why am I going to go and play Daytona USA, which is easily a 15-year-old game at Dave & Buster's? Why am I going to shove $2 worth of quarters in
My
there?
buddy Eric and I beat that, like one of those Marvel Capcom games, like 1 year on my birthday. Yeah. His name's Eric. But there's no better feeling than just like wasting
I know, it's
$30 on,
and it's great. And there's
beating
just
a game.
There's just no arcades anymore, and
the ones that are there are just so ridiculous.
Yeah,
with those huge, human size. Grab a doll.
Yeah, man. Like Dave and Buster's is not an arcade. Like I remember being able to go to an arcade where you couldn't even you go with your friends and you had to scream at each other because it was so fucking loud and it was full
there
of
would
smoke.
be lines to play certain games,
and you would have to put your quarters up on a machine to get your necks and like all the what do you call it? Like where the joystick area is and the buttons, it was all burnt up with cigarette fucking burns
or sticky from people spilling soda or French fries.
And like anywhere there was an arcade machine in your neighborhood, like maybe there wasn't a whole arcade, but maybe like the video store had like that one Mortal Kombat
like a
machine.
Pizza place.
Yeah, and like you would flock there and like it
Double Dragon.
It bugs me out that just kids growing up like they're never ever going to know that stuff.
There was a pizza place near me that had Double Dragon that I used to go and play all the time because it was better than the home console version.
Yeah, we lived in
Nintendo.
In a neighborhood or a town in New Jersey where, and if you're from New Jersey, you know that there's like...
You're from New Jersey?
There's like 10 pizza places in each town, and we would base like what pizza place we'd go to based on like what arcade game they had, because it's like, all right,
Well, yeah, and that we would do the same thing
Angelo's.
too, because it was like, well, do we want to have a full on arcade day at Super A? Or we could just head up to Hollywood Nights, and I mean, it's good enough because they got NBA Jam Mortal Kombat. I mean, we're just going to play NBA Jam Mortal Kombat at the arcade, so let's just save ourselves the trip.
I know the cheat code that gets the president to play on the.
Oh
NBA.
yeah, I remember that. So yeah, the big head code.
You had mentioned about the games and the
yeah. Those are great.
And there was always that asshole that was like, "Yeah, dude, I know the Jordan code, but I can't tell you. There's a Jordan code. Yeah, it's really secret. You know, the guys at EA
all right,
know."
you do it then. Let me see you play the guy.
No, I can't do it. It's you got to go counterclockwise like 5 times. It's really hard to do. It's really hard. You got to hit turbo and jump.
You were saying about how the back then the arcade games were better than what was on the console. I used to play Punch-Out, the original Punch-Out,
yeah, man.
in the arcade.
Sure.
And then I heard Punch-Out was coming to Nintendo. And Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, which is still a great game, but it was nothing like the Punch-Out that was in the arcade.
Yeah, because like those dedicated machines like that, were like that whole thing, it was just like a big. And by that time, you know, there was probably more processing power in one of those arcade machines than one of, like the first flight to the moon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like that whole machine was just there and made specifically to play that one game. And then you try to make something on Nintendo, and you know the frame rate's not the same. I mean, you can't. But those old games, man, like no one gives those games credit. They were as for the graphics not being quite there.
Yeah.
They were remarkably smooth.
They are
compared to what you would play at home.
Because there were games like Punch-Out and Double Dragon.
Like it wasn't this jittery. It might have looked like shit, but it definitely wasn't like a jittery mess.
There was
like a
no
lot of the stuff at home
pixelation. There was
yeah.
no problem when the storyboard's scrolling as you're going. But you said like Punch-Out and Double Dragon, a couple other things. But like probably towards the end of the 80s with the Simpsons game, Ninja Turtles, all that stuff, they were great arcade games, but the console games were still total shit.
That Simpsons game's coming to Xbox Live.
It's already out.
Oh, it's out?
Oh, that was a great one. That 4-player Simpsons game. Yeah, that was pretty cool, man.
Didn't the original Punch-Out have the 2 controllers where you could punch them like that, and it was
and it was a dual screen. It was also a dual screen as well.
Up and down.
Yeah, people forget that.
And you were that just see-through, like,
it was
translucent green guy.
The mesh.
Yeah.
That was a fucking great game, man.
Body
and it was
blow.
hard as fuck. Hard as fuck. People nowadays, it's like, you know, they blow through games. But even back in the day, man, like trying to beat Bald Bull on that fucking old school dual screen punch
right
out, man.
just to
Dude,
get him in
it
the
was
stomach.
fucking hard.
Yeah, but I think these companies realize that those games still resonate with people because there's no other reason that they're coming out on Xbox Live, you know, 15, 20 years later.
Sure, I mean, I'm amazed that a game like like, you know how much money Tetris has made?
A lot.
Like, and people buy it. Like, people buy Tetris probably 7 or 8 times. I mean, if you're 30, you've probably paid for Tetris
You
multiple
bought it on Nintendo,
times.
Game Boy, your
Multiple
iPhone.
times. Absolutely.
I used to play it on a Game Boy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing what people, and like I have a bunch of retro games for free, and it's like if one came out for the iPhone that was easy to use and like, you know, it wasn't a pain in the ass to play, I'd probably fucking buy it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just because of the convenience factor. But damn, those games were good, man. I mean, I wish that. What's the new arcade? Where do kids go to hang out and
you go to those arcades, but the games have just evolved. You know, now it's, you know, you put on glasses.
I mean, at least pinball. I mean, do the kids out there still play the pinball?
I don't know. They still skee ball.
Well, skee ball's a classic.
Yeah. But I mean, like you'll go to Dave and Buster's in Times Square, and like half the games are shooting games now. You know,
Yeah.
whereas like
But they're
it used to
not even
be.
good,
It used to be that one shooting game. What was it called?
Wild Gunman?
No, not Wild.
Police enforcers?
You have to use your hands?
No, what was that zombie game?
Oh, Area 51.
Area 51?
Was that it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, no. House of the Dead? Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
like
the
2
one,
or something?
The one with the fucking, with the pedal.
pedal.
And you could
duck
take cover.
undercover.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty cool.
But it used to just be that one, you know, and now it's like half the games are just shooting games that are just generic.
Yeah, but look
or
at that big Buck Hunter game. Like, you know, that's cool at the bar when you're fucking half hammered, but like that sucks. You could get better than that at home. So it's like, why don't I just spend the $50 and buy the Xbox
Yeah, but
thing?
there's no like video games now because everybody just cares about tickets, you know? Like how
I
many
guess.
tickets you going to get?
Anyway, let me talk to Marcos because he remembers back in the day. Marcos in Jersey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I used to go to this arcade spot in Livingston.
Noah's
Mall.
Arcade?
Yeah, an arcade spot, and it was a crowd of people in front of this one machine. You're on your tippy toes just to get a glimpse of Mortal Kombat 2 when it had just come out. And there was this little Asian kid that he already knew the fatalities. I don't know why the
Every arcade had a little Asian kid.
It was insane. Liu Kang's Dragon Fatality was crazy.
And then they would know. Not only would they know every fatality, but they knew every friendship and babality. And they would fucking school you because like they wouldn't have to like think or remember shit. And it was like some Cesar Millan shit where they would just stare you in the face and do a babality, and then you were like, "Fuck, this kid's good."
And then when it was your turn, you didn't even want to play because you knew that this kid was just going to kick your ass.
One time, I fucking my arcade like they had a lot of great games, but they never did anything fun, and they didn't do contests. So I would always draw up like plans for like contests and give them to like the owner, just because like I had nothing to do with myself. So they organized like some like Virtua. It was like a league, exactly. So like they organized some like Virtua Fighter. Remember Virtua Fighter, like Polygon fighting?
Virtua Fighter.
And I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be great. And I spent like $50 leading up to this big tournament. Like I'm gonna kick everyone's ass, right? There was a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. My first match in the winner's bracket, I get my ass kicked by some Asian kid, and then my first match in the loser's bracket, I get my ass kicked by some Asian kid. It was my idea, and I just went home. I didn't even stick around to see the finish.
But he brings up a great point. That Mortal Kombat 2, when that came out, that was an event at arcade places. Well, like, you would wait in line to play that game.
But even the Street Fighters, like I mean, it got to be overkill. But when Street Fighter Championship Edition came out,
another game that was better in the arcade to start than it was on the console.
Oh well, yeah, because that's when I guess the crossover had started, but because like it wasn't a bad game, Street Fighter for
no, it
for
wasn't.
Super
I'm
Nintendo,
saying
but
if you played in the arcade, it was awesome in the arcade.
Absolutely was. And remember when they would have those modded boards where like that's how big that game got. It got so big that people wanted more Street Fighter, and Capcom couldn't put out enough Street Fighter to quench the thirst for Street Fighter.
When that first Street Fighter came out, that had
Will you shut up? So we're talking here.
Sorry, guys.
I'm like, Marcos, hang on a sec.
After the first Street Fighter that came out after where they had the new characters for the first time.
Yeah, Super Street Fighter 2.
Yeah, the next one where they had like Cammy and the Indian guy and all that shit.
I know my Street Fighter motherfucker.
Yeah. Was that Super Street Fighter 2?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one. That one was like Mortal Kombat 2, same type of thing. Fucking.
What were you saying, Marcos?
No, I was going to say, you don't know how many arguments and fights I started with what's better, Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, no, I remember it, man. I mean, that was really big pop culture thing for a lot of us that are the same age.
Did your local arcades, or even you, Travis, did they used to have tournaments that they would bring special machines in just to do tournaments?
No, I don't remember that stuff.
Because the mall near me used to put these flyers out, and they would have a big tournament for, like, I remember one of them was Donkey Kong something, and they just brought in like 12 different machines and closed off half the arcade just to have a tournament.
You're thinking of King of Kong, and that
no,
was a
no,
movie.
No.
It was weird. I was in San Francisco over the summer for some vacation, and there was like I heard that there was like this like retro like arcade museum. And I'm like, oh, that'll be really cool. Let me go check that out. And I went down there, but it was retro-er than I wanted it to be. Like, it was like legitimately old school, like where it was like Rock'em Sock'em steel robots, like, battling it out. You had to put like your 1 penny in, and then you could play it. Like, you
were hoping to see some Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I was hoping for like an original Mortal Kombat machine and like an original Pac-Man machine and just shit like that. But like, they went way, way deep. But it was still pretty cool. I definitely recommend it to anybody out there. I think it's at the Fisherman's Wharf.
All right.
In San Franny.
Look at all those phone calls.
Yeah, let's take some. I guess everybody likes to play video games.
Yeah, I mean,
and remembers all the old shit. Jeez, I don't even know where to go. Let's go to Paul. Paul, Texas, right?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Down in Texas, man, dude, it's, to go to an arcade, you had to go to the mall. Back when I lived in Oklahoma, you had card shops back in the day where you can go buy baseball cards and all that kind of crap, but
are those still around?
Card shops?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. You know what? There's a few in my neighborhood, and every time I pass, there's a lot of local businesses I do this to, but especially the card places. You drive by and you go, how the fuck do they stay in business? Like, who's going into a card shop? And even the people that do, how is that enough for this guy to not only pay his rent, but decide, yeah, I'm going to stay open another month?
Because that really died in, like, the mid to late 90s.
I mean, there's a guy. When there were too many different baseball cards to collect. No one cared anymore.
The bubble just burst and everybody just stopped collecting.
Yeah, and like no one really collects like those like comic book busts. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you fucking sell enough of those to perpetuate your business? I just don't understand.
Yeah,
especially when everything's available online.
That's the thing. Like back in Oklahoma, whenever you live there, we all go to the card shop and we spend $15 in quarters and have like tournaments and Mortal Kombat and crap like that. But when it came to Texas, there's like no card shops or arcades around. You had to go to the mall to play all that crap, and it was always, flooded full of like gangbangers and shit like that. Where
in Oklahoma,
card shops. I would get my allowance and just go.
It was horrible.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, I didn't go to the card shop, but I did have a comic shop. That was my thing, and they had cards too, but it was more of a comimic shop than a card place.
I had a card shop that was just sports cards, and then they would do like the Marvel cards when Marvel would come out.
Because oh my god.
And then I had a
time
comic book shop that kind of just did all that, all the like just any comic that you wanted.
Yeah,
they would compete with each other all the time.
I mean, shit was so big back in the day. Like I had,
but that's where you went.
Yeah, I mean, look, and dude, everyone was into it too. Like I remember at my like comic card store, they would let you have what they would refer to as a file, and you had a number and you had an account, and you could fucking subscribe. And what they would do, because comic collecting was so fucking ridiculous, they would pull. You would tell them what comics you want. I want Spider-Man. I want Iron Man. I want this. I want that. I want this. And then they would pull them all, and they would put them in your little folder. And then as you fucking forgot about that, it would pile up, and then all of a sudden you'd be like, oh shit, my file at the comic book store. And you call and be like, hey, I'm gonna come in and pick up my file. How much is that? And they'll be like, oh, let me see, $77. And then now you're a 14-year-old kid, and you're like, fuck, I'm in the hole for $77 worth of comic books.
My comic book store was called Cards and Comics. I just remember that.
There, the one in my
good one. How'd they ever come up with that name?
The one by me was called Heroes on the Half Shelf. It was so stupid.
Half shelf. I'll give him a free plug. There's like a collectible place in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's called Fantastic Toyage.
Remember that story you were telling me, Travis, about going to the card store and you spent $200 on that Carl Yastrzemski card with the sideburns?
Yes.
Hey, wait, I want to take this guy real quick because I hope this is good. Justin in Oklahoma, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Do you guys remember the Mortal Kombat in the arcade that had smoke in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was really good at the combinations, and I could cheese people over and over and over. And there was this guy, we actually had one in our school. And I was a freshman, he was a senior, and I kept cheesing him and beating him. And that was the first fist fight I ever got into. I kept cheesing him and beating him. He finally turned around and punched me in
You know
the
what?
face.
It's so funny that you mentioned cheesing because I remember that shit. Like, you remember how fucking, like, you would get pissed off when, like, maybe you had a run on your machine and you were fucking nailing people, like, 4 or 5 deep, and then some motherfucker would, like, he would come in like you're playing Street Fighter and he'd be like M. Bison and just do that cheesy fucking go side to side with the flame and shit back and forth, and he would just kick the piss out of you, and then you had to walk away from the machine like, I wish I could just fucking take you to the ground and step on your dick.
Or do you remember Chun-Li on Street Fighter when you could go upside down with the scissor kicks all the way across the whole screen?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was pretty much the same thing as that M. Bison
My
attack.
favorite was Blanca when you just did the electricity thing, and when they went to punch you, everyone just got shot.
Yeah, but you know what? You got to smarten up, stupid, and if you just jab them, just get in with that little jab, that'll fucking stop the whole thing from happening, man. You got to get in there tight.
I know we're running out of time, but real quick, I forgot about fights in the arcade. The mall near me was one of the first to adapt like laser tag into the mall. But this was with Photon. It wasn't even like the really good one. Photon with the red and green helmets.
Yep.
And kids just used to beat the shit out of each other during and after the fight because they were saying somebody was cheating or my light thing wasn't working. There was brawls. People just beating each other up with the equipment.
Yeah, that's the best. Nothing like a good old arcade fight.
Video games bring violence. They're right.
I know, it was great. I missed that shit, man. That was like a whole nother time. It was a whole nother time. I remember
that day's over.
Yeah, like any fucking excuse. Like if I had 10 minutes or 15 minutes, me and my friend, we used to live in an apartment building. Like if we were doing our laundry together or some shit and we had to like wait in between the cycle, it's like, fuck it, let's run to the arcade and fucking play games.
Yeah. There's a lot of shit that died with our generation.
God,
I'm sure every generation says that, but
I'm sure we all sound like old men to anybody
I
out
know
there,
we do. We're
but,
just pining for
waxing fantastic about the good old days.
Now you just have 8-year-olds on multiplayer calling you the N-word.
Yeah,
so.
now you're just sitting at home
know,
doing the exact same thing.
I know.
Right.
Well, I guess this has been After O&A Live minus Sam Roberts, but this has been Eric Nagel, it's been Travis Teft, it's been myself, Danny Ross, and all of our interns and everybody. And we won't see you Monday because it's a company holiday.
So we'll see you Tuesday.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot. Bobby Kelly did a really fun thing. He did a live podcast for his show, and he did a poster for it. And if you guys want to check it out and get one, you can go to goodnightsweetprince.com. That's all.
Right. Round of FedEx.
Opie and Anthony Show over for real this time. Check out the O&A Show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey.